A summer of scorching heat, a city trapped in fear, for the killings have started again. Highborn and peasant, rich and poor, none are safe. When night falls. Your friends in the Watch seem to think that the way to fix a political problem is to send in a bunch of thugs and beat everything that moves. Amaral shook his head. They're scared, that's what it is, he said. They're plain scared of something breaking out that's bigger than they can handle. Whitson sighed and shook his head. You don't know what you're talking about. Trust me, nothing is going to change around here. Everything's getting worse. It might take something else like this to set them off. These rippings, for instance. What rippings? Whitson's face was bored, but his question came just a hair too quickly. Amaral looked closely at him. Well, you might know more than me, being as how you get into places in the city where others don't stick their noses. But what I heard... He paused. Whitson said nothing. After a moment, Amaral continued, his voice a bit disappointed. I heard there were rippings going on across the city. Cut to bits, the victims were. Word I've heard is that there have been at least 20 bodies found. He lowered his voice a bit. Some say the Red Hand's back. Prelude. High above the city, in a pitiless sky that spread a pane of unbroken blue to the horizon, the sun glared down on Sharn. Her gaze seared the shining towers that reared above the escarpments and gossamer walkways, and struck pedestrians on the city's upper streets like a physical blow. Where her light glared against the walls, casting shadows with knife-sharp edges, citizens shied away and sought the shelter of indoors. But even there the heat followed them, clawing into their garments, stabbing at their bare arms, legs, necks, faces, and shoulders, leaving the city's overworked healers exhausted. Those who lived in the upper reaches of the City of Towers cursed the summer, which seemed to stretch on for months upon month to the end of time, while in the streets far below the inhabitants staggered from door to door, gasping like beached fish. In the depths of Sharn, sunlight seldom penetrated, but the air hung close and seemed hot as an oven. Spells held the heat at bay in the homes of the wealthy. The poor and needy, with no magic to ease their lot, hung limply out of windows or cast themselves on the blazing paving stones and wailed for relief. They were eased from their rest by the Watch, whose members strode the streets, sweating in their uniforms, truncheons smacking against calloused palms with dull thuds. After a few broken heads, arms, and knees, the crowds learned to scatter swiftly when they heard the thump of booted feet along the cobbles. Rumors flew through the city, borne on the foul fumes that the hot air wafted up from the depths. Some said that the lords of the city were preparing a massacre of those below, calling down fire from the skies to scour the city clean and purge it of all those whom the great houses would trample underfoot. Others spoke in hushed tones of a series of plots and counterplots among the dragon-marked houses, and they declared that the increased patrols of the Watch were nothing more than the fringes of greater troubles that stirred the political storm above. According to those who spoke thus, the best course was to keep one's head down, be silent, and mind one's own business. A few fiery spirits remained unsubdued. To those who would listen, they spoke angrily in the streets of the injustices visited by the last war upon the people of Sharn. They told of a conflict fought for great political ends, but one that brought nothing but misery, death, and suffering to the people. Some few, those were often marked by others as belonging to a mysterious band called the Order of the Golden Horn, even told of a day not far off when the lords and ladies of Upper Sharn would be overthrown, and the people of the depths would rule in their stead. Such stories and guesswork flitted like spirits through the taverns and drinking houses and brothels of firelight. In the Dragon's Arms, presided over by the stolid figure of Ermas Glustrid, whose 6.5-foot frame seemed oddly shrunken in the heat, they settled in the common room and fueled the conversations over tankards of ale. "I heard," one stout man whispered, leaning across the table. "I heard the orders named the day." He nodded vigorously and reached up behind his head, wiping the thick sweat from his neck and bringing his dampened hand down with a thump on the wooden table. His companion was unmoved. Thin and pinched of face, he gave a snort. "Ha! Order my—" A man passed behind him, and he cut off his sentence, glancing around fearfully. "Shouldn't be talking about this." The stout man leaned forward again. Drops fell from his forehead, and the other pulled his tankard back hastily. "Say what you like," he said, his voice rising a little. "I'll think what I like. The order's coming, I'm telling you. And if something starts—" He paused and thought better of it. "Well," he said darkly, "just wait. That's all I'm saying." "Saying what?" The innkeeper's bulk reared up next to them. Both men turned quickly. "Nothing," the first man grunted. "I'm saying nothing." "Well, see that you keep it that way." Glustrid included both in a glare. "I don't want this place raided by the Watch, so rein in anything treasonous before I pitch you into the street." The larger man rose, attempting some semblance of dignity, despite his shining face and dripping chin. Even standing, he was 2 heads shorter than the innkeeper. He tossed back his ale. "If that's your way, Glustrid," he said, "my friend and me will take our custom elsewhere." He turned with injured dignity to the thin man. "Come, friend. What was your name again?" The thin fellow's hands worked cautiously against one another as he rose, hunched beneath a worn, stained shirt of muddy green. It was ripped in several places, and the edges were seared and ragged, as if burned by fire long ago. "No trouble," he mumbled, one hand half shielding his mouth. He lifted his tankard and in a quick motion drained it. "We don't want no trouble here. Come on, Darvath." He clutched the other's sleeve. The fat man shook him off and spoke again to Glustrid. "You can rely on this, Glustard." His eyes were glazing fast. "I will never— His companion seized him and with surprising strength moved him toward the door. His soft, whining voice bore the 2 figures into the street. "No trouble. We don't want no trouble." Glustrid watched them go, shook his head, and picked up the tankards. He upended them and let the tiny amount of ale they held trickle onto the sawdust-strewn floor. Then he pulled a rag from his apron, wiped them both, and tossed them back onto the bar, ready for service. From the shadow near the doorway, a pair of bright eyes, unseen by any, watched the 2 figures pass through the arch and stagger into the dark street beyond. A mind, twisting and turning in the unrelenting heat, contemplated the fat Darvath as he rolled and rocked over the uneven cobblestones that clad the streets of Lower Sharn. And a blade glittered in the lantern light, invisible to all but its bearer. The lust for blood rose, hot and angry as the sun at its zenith. And over the stones of the silent street, death stalked, unheeded. Chapter 1. Those students entering Morgrave University are given much useful advice by those whose studies have advanced by several years. They are told which teachers should be avoided and which lectures they should attend. They are told where the best food and drink are served and where secret gambling goes on, quietly ignored by the university authorities. A lucky few, taken aside by their mentors, are told where papers can be obtained for a discreet fee, sufficient to meet the most stringent requirements of the most conscientious professor. Private lessons in magical theory and practice are likewise available for those with gold. Even fewer are shown the secret doorway behind the loose paneling in the office of the Third High Chair of Arcane Studies, a doorway leading to a secret passage, the end of which empties into Sharn's most elegant brothel. But of all the pieces of advice given incoming students of Morgrave University, none is more valuable than this. Don't talk to old Zeisman. Zeisman had been a servant of the university for more years than the oldest professor could count. Before him, his father had held his post, and before that, his father's father. He could remember the arrival of 6 masters of the university in his time, and the histories and foibles of each one of them. His hands, now aged and shaking with palsy, had opened doors for kings and counselors as they passed through the graven portal of the great hall of Orion. His memories stretched back for 9/10 of a century. These were memories he was willing to share, at length. Students who saw the toothless, wrinkled old man hobbling along the corridors quickly learned to duck through a doorway or turn the other way. Others with more experience cast cantrips to silence all voices around them. That sort of thing never discouraged old Zeisman, and his mouth, a dribble of spittle permanently affixed to the lower lip, worked just as much when no one could hear him. He kept a supply of Calimyra seeds wrapped in a parchment in his pocket, and he would pop these into his mouth and chew them while speaking, so his audience was perpetually treated to the sight of a mass of pulp slowly being masticated by a few discolored and disjoined teeth. Zeisman was ostensibly employed by the university as a cleaner, though no one in the administration could remember the last time he had been paid. He doddered along corridors and through lecture halls, muttering half-forgotten cleaning spells, none of which worked, and no one had the initiative to tell him to go. By sheer inertia, he had become as much a part of Morgrave University as the stone goblins adorning the great gates of the entrance, and Zeisman showed even less signs than they of leaving. The morning sun, bright and merciless, slanted through a high window and, divided by its stone mullion and leaded glass panes, spattered in hard diamonds on the paved floor of the passageway. The sun seemed strangely swollen, as if deceased. It rose early and set late, rolling across the sky like a giant yellow eye contemplating the city below. Even this early, the air was stifling in the corridors of the university. The stone walls and floor where the sun brushed them were heated to the touch. Though enchantments by the faculty kept the classrooms and their own living quarters tolerably cool, here in the common areas the heat choked everyone. Zeisman, one hand against the wall to support himself, made his labored way along. His spell, lacking important phrases and gestures, stirred the dust on the floor behind him, so that wherever he went he appeared to be accompanied by a small brown cloud. It gave out a faint rustling, as of a stiff heap of brocaded cloth dragged along a slate slab. The very sound was usually enough to drive away anyone from Zeisman's vicinity. He halted at a door that pierced the right-hand wall. It was of oak planks, cleanly sawn, bound, and studded with age-rusted iron. From beneath the folds of his robe, Zeisman produced a bulging ring of keys. He fumbled through it, tried several that refused to turn the lock, and at last discovered the one for which he'd been searching. The lock squealed in protest as it gave way, and Zeisman opened the door. He screamed. His cry was high and reedy, like a marsh hen under the paws of a fox. He staggered and screamed again. Along the corridor, a few doors opened and framed irritated countenances. "Somebody put a stop to that bloody row," growled one. Zeisman screamed a third time and made his way out of the room and into the corridor. At the sight of the old man, hair in disarray, eyes wide with horror, mouth agape, most of the doors along the passage shut, and there were sounds from behind, a few of bars falling into place. 2 men, though, ventured into the corridor and confronted Zeissman. "What's going on, old fellow?" one asked. He was clad in the dark crimson robes of a senior professor. In the warmth of the corridor he wiped his forehead. Zeissman gestured wordlessly to the open door behind him. The professor stepped into the room and looked about. He stepped back sharply, as if struck, colliding with his junior colleague behind him. He stepped down the hallway and banged his fist against another door. Then he bent over and was violently ill. More doors flew open, and more voices now joined the mixed chorus of inquiry and approbation. The older professor grasped the robe of one of his companions and gasped, "Send for the master." "Does anyone know who it was, then?" The question came through a haze of pipe smoke so thick as to almost obscure the speaker. "I heard the pieces are so small, they're still trying to identify the body," said Robin, a thin, drooping man with a long, egg-yellow mustache. He had thin, nervous fingers that knit and unknit in a ceaseless rhythm. His mouth twitched in time with them so that his body seemed perpetually in motion, even when he was sitting still. Even his long, mousy hair swayed and moved with the air currents in the room, revealing through its thinness the shining dome of his head. "And I heard," chimed in Mataluchus, stout as his companion was emaciated, "that they're not even sure how many were killed." He lifted a leather-bound volume that rested on the table and fanned himself vigorously. "Beastly heat. I got no rest at all last night. None at all, I tell you." There were grunts from some of the others, who sagged in their chairs. Those spells kept the room cool. They could not keep out the impression of heat, as it shimmered in waves across the high windows that looked out on the city. The sky was sapphire, and from where they sat none could see even a wisp of cloud. Robin puffed on his pipe and coughed, a long racking sound that shook his body. He gargled and spat into a cuspidor beside his seat and wiped his mouth with a silk square. His breath wheezed through his teeth. "Why can't someone cool the blasted air in this place?" he demanded. "I cast an ice spell in my bedroom last night, but it melted before morning. It's too hot. This isn't natural." Canthus Melodia Mat, the languages master, smirked. His black, greasy hair hung lankly around his long, thin face that seemed frozen in a permanent grimace. "None of your spells last long, do they, Robin?" "What do you mean by that?" "I? Nothing. No insult intended." "Insult taken, by the flame. I've had enough of your sniping, you." "Gentlemen, gentlemen!" Mataluchus intervened without rising from his chair or ceasing to fan himself. "This is unseemly. We're all on edge. This horrible news, together with the heat, to say nothing of the unrest in the city. It really is too bad of you, gentlemen. I say it really is too bad." Robin glared at Melodia Mat, who sat legs crossed staring at the ceiling. He sank back into his chair from which he had half risen. "Very well, but no more of it. He's—" Talk among members of the University Council ceased as High Reeve Oromandus Deschamps swept into the room. He was an imposing figure, well over 6 feet tall and broad in proportion. His beard was a mixture of reds, browns, golds, and greys, and his head was bald, so his hair gave the appearance of having migrated down his face. From that visage, bright eyes stared, eyes that seemed at times to shrink until they were no more than pinpoints of light in his face. Looking neither left nor right, he strode to the head of the long ivory table. The other council members waited until he sat before seating themselves. "Gentlemen!" Deschamps' voice was high and penetrating, slashing like a blade through the stiff, warm air of the chamber. The master sends his apologies. He is overwhelmed by the news, but pressing matters having to do with the state of unrest in this city currently preoccupy him, and he has sent me in his stead." He looked about to see if anyone uttered any objections, but the room was silent. All present understood that the master himself rarely intervened in matters that were not deemed of the highest importance. In others he was too willing to defer to the High Reeve, his trusted and trustworthy assistant. Deschamps smiled into his beard and continued, "I apologize for calling you together on short notice and in this oppressive weather. Let me see if I can relieve matters." He waved his hand. The windows darkened, and the room was cast into a relaxing shade, lit now by the gentle glow of a few ever-bright lanterns. A delicious coolness spread over them all, making each man present feel as if he had taken a sip from a long, cool drink. Deschamps continued, "A crisis has come upon us. You have heard of the event that occurred last night or early this morning. 3 of our faculty were slaughtered." He raised a hand to forestall questions, though none were forthcoming. The council sat as if frozen in their chairs. "I need not conceal from you the seriousness of the situation. Those that died were Maclarian, Thesbis, and Bloomforth." There was a tiny exclamation from someone, hastily suppressed, but still no one moved. The High Reeve looked around. "Obviously," he said, "this problem must be disposed of swiftly, and above all, discreetly. I welcome suggestions." "I take it, High Reeve Deschamps, that the watch has not been called in?" This came from Morbose, the junior member of the council, although his beard and hair were grey. "No, and they're not going to be," snapped Deschamps. "I'd sooner call in a member of the Corenburg Chronicle staff. This matter must be disposed of quietly. We cannot afford any official channel, however susceptible it may be to bribery. There is far too great a chance of word getting out." Robin's fingers twined in and out of one another faster than ever, but his voice, when he spoke, was cool. "This is not something ordinary, High Reeve Deschamps," he said. "This is murder. Surely it is a matter for the authorities." Deschamps turned toward him, adjusting his expression to one of calm deliberation. "My dear Robin, you do not realize the considerable embarrassment this event could cause the university. It is murder, but a murder committed in our halls. Need I tell you what the result would be if we were to make this public? And I assure you that calling in the watch would accomplish that end with remarkable speed." There was a short silence. Deschamps spoke again. "I can imagine how quickly students would be withdrawn from the university. After all, we are a sanctuary from all the unpleasantness and violence that pervades much of this city, are we not? We are a tower filled with scholars, devoted to the purity of learning. And now, what are we to say? That violence has broken into this anointed temple? That our classrooms are a place of slaughter, of bloodshed? That our students are no longer safe here?" There was another long silence. At last, Robin said, "I take your point, High Reeve Deschamps. Of course, we must be discreet in these matters." Deschamps smiled. He spread his hands out to the assembly at large. "I invite solutions, gentlemen." They considered for a long time. Finally, Gregovius spoke, after clearing his throat once or twice. "I believe there is a man, High Reeve, who might handle this matter for us. His price will be high." "No matter. If he can resolve this problem, I don't care about the price. Send for him." "Yes, High Reeve Deschamps," Gregorius murmured. He rose from his seat and started toward the door. 12 pairs of eyes stared balefully at his back. Each member of the council was silently calculating the precise degree to which this would raise Gregovius's favor in the eyes of the High Reeve, and the implications that had for their own positions. Almost as an afterthought, Deschamps called after him, "Gregovius!" "Yes, High Reeve Deschamps." "What is his name?" Ulther Whitson rubbed a hand across his forehead and sighed. Sunshine, usually an unexpected luxury this low in the city of towers, struggled through the grimy window and glared across the parchment in front of him. Today, amidst the heat, it was irritating. The window, which was flung wide open, brought into the room only the smell of rotting garbage. The chamber itself was small, with narrow windows that let in little light, even on the best of days. The walls were adorned with bright, some might call them garish, hangings, but the furnishings were simple: a narrow bed, a table and 2 chairs, and a chamber pot peeking coyly from beneath the bed frame. A bowl and basin stood atop a small wooden stand surmounted by a mirror. The only other object in the room was a battered wooden chest, corners crushed, with the letter W burned into one side. The wood of the chest looked scorched in places, as if it had passed through a fire. Whitson's hair was thin and brown, now showing generous helpings of gray at the temples. He was stocky but not stout, though it was easy to see that middle age was leading him in that direction. His eyes were the most extraordinary feature of his face, a dark brown that seemed to fill the entire eye when he was deeply interested in something. Apart from that, he was unmemorable, extraordinarily so, for even those who spoke with him had trouble afterward remembering his features. The only thing they could recall was that his left hand was stiff, white, cold, and moved in an oddly mechanized fashion. Apart from that, they were unable to provide any descriptive details. There was a knock on the door, and it opened without benefit of invitation from Whitson. A girl's face appeared, dark with lovely almond-shaped eyes. "Talaman, you're wanted." "By whom?" Whitson seemed in no hurry to rise. "Messenger, front door, asking for Whitson, wanting to take you somewhere." The girl was rapidly losing interest in the conversation. She moved across the room and primped in front of the mirror, adjusting the long earrings that dangled from her, brushing invisible dust from the flowing semi-transparent gown she wore. "I'm looking dreadfully old today. It's this terrible heat. No one can sleep. I got up early before dawn. That can't be good for me." Whitson's lip curled. "Not at all, Bismillia. But you're wrong. You're radiant this day and every day." She turned to him. "That's sweet. But don't think it'll get you anything. Thavish says nothing's free, not even to permanent guests." Whitson made a gesture of disappointment. "You plunge a dagger into my heart, Bismillia. My adoration of you must continue unrequited." She giggled. "Silly. Come, the messenger's waiting." "Thavish doesn't like anyone to wait too long without paying. He says it upsets the girls." She left, and Whitson followed. The messenger was sitting in the reception room of the establishment, legs pressed together, hands folded in front of him so hard his knuckles whitened. A light film of moisture covered his forehead. He was a weedy youth of 17 or so. A mustache struggled for expression on his upper lip. Desperately he tried to avoid staring at 3 scantily clad women sitting on a pile of cushions opposite him. Only too aware of their effect on the boy, the girls were wriggling and writhing to display their attractions to the best advantage. The room, warm beyond its wont, smelled of a combination of perfume, incense, and sweat. When Whitson entered, the girls gave a chorus of laughter, rose, and exited, hips swaying. "Well?" Whitson asked. The young man stood. "Message from High Reeve Deschamps of Morgrave University. You're to come at once." "Really? And how does the High Reeve come to know about me?" "Dunno." How did you find out where I live? Someone at the university gave me the address. Who? Don't remember. Where did you get it? Don't know. You're a student at the university. Yes. Well, with a consuming thirst for knowledge like that, I predict a brilliant future for you. Whitson gestured to the door. After you. Outside, the heat smote like a blow. A dog moped along the cobbled street, licked a paving stone searching for water, and disappeared into a crack between two buildings. It gave a mournful howl as it exited. The street itself was wide enough to permit a steady stream of foot traffic, most of whom had shed whatever clothes they could in the stifling heat. The young man looked about, and his nose wrinkled. Refuse lay in heaps on street corners, and its smell filled the air. On either side of the doorway, a pair of halflings called out to passer-by to entice them into the establishment. But most of those who dragged themselves along the street looked too exhausted to make the effort. A short distance from the door, a sky coach waited. The youth mounted it, followed by Whitson, and the young man gave a command to the driver. Neither he nor Whitson spoke during the trip. Instead, Whitson sat, chin propped up on his hand, watching the city's buildings flow beneath him, enjoying the breeze, which, though warm, did something to relieve the heat. The young man fidgeted until Whitson, turning, glared at him, after which he sank into a stupor, his mouth hanging open as he looked out the window. As they rose, the heat lessened, though almost imperceptibly. The driver, as much as was possible, stayed in the shadows of the tallest tower, only emerging into direct sunlight when there was no other way. At last, they settled to the ground near the great gates that led to Moorgrave. At the university entrance, they were met by a group of servants who led Whitson along a high-roofed marble hall to a room whose ceilings and walls were formed of alabaster shot through with gold. A long table of polished rosewood sat in the middle of the room, but all the chairs surrounding it were empty, save the high-backed seat at its head. The High Reeve watched Whitson as he entered, but did not speak. The servants closed the doors, leaving the two men alone. Whitson, completely at his ease, sauntered to the table and sat down. There was a short silence. "It's hotter farther down in the city," said Whitson. The High Reeve ignored the remark. "I have summoned you here, Master Whitson, to perform an important service on behalf of the university. You will be grateful for this opportunity to serve the university and your city." Whitson did not respond. After a moment or two, the High Reeve continued. "You have been recommended to me as a man of discretion. That is why I have decided to allow you to perform this service." "Generous of you." Whitson leaned forward. "What makes you think I'll say yes?" The High Reeve ignored the question. "After completing your commission, I will require you to be truth-spoken by our mages to ensure you have held nothing back from me, and have not spoken of these matters to any third party. The consequences of concealing information from me in any way would be most unpleasant." Whitson rose. "I can find my own way out, thanks." "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" The High Reeve's voice rose so high it almost broke. He half rose in his chair. Whitson said over his shoulder, "I'll send you a bill for my wasted time and the cost of a sky coach back home." The High Reeve lifted a hand. Bars slammed across the door and locks clicked. Whitson turned. "If you know anything about me," he said, his voice still pleasant and level, "you ought to know that this sort of thing doesn't work with me. Now unbar that door before I lose my temper." His right hand went inside his cloak. The cloak stirred, as if by the gesture of drawing a weapon or preparing a spell. The High Reeve hesitated a moment, then reversed his spell. "Sit down, Master Whitson," he said. "This is a business proposition. No need for hasty words or deeds. The heat has made me a bit short-tempered, I fear." Whitson slowly returned to the table but remained standing. "Well?" High Reeve Deschamps cleared his throat. "Last night an incident occurred here." "What sort of incident?" "A fatal one, for 3 professors. They were murdered." Whitson raised an eyebrow. "By whom?" "I don't know. That is why you're here. But I assure you it was an extremely brutal attack. We could barely identify them." There was a short silence, then Whitson said, "The middle of the night, you said. And they were all together? What were they doing? Surely that's a bit of an unusual time to be holding scholarly discussions." Deschamps nodded. "True. To the best of my knowledge, they were experimenting. Experimenting with something extremely dangerous and extremely secret." "What?" "That is none of your affair, Master Whitson, since it cannot possibly bear on what I wish you to do." Whitson shook his head. "I haven't asked yet," he said. "Who recommended me to you?" "One of my colleagues. Why? What does it matter?" "Which one?" "Professor Gregovius. Really, we are wasting time. Now, listen to me. You—" Whitson's voice rolled over the high chairs. "If this Gregovius knew very much about me, he ought to know something about how I work. I decide what is and isn't my business, and I don't like it when people keep information from me. So what was this experiment that these 3 were performing in the middle of a very hot night?" Deschamps sat silent for a few moments, then cleared his throat. "Very well. What I am about to tell you is highly confidential. If any word of it reaches the outside world, I assure you that I shall know about it, and you will regret having leaked it." Whitson's mouth turned up slightly. "I'll take that into consideration. Now go on. What was the experiment?" The High Reeve's voice dropped, and he leaned forward. "The 3 were endeavoring to recreate an important component from the day of mourning." "Doller!" Whitson shot back from him. "What for?" The High Reeve's voice recovered some of its previous arrogance. "That is no concern of yours, Master Whitson. All you need know is this experiment was, and is, highly confidential. No doubt, as I recall, experiments like that are expressly forbidden by the Treaty of Thronehold." The High Reeve ignored that. "We are employing you to dispose discreetly of the remains of the dead, and to determine the identity of the murderer." Whitson considered. "I don't quite understand that first point," he said at last. "Why not dispose of the remains in some ordinary way? Even assuming you want this thing kept as quiet as possible, that would be well within the abilities of the mages in this place." "It is not possible." "Why?" The High Reeve cleared his throat. "The experiment went horribly wrong," he said. "It somehow contaminated the room and those in it. The remnants of the 3 men have a magical, residue. I cannot put it better than that. It is exceedingly complicated to explain to a layman." "Never mind all that. What does it have to do with my question?" "Subjecting the remains to any sort of further magic, we believe, might have serious consequences. We will clean the room using no spells, the old-fashioned way, as it were. Soap, water, and scrubbing. Lots of scrubbing. But the remains of our professors cannot stay in the university, and we cannot remove them by means of magic. They must be physically taken out and disposed of." "And that's where I come in." "Yes," the High Reeve agreed. "As to the murderer," said Whitson, "I'm not an inquisitive. Why not call one in?" "Because, Master Whitson, I wish to confine the facts of this dreadful event to as few as possible, and because an inquisitive is far too likely to let slip to some other people what happened. I want this business to be disposed of quietly. I have been assured that you are a man who can do that." "Why?" The High Reeve lost some of his calm. "Because, Master Whitson, I don't care to see this institution ruined. You're no doubt aware of some of the rumblings in the city below. You may well know that certain subversive forces have called into question many of the institutions of the city. The last thing Sean needs at present is a scandal involving Moorgrave University. A scandal, I need hardly say, that would cause many of our students to be withdrawn from the school. That, in turn, might necessitate the departure of some of our professors, who could be expected to spread disloyal rumors. All in all, it is a situation we would prefer to avoid." "For what fee?" Deschamps did not bat an eye. 5,000. Whitson gave a snort of amusement. "I can see you're not a teacher of economics, or you might know something about supply and demand. 30. Absurd! That's the going rate for disposing of corpses and catching murderers." "Nonsense! I will pay 8. Whitson shrugged. "Very well. In this heat, I don't like arguing. 15. That's final." The High Reeve thought for a moment, then nodded. "Very well." He conjured a sheet of parchment from the air and scribbled on it. He slashed his signature across the bottom and passed it to Whitson, who examined it and tucked it away inside his vest. "Very well. Now I want to see the room and the bodies." Chapter 2. The youth who had summoned Whitson was waiting in the hallway outside the High Reeve's rooms. Whitson beckoned him. "Do you know what we were talking about in there?" More or less, Master. You're going to get rid of a problem for the university." Whitson gave a snort that might have been taken for derision or amusement. "Right. The room where these bodies were found. Where is it?" "This way." They passed along the corridor and down several staircases lined with portraits of ancient masters of the university, who frowned down upon them. Another turning stair led to a large chamber, lined with books and filled with tables at which students were busily studying. Whitson's guide lifted a finger to his lips as they passed through. The only sounds were the rustle of parchment leaves and the scratching of quills. Another passage led from this room. To their right, through a stone arch, they heard the soft droning of a lecture and the equally soft rustle of pen against parchment as students took notes. Moving ahead, they passed through a doorway and into a small hall from which another stone stair rose. After several twists and turns, it deposited them in a corridor lined with solid-looking wooden doors. A pair of nervous young men stood before one of them. Whitson's companion nodded to them, and they stood aside to let the pair enter the room. It was a large chamber with high, whitewashed walls. A pair of mullioned windows were shut against the unnatural heat. But even the spells that had been worked in the room could not close the sun's blazing rays as it illuminated every feature of the chamber, making it seem garish. The only furniture was a battered wooden table and a low bookcase stuffed to bursting with fat volumes. In the center of the room, on the floor, drawn in various colored chalks, was a large pentagram. Signs and symbols were scribbled at each of its 5 points. Several parchments on the table also showed pentagrams, as well as lists of symbols and incantations. All these details, however, were obscured by the horrid objects that lay scattered about the room, as if carelessly flung down. Sprawled across the center of the pentagram was the headless, armless body of a man. It wore a white robe, now stained brown with dried blood. Against the bookshelf lay the head, eyes staring in horror, mouth open in a silent scream. The air was heavy. Whitson sniffed it, wrinkling his nose. He looked up at the windows and his forehead creased. He looked at his companion, who was doing his best to avoid viewing too closely any of the room's contents. "Does it smell?" Whitson began. He stopped himself and resumed his investigation. The youth, who stood concentrating his gaze into the middle distance, asked, "Smell what, master?" "Nothing. Never mind for now." Whitson continued his leisurely tour of the room. He might have been an enthusiast admiring the chamber's architecture or decoration. Another body lay against the far wall, torn in half, the head and shoulders resting on the knees in a horrid parody of human anatomy. The top half of a third body was pinned against the opposite wall. It had been impaled on a spike that protruded from the plaster for some past purpose. Whitson gestured to this body. "Where are his legs?" The youth, pale but with a steady hand, pointed them out, lying separated from one another beneath the windows. Other body splashes on the floor showed the location of other missing body parts. Flies flitted over them, alighting now and again on the sticky surfaces. Whitson padded around the room slowly, eyeing the scene carefully. At one point he got down on the floor near a pool of blood and examined it so closely he almost seemed to be smelling it. He stepped to the windows and pushed against them. When they did not move, he undid the latch of one, opened it, and looked out, breathing the humid air, fetid with the rising smells of the city. Apparently satisfied, he pulled in his head and closed the casement. The young man, who had watched these maneuvers in silent interest, spoke. "Can I ask what you're searching for, master?" Whitson replied in a dreamy voice that seemed to be speaking as much to himself as to the youth. "The High Reeve can't or won't tell me anything about who did this. That means I have to figure out on my own from the traces he, or she, I suppose, left. That might tell me what I need to fight him, assuming, of course, I catch up with him. Over 6 feet tall, broad in proportion. There are some other curious indications as well, but I can't explain them yet." He stirred one of the corpse parts with his foot and observed with the admiration of a critic, "Nice knife work. I thought I knew everyone in Sharn who did this sort of thing, but none of them quite match these signs. Ah, well, there's a first time for everything." The youth stared. "You can tell all that without having seen the fellow?" Whitson looked at him for a moment and shook his head. "Whatever you're studying here," he murmured, "it's clearly not observation and deduction. Look, we've got the good fortune to have a murderer who tracks blood all over this room, leaving us clues to him." "Good fortune? You'd prefer he left no trace at all, leaving us clueless?" "Well, you, anyway. Be quiet and listen. There are footprints on the floor here and here that give us the length of his stride, from which we can make a fair guess at his height. The smears of blood on the wall up there are a bit puzzling. They're too far from the bodies to have been made by them, and anyway they're the wrong shape and size if the body parts had been flung against the wall. It's more likely the killer got blood on his weapon and struck it against the wall. However, the cuts were made by a rather short-bladed knife, so I don't see how." His voice trailed off as he continued to pace around the chamber. He bent and picked up something from the floor and grunted as he straightened up. He held it out to his companion. "Tip of the knife. One of the knives, anyhow. He probably carried more than one." He examined the fragment more closely. "Curious. I don't remember ever seeing—" Again his voice faded, and his face remained drawn in concentration. "The more important question is, where did he go? Not out the window, since there are no marks, and there's a 50-foot drop to the ground. Not by way of the door. He would have left blood all along the corridor. Anyway, there was too great a risk of someone seeing him. There are no secret ways out of this room. I checked the walls and floor for that. Therefore, He paused. Therefore? The young man prompted. Whitson struck a hand against the wall. A resounding boom echoed through the room, and the youth leaped in fright. Therefore, Whitson snarled, therefore I don't know. And I don't like not knowing. It makes me nervous. The student's shoulders slumped. So whoever he was, he's gone. Possibly. Whitson's eyes still traveled about the chamber. Time will tell. Why do you suppose he did it? The young man asked. It was getting a bit easier for him to contemplate the scene. He turned to Whitson and for the first time looked him directly in the eye. Why come into the university, where, as you say, he could have been seen by anyone, and murder 3 professors who were in the middle of an experiment? In the middle of the night, Whitson said, and in some secrecy, and concerning something they weren't supposed to be doing. And no, he raised his hand. Don't suppose for a moment I'm going to tell you anything more about it. But I'm satisfied in my own mind. I know what these murders were related to. The youth nodded thoughtfully and made no further inquiry. After a short silence, he said, It's a terrible shame. I didn't know Professor MacClorian or Professor Bloomforth, but Thespis was well liked by the students, some of them anyway. Really? Whitson's voice sounded bored. He was continuing to examine the walls, particularly the area around where the torso had been impaled. Yes, he wasn't like a lot of the teachers here. He took more of an interest in the city. He'd been talking to us about some of the events after the end of the war, and why people in the city were getting angry. Said he could understand it, and that he'd be angry too. He even went into the city sometimes and talked to people, so he really knew what they thought. Whitson snorted. Dangerous talk. The high houses don't care to discuss such matters. Your Thespis was lucky he was murdered. A little more time and he would have wound up in the tender hands of the watch. He straightened from where he'd been bending to look at something on the floor. His demeanor was decisive. In any case, I have work to do. I need mops, buckets, sponges, and 2 large barrels. He looked at the youth, who stood gawking at this sudden change of tone. What's your name? Albus? Now, Albus! The student vanished through the door. By the time Albus returned, Whitson had collected the body parts into a single pile in the middle of the room. He showed no squeamishness about handling them, giving forth the air of a man well used to such things. Another student with broad shoulders and a shock of very red hair accompanied Albus. This is Elbron, Albus said. Whitson showed not the slightest interest. Both students were weighed down with cleaning supplies. Albus had found 2 very large barrels, wood with tarnished copper hoops, which the 2 young men rolled before them, struggling not to tip over the handles of the mops and brooms they carried. Under Whitson's direction they set about scrubbing the floors and walls, mopping away the dried blood that had crusted over the flagstones. It took some time, and both young men were sweating and nearly fainting from the heat and stench of the room by the time they finished. Whitson, meanwhile, placed the body parts he had gathered in the barrels. 1 leg would not fit, and Whitson, taking a knife from his belt, cut it in half and stuffed the 2 parts into the container. Albus gave a horrified exclamation and ran into Whitson's stare. What's the matter? Do you think he minds? The young man went back to his cleaning without reply. After these tasks were completed, Whitson sealed the barrels with a hammer and nails the youths had supplied. He inspected the work performed by Albus and Elbron, pointing out several spots they had missed. When these had been addressed, he leaned against one of the barrels, thinking. What is the best way out of here that won't be seen by many people? He asked. Albus and Elbron exchanged glances. "There's a gate that opens onto the fairway from the lower part of the university," Albus said. "Nobody uses it much, though, because that part of the fairway can be dangerous, especially after dark." "Perfect," Whitson considered. "Now, the only real issue is how to get the barrels down there, without a lot of busybodies wondering what they are." Elbron cleared his throat and spoke for the first time. His accent marked him out as coming from the Lazar Principalities, far to the north and east of Brayland. "Could you not just magic them to wherever you're going?" he asked. "Ordinarily, yes, but your High Reeve has given specific instructions that the results of this little disaster are not to be moved or tampered with in any way by magic. And I respect my client's wishes, however stupid and pointless. Besides, I don't like using magic for personal reasons." His gaze rested for a moment on his left hand. "No, we'll have to find another way." He tapped a finger against his lip. "I presume the best way to this back entrance leads through the cellars?" Albus nodded and started to speak, but Whitson continued over him. "Good. If anyone asks, we're taking a new consignment of wine down there." Elbron spoke again. "Would not such a thing, Master Whitson, be done by workmen and not by—" "Students? Perfectly right." Whitson looked at the two young men and cocked his head to one side. "Take off your robes." "What?" "Come now, take them off, and make it quick. We don't have all day." Albus and Elbron doffed the robes that marked them as students, leaving them in their undergarments. "Not too bad. A bit skinny." Whitson gripped Albus's bicep and winced. "Doler. Didn't you ever do any work? Well, never mind. Wait here." He took a bucket and the robes and vanished through the door, locking it on the other side. The two young men looked at one another. Despite the stifling heat in the room, Elbron shivered and rubbed his bare flesh. "How did we get into this?" he asked plaintively. Whitson returned less than a half-hour later. "Right," he said. "You can put them back on." The robes he returned were so torn and muddied it was impossible to recognize them any longer as badges of scholarship. The students clothed themselves, crinkling their noses at the earthy smells that filled the room. In the heat, they were almost unbearable. "These stink," Albus declared. "Good," Whitson returned cheerily. "Less chance of anyone smelling what's in the barrels. All done? Good. Ready?" Without waiting for an answer, he emptied half the bucket over Albus's head and dumped the remainder on Elbron. Both gagged, sputtered, and gasped with indignation. "What in the name of the host? Oh! Gah!" Whitson tossed the bucket into a corner. The two filthy scarecrows who now stood before him could on no account be mistaken for students. "Excellent. Let's go." Creaking and groaning, the heavy barrels rolled down the narrow stone-paved passageway that led to the lower levels of the university complex. Down here, the cooling spells used in the rest of the establishment did not extend, and the heat was maddening. Albus and Elbron creaked and groaned themselves as they handled the barrels with arms unused to labor. Their faces dripped with sweat until each was sure he had no more liquid left in him. Their robes were soaked with perspiration and clung to their scrawny bodies. At a junction with another passage, a guard in sable and crimson halted them. "Here, where you going with them barrels?" Whitson, who had been walking behind the two straining youths at his leisure, smiled pleasantly. "Good afternoon, master. We're on our way to the cellars with a shipment of Ondarian wine." The guard backed away from the party. "Don't smell like wine," he growled. "Smells like—" "Ah, well, I'm sure you know the saying. The fouler the smell, the sweeter the grape. These two fine lads have come from a hard day of manuring the fields. No time for a wash, I'm afraid." The guard eyed them carefully. "Got papers?" "Of course. Show 'em your papers, lads." Two filthy faces looked at him in uncomprehending panic. Albus lifted his robe and began to fumble beneath it. Elbron followed suit. The guard caught another whiff of them and shook his head in a vain attempt to clear it. "Nay, be off! I've no time for talking to the likes of you." Whitson lifted his hand in an informal salute, and the three passed down the corridor. A few other official-looking people stared at them cautiously but turned away from the smell. They met no one else, and at length the corridor, which grew narrower until the barrels could scarcely pass along it, ended in a door, barred with steel. Whitson, now leading the way, unbarred and opened it, looked through the crack, and nodded to his companions. Swiftly they rolled the barrels through it and out into a narrow alley. Whitson pushed the door shut and nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Come along." Emerging from the alley, they found themselves on the fairway, one of the streets that wound their twisting way through this part of the City of Towers. Along its journey, the fairway spawned many smaller streets and crossed many bridges, but it remained at the center of them all, a great artery through which the lifeblood of this part of Sharn flowed. Crowds filled its breadth. In the street, two great streams of traffic passed, one ascending, the other descending. Sky coaches jostled against carts and wagons packed with goods. Alongside them, males and females of almost every race to be found in Eberron struggled to make their way on their various errands. Half-orcs, hulking and menacing, towered over gnomes, who scurried along, seemingly impervious to the heat. A few slender Kalistar tried to avoid being jostled by a group of richly clad dwarves who stalked along the street in deep conversation with one another, shoving aside all who impeded their progress. A trio of brightly clad halflings trotted over the paving stones, quick eyes watching others in the crowd, hands twitching at the opportunity to lift a stray purse. Streams poured in and out from intersecting streets. Vendors shouted their raucous chants from stands, selling every good imaginable. Circles of passer-by gathered around jugglers, bards, and other entertainers who performed for the few coins tossed in a hat. Whitson waved his right hand over the two barrels, which rose several feet from the ground. Albus and Elbron, with some difficulty, maneuvered them behind him and joined the people and goods going farther down into the city. The size of the barrels made them awkward, and both youths were soon aching from bruises and banged fingers. Whitson ignored their complaints and led the way downward. They had descended a few levels of the city when Whitson motioned them to one side. Here, though the heat was no less stifling, the crowds were less dense, and the sides of the fairway were lined with shop signs. "Wait here." Whitson vanished into one of the shops. Albus and Elbron leaned against the wall and tried to guess which hurt more, their hands or their feet. Their companion emerged, stuffing something into his jerkin. He looked satisfied. "Very well then, you two." They took up the journey again. This time it was farther, and Albus was about to say he couldn't walk another step when Whitson turned in at a large archway. Porters with sweat and dirt wringing their clothing passed in and out of the archway, hauling boxes and barrels. Many were far larger than those Albus and Elbron pushed, and the experienced workmen handled their burdens with careless ease. "Look out, idiot!" yelled one boy who could not have been more than 16. He bore a great casket on his shoulder, his cheek pressed against it, as he shoved his way past the group and disappeared into the dark interior. Directed by Whitson, the youths brought the barrels into a long line passing through iron grates into the bowels of the building. Two dwarves stood on either side of the gate inspecting goods as they passed through. "Papers?" Whitson handed the dwarves some sheets of parchment he took from inside of his clothing. Albus caught a glimpse of an official-looking seal dangling from a ribbon attached to one of the parchments. The dwarf gave the documents a cursory glance and returned them. "Next." They passed through the gates and found themselves in a large room pierced by many broad doors. Whitson led them to one. A sour-looking dwarf stood at the door. "Papers." Again, Whitson handed over the documents. The dwarf perused them. "Right. 2 barrels of wine for shipment to—" He flipped a page. "Fairhaven. Should take about 4 weeks or so. Barring pirates." He shot a look at Whitson from beneath bushy eyebrows. "Valuable, is it, this wine?" "Quite." Whitson's tone was pleasant. "Very unfortunate if something were to happen to it. I should like it to be extra secure." He handed a small leather bag to the dwarf, who tucked it away. "It'll be done, never fear. Your wine will arrive safely." He nodded to Whitson. "Now get your stinking carriers away from here before they drive away customers." Even as Whitson and the 2 students left, the dwarf was examining another set of documents. Behind him, in the darkness, 2 large half-orcs pushed the barrels against others and began to rope them together. "What happens when they get to Fairhaven?" Albus asked. "Oh, I shouldn't think they would." Whitson led the way back toward the fairway. "Our dwarf friend back there will make sure they're lost during the voyage. It's a convenient way of disposing of unwanted objects, or people." "People?" Elbron was horrified. "You mean that dwarf would murder someone for a price?" Whitson paused, hand upraised in the act of hailing a sky coach, and turned to stare at the student. "What sort of things are they teaching you up there?" he half murmured to himself. A sky coach stopped, floating 3 feet off the cobbles. Whitson gestured. "Get in. Time to return to civilization. Your version of it, at least." Albus and Elbron clambered into the coach, both facing forward. Whitson slipped behind them and in a swift motion pressed the fingers of his right hand against Albus's head as he murmured an arcane word. The student slumped forward in his seats. "Hey!" Elbron protested. Whitson's fingers brushed his forehead and he, too, collapsed. The coach driver, who seemed used to this sort of thing, looked at Whitson. "Where to?" "Moorgrave University." Whitson eased his bulk past the students and out of the coach. "They should be awake when they get there, but with no memory of where they've been. You'll oblige me by telling them you collected them from a tavern. Here." From somewhere in his shirt he produced a silver flask and poured most of its contents over the sleeping youths. He offered it to the driver, who took a quick pull and handed it back. Whitson handed him some coins. The driver gave a toothless grin. "Never seen you in my life," he said. The coach rejoined the stream of traffic along the fairway and disappeared. Chapter 3. Whitson looked about him with an expression of quiet satisfaction. Some distance above him, on the left side of the sloping street, a wooden sign swung, its creaking drowned out by the ceaseless roar of the street. Its legend proclaimed it the Griffin's Eye. Whitson set his steps toward it. The inside of the tavern was dark, loud, and noisome. Whitson made his order known to the master of the house, shouting several times in order to be heard about the clamor. The man, unshaven and with thick brown hair matted on either side of a scarred face, shoved a mug of ale at him. Whitson tossed a coin on the battered counter and sauntered out the door to drink in the street. Several others were lounging around the entrance to the Griffin's Eye. A pair of surly-looking humans were trading remarks they alone could hear. The taller one was flipping a knife over and over and catching it by the blade. Judging from the scars on his fingers, he played this game for some time before getting good at it. In between attempts, he stared out at the swirling masses who floated by on a wave of heat, sweat, and sound. Whitson stationed himself away from the pair and sipped his ale, grimacing slightly at the taste. He let the scene wash over him, making no attempt to pick out particular sounds or sights. His face relaxed and lost the tense, alert expression that usually pervaded it. After a time, he drained the mug and set it down with several companions on the sill of one of the narrow windows that looked into the inn's interior. He was on the point of raising a hand to hail another vehicle when a loud, booming voice drew his attention. Magically amplified, the voice resounded from the stones and rose even above the continuous roar of sound that surrounded the street. "Brothers!" The echoes bounded back and forth. "Brothers!" Passerby stopped, seeking its source. Whitson's quick eyes spotted the speaker almost immediately. He was a tall, thin young man with a face deeply pitted and scarred, with a shock of bright red hair. It stood straight up, as if in moments of great emotion he had the habit of running his fingers through it. His clothes were dirty, as if they had been repeatedly slept in, and around his neck was a brightly yellow cloth, which in contrast to the rest of his attire seemed clean. "Brothers!" he repeated a third time to the crowd that was gathering around him. "For all of us are brothers. We sweat, and we strain, and we struggle as brothers. In the war we fought and bled and died as brothers." "And sisters!" someone shouted from the edge of the crowd. Some laughed, while others applauded. The speaker acknowledged the interruption with a nod and continued. "We died for what? I ask you, for what? Was it for freedom? No. For wealth? No. For happiness? No." His voice rose a notch. "We did so the parasites and oppressors up there in the dragon-marked houses, up there in the high houses of this wretched city, could continue to rule us. That's what this war was about. Not some silly treaties no one even remembers. They were fighting about who would sit on the throne to oppress us. We were asked to fight and die, to exchange one set of masters for another. The war was never about anything that might better our lives. It was an argument between thieves about which ones would steal more from us." The applause and the crowd grew. Whitson, leaning against the wall of the inn, watched without expression. "This is the time! This is the time, my friends, to fight back. Now, when our oppressors are weakened, now we must strike a blow for freedom. In the name of the Order of the Golden Horn, I promise you. I promise that the Golden Horn is the horn of justice. I promise you it is the horn of freedom. I promise you it is sounding the future of Shorn." A roar of applause came from the ragged populace. A few well-dressed people hooted and catcalled. The noise suddenly stopped, as the attention of the crowd moved away from the speaker. Traffic along the broad street halted. Across the upper street, a line of uniformed watchmen was drawn up. Whitson looked down the fairway. Another line of watch blocked that way as well. The watch in this part of Sharn appeared to be staffed mostly by war veterans and half-orcs, hulking brutes whose tusks gleamed dirty yellow in the lantern light. They were armed with wooden sticks whose tips were shod with iron. Behind the line, but still visible, were several men whose robes proclaimed them to be mages. One man, the captain, by the looks of things, stood a little ahead of the line across the upper part of the street. "Everyone," he called, "break it up. Go about her business." Some in the crowd looked about, seeking an exit. Others, whose voices had been loudest in applause for the orator, bent and sought to pull cobblestones from the street to use as missiles. A few of the better dressed raised their hands, preparing to cast spells. "Come now," the captain's voice was stern, a farther rebuking, erring children. "Get along, the lot of you. No need for trouble. All except for you." He pointed to the speaker. "You come along with us." Two of the watch at his signal started for the speaker. A stone came from the middle of the crowd and soared lazily toward them. One of the robed mages snapped a word. The stone burst in a hail of sharp-edged fragments. Shouts and screams came from those in the crowd who had been struck, and a cloud of stones and other missiles followed the first one. The captain shouted commands. Both lines of watchmen moved forward, slapping their truncheons against their calloused palms. Some of the missiles aimed at them burst under the mage's defense. Others struck home, and Whitson saw 2 watchmen fall. The battle was joined. Shrieks and curses shouted words of arcane power, and the thwack of truncheon striking flesh filled the air. Most of the crowd surged this way and that, seeking the fastest way away from the fighting. Whitson was no exception. At the first sign of an imminent charge by the watch, he had moved from the inn along the street, looking for a doorway or alley that might lead to safety. He was halted by the press of the crowd. He looked back. Several folk who had been part of the crowd cheering the speaker moved toward the inn door, prepared to duck inside away from trouble. As they neared the entrance, 2 humans who flanked it straightened. The taller one's arm went up, holding a truncheon, and swept down. There was an audible crack, and the man nearest him sprawled on the pavement, blood running from his head. The assailant cast aside his cloak, revealing a watch uniform. His companion, similarly attired, stepped forward. The 2 drove the swirling crowd before them, back against the blows and spells of their fellows. A few steps away, Whitson found himself pressed against a shop window, caught in a crush of shouting men fleeing the truncheons. His face pressed against the sweaty armpit of a giant of a man, a blacksmith by the look of him, who struggled against the men in front of him. Whitson was suddenly aware that his feet were no longer touching the pavement. There was a crackling of wood and shattering of glass. The shop window behind him split apart, and Whitson and his neighbors fell through it. Ragged glass inflicted deep cuts on some, and one youth, screaming in a high-pitched voice, clutched at his neck, from which blood spurted in an arc, spattering those around him. He staggered and fell, as others trampled his body in an effort to get away from the relentless truncheons. Bodies sprawled on top of Whitson. He struggled for breath, shouting in a voice that grew weaker as the air was crushed from his lungs. Blackness filled his vision, and his mind knew nothing more. "Hey!" A hand slapped his cheek, not gently. "Hey, wake up!" Whitson tried to reach up to block the next blow and realized he could not move his hands. His head jerked painfully as he was struck again. A damp, foul-smelling sponge passed over his face. 2 hands took him by the shoulders and shook him violently. "Wake up, curse you, scum!" No need to shout. Whitson had difficulty opening his eyes. The left one felt swollen shut. Through a haze of pain and nausea, he looked around. The walls were bare plaster and painted a dirty pale yellow. Several unpleasant stains spread across them. There were no windows. Light came from an ever-bright lantern. In one corner, a spider had tried to spin a web and had given it up as a bad joke. Whitson was tied to a chair. Facing him across the table was an elf in the uniform of the watch. A Warforged stood next to him. His had been the blows that forced Whitson awake. The elf spoke for the first time. "Name?" He said it without intonation, as if the answer held absolutely no interest for him. "Where am I?" "Name." "Is this the watch house? Because if it is, there's been a mistake. The Warforged stepped forward and gave Whitson a slap across the mouth, then resumed his stance of cold watchfulness. "Name," the elf repeated. Whitson shook his head to clear the ringing in his ears. "Porlas." "Papers?" "In my left pocket, unless you boys took them already." The Warforged reached a massive metal hand with 3 fingers into Whitson's jacket pocket, jerked out a thin set of parchments, and tossed them to the elf. The latter scanned their contents, nodded, and rose. "Well, "What about it?" Whitson asked. The elf went out, taking the parchments with him. The Warforged cut Whitson's bonds. Then he too left the room, locking the door behind him. Whitson took a turn or two around the room, rubbing his wrists to restore the circulation in his hands. He listened at the door, but could hear nothing. Time passed. He paced around the room, counting his steps until he reached 2,000. The door opened to admit the Warforged and a human clad in a watch uniform. The man sat on one side of the table and put parchment and a quill and inkwell in front of him. "Name." "Porlas, same as it was before." The man made a note. He showed as little interest as the elf. "Residence?" "Halifath House, Upper Memphis." "Occupation?" "I'm a new professor at Moorgrave." The man made another note, nodded to the Warforged, and went out. Another interval. The Warforged stood motionless. Whitson paced, getting to 3,000 steps before quitting and resuming his seat. At last the door opened again, and a man entered, this time with a captain's insignia on his uniform. Whitson rose, balancing his weight on the balls of his feet, eyeing the newcomer carefully. The captain nodded to the Warforged, who creaked out of the room, shutting the door behind him. The man sat down at the table and set some papers before him. He looked up. "Sit, Master Whitson." Whitson hesitated a moment, then sat. "You are—" he asked. "Captain Bolivan, 143rd Company, 4th District. What are you doing down here?" "Sightseeing." Bolivan stared at him without saying anything. "Since you know who I am," Whitson continued after a silence, "you know I didn't have anything to do with that riot." "No," Bolivan agreed. "You didn't. Some of the boys got a little over-enthusiastic and started hauling in anyone they could get their hands on. Most of them have been released. But you're a bit more interesting than most." "Why is that?" "Give us a bit of credit, Whitson. Even down here we hear things about what goes on in the world upstairs. You're not exactly unknown." Whitson shrugged. "I'm just an independent businessman making my way. If you know that much about me, you'll know that I've been arrested before, but never tried or convicted of anything. True? But you're down here now, and that's causing me some concern, particularly when you show up in the middle of a gang of troublemakers causing a riot." "A riot? I didn't see any riot before your fellows showed up and began tossing spells and truncheons left and right." Bolivan tilted his chair back from the table so that it rested perilously on two legs. "Don't be silly, Whitson. You must not have seen the whole thing clearly. A gang of agitators, part of the notorious Order of the Golden Horn, was rioting, causing mayhem and destruction. At the request of local merchants who feared for their safety and that of their customers, the Watch intervened, and by swift and courageous actions, as well as admirably little bloodshed, dispersed the rioters and arrested the ringleaders. I should think we'll get a couple of medals for this, even though it didn't happen that way." "Who's to say it didn't? You? You were mistaken. The others who were there? Who's going to believe them? By this afternoon, the story I just told you will be all over the city. Everyone's going to believe it, and that makes it true." Whitson's mouth quirked. "Whatever you say. In any case, I had nothing to do with it, and I don't care 2 coppers what you do to those people. Just leave me free to go about my business." "What is your business down here?" Whitson shook his head. "If I went around telling the Watch things like that, I wouldn't have any business." The captain shrugged. "Would that be such a bad thing? I mean, for me?" "It might be." Whitson leaned back in his chair. "To put things before us fairly, Bolivan, You know as well as I do that the watch allows me to operate my business without much interference. And why? Because I take care of things you people don't want to. I handle problems for the houses and the families up above that are too dirty even for the watch. If you make trouble for me, there are a lot of people up there," he gestured upward, "who are going to make trouble for you. Why bother with that?" Bolivan looked thoughtfully at him, then brought his chair down with a crash. He scribbled some words on a slip of parchment and passed it over the table to Whitson. "Very well. I'm probably making a mistake, but just do me one favor." "What's that?" "Get out of this district as fast as your legs can carry you." The air outside the watch house was damp with rain. In an ordinary summer, a shower might have given welcome relief from the heat. But today's rainfall had merely increased the misery of the folk of Sharn, drenching without cooling. Little tendrils of fog crept along the cobbles and pried at doors and windows. The air felt slimy, as if the rain had been dredged from the bottom of the city's sewers. To Whitson's ears came the dull roar of the fairway, and he made his way toward it. "Excuse me." Whitson glanced to one side at the female form surmounted with dark curls and walked on, wiping the damp from his neck. "Excuse me, hey you!" This time Whitson half-turned as he kept walking. "Sorry, darling. I don't have the time or money to do you justice." He took another few steps. Something struck him in the center of his back. He spun around. The girl had another stone in her upraised hand ready to throw. Her face was red with fury. "You bastard!" she shouted. "I'm not a streetwalker." "What are you, then?" he asked. "A chronicler." Whitson burst out laughing. "What in the name of the Dark Six is so barking funny?" she demanded. "I'm a chronicler for the Corenburg Chronicle, and I want to ask you some questions. Don't you dare walk away from me." Whitson looked her up and down, a slow, appraising stare. She blushed. "Questions about what?" "You were arrested when the watch broke up that meeting?" Whitson said nothing, and she pouted. "Oh, I know you were. There's no big secret about it. How did they treat you? Were you beaten? Tortured? You can tell me. It'll be in the strictest confidence." Whitson looked around. A few doors down the street, a sign with two crudely drawn claws showed the location of the Crab's Pinchers. He took the woman by the arm and led her through the door. She went eagerly. He said nothing until they were seated by the window, and a large waiter with unshaven jowls and a tattoo on his neck had plotted down a bottle and two greasy glasses between them. Then he asked, "What's your name?" "Ariana Sternbark." She offered him her hand, but he ignored it. He poured out a glass and downed it in a gulp, then poured another and stared at it. "What's your name?" "Porlas." "Last name, right?" She was scribbling on a sheaf of crumpled paper. "P-O-R-L-A-S?" "Two L's, darling." She glared at him. "I'm not your darling, or anybody else's." "Pity." "Why were you at the meeting?" she asked. "Are you against the oppression of the people? Do you belong to any of the rebellion's groups? To the Golden Horn?" She poured herself a drink, lifted it to her nose, and almost dropped it. She gagged. "Flame? What's in this stuff?" "It's called Dolgren's blood. An innkeeper I know uses it to clean drains when they get clogged." Whitson drank deeply again. "Look," he said, "why are you asking all these questions?" She closed her eyes and took a very small sip from the glass. Whitson waited patiently until she stopped coughing. "I'm investigating corruption in the watch," she managed to gasp. Whitson hooted. "Don't tell me the Chronicle's that hard up for news." She shook her head. "It's because I'm new. I think they're testing me, trying to find out if I have what it takes to be a chronicler. But now, with the Watch attacking these street rallies throughout the city, I've got a different angle on the story. One I can really go with. I just need something about how the Watch treats the people it holes in. So how about it? Whitson shook his head. Sorry, I was just an innocent bystander. Anyhow, I have enough problems without giving the Watch more reasons to dislike me. More reasons? She snatched the word like a hungry kitten. He stood, shook his head, and moved swiftly to the door of the tavern. She rose, shoving back her chair. Half a moment. A large form blocked her way. That'll be 3 crowns for the drinks, the waiter informed her. 3 crowns? What I said. She looked at the door. Whitson's form was just vanishing through it. Flame! As Whitson mounted the steps of the building in which he had his bed, Bismillah tapped him on the shoulder. The old man wants to see you. Now? Whitson sighed. Can it wait? No. She led the way to a richly appointed room dominated by a large oak table. At the head of the table, dwarfed by its size, sat a halfling on a high stool. His thick, curling black hair flowed down his cheeks. Very cold black eyes watched Whitson enter. He waved a long-fingered hand at Bismillah in dismissal. "You've been gone a while," he growled. Whitson sat and made no response. The halfling glared at him. "Hear you've been mixed up with the Watch down below." "Not my fault," Whitson stretched. "Really, Thavish, not everything I do is designed to annoy you. It just turns out that way." Thavish ignored the sally. "Got a job for you," he said. "Thanks, but no. I've already got a commission." "Don't care. You want to keep staying here? You do what I tell you." Whitson sighed again. "Landlords. The same, no matter where you go." "Very well. What's the job?" "Want a customer rolled? I don't do snarks, mind. That's your department." "Don't talk like that." The halfling gave an involuntary glance over his shoulder. He tapped his long fingers on the table, cleared his throat, and seemed to have some difficulty coming to the point. At last he said, "Last night, the heads did a job in Valia Towers." "Really? You're moving down in the world, Thavish. I thought the heads only snarked buildings that were in the upper city. You can't expect much of a profit margin working farther down. We've discussed this before. You—" "Shut it!" The halfling slammed a hand on the table. "You know the place?" "Lower Central Plateau, middle-class sort of area. Lots of families that have easy locks on their doors. Not much of a challenge for your boys. Easy pickings for the copperheads, but I think you're probably bumping into someone else's territory. Don't tell me you had any trouble." Thavish grunted. "Trouble enough. All 4 of 'em ripped." "Well, what did I just tell you? You snarked in someone else's patch. Your boys ran into other scugs and got ripped. Hardly something you need my services for. Or else some brave householder decided to put up a fight. But again, I don't see why you need involve me in this nonsense." "The 6 take you. You talk too much." The halfling's hands worked furiously together. "Not the owners," he said. "They was killed too. Whole lot of 'em." "So, some other skunks. Whose patch is that?" "Crab's, but it weren't them. I got a message from Shoepath telling me so." "And you believe him?" "'Bout this I do." "Why in the name of Flame were you messing around down there to begin with?" Thavish seemed embarrassed. "Special commission." "For—" When the halfling didn't answer, Whitson sighed and said, "Come now, Thavish. You know how I work. I need to know these things. Who asked you to snark a flip that far down in the city? And what were you looking for?" "We had a visitor. From House Deneath." "And?" "These people in Valia Towers had something that belonged to the house. He commissioned us to get it back." "Get what back?" Thavish took a parchment from a drawer and pushed it across the desk. Whitson looked at the drawing on it, pursed his lips, and whistled. "Well, you don't see many of these around these days. I'm surprised Deneath didn't come to me to recover it." "They don't like you." Thavish seemed to enjoy bringing this out. "They won't work with you no more after the last time." "But they'll work with the heads?" Whitson sneered. "Their standards are coming down. So now you still don't have this," he touched the parchment, "to give them. And you've lost 4 men." "Aye. Interesting." Whitson tapped his fingers, right hand against the left. "How were they ripped?" "Cut to pieces. Could only find bits of 'em. That's how come I know it weren't crabs." Whitson's fingers stopped tapping. He leaned forward. "When did this happen?" "I told the boys to go in after midnight, so sometime after then." Thavish hopped off his stool and paced. "I want it stopped. Nobody rips a copperhead talisman. Nobody. Find out who did this and drop a mountain on 'em." Chapter 4. Despite Thavish's impatience and irritation, or perhaps because of it, Whitson insisted on having a meal, a wash, and a short nap before setting off for the site of the murderers. The establishment's kitchen, accustomed to catering at odd hours and to odd tastes, supplied him with eggs, sausage, bread, and a thick slice of melon coated with honey. Having consumed these and cleaned himself, Whitson slept, and then, after another short consultation with Thavish to determine the names of the burglars who had been killed, he began the journey to Valia Towers. The sun was overhead, and savage shafts of light, plunging down through the passages of the city, spread themselves on the cobblestones and boiled the puddles of water pooling from the endless streams that dripped from on high, causing clouds of steam to rise and waver in the heated air. In a few windows, pet ferrets draped themselves lazily across the sills, closed their eyes, and slept. Children, seemingly the only ones in the city unaffected by the heat, ran in the street, dodging carts with shrieks of laughter and tossing wooden hoops back and forth. Their mothers sagged in the doorways, fanning themselves vigorously while keeping an indulgent eye on their offspring. Valia Towers was not a long walk down from Firelight, but Whitson had time to think. He paid no attention to the sights and smells around him. His face was drawn in concentration. At length he came to a broad square, lined on 3 sides with shops. The 4th was occupied by a tavern, whose tables spilled out of doors onto the pavement. A small assortment of the district's residents were scattered among the tables. Some were writing with quills on large rolls of parchment, while others sipped drinks, smoked pipes, and stared vaguely at the passer-by. Others sat huddled in groups and spoke together in low voices, drowned out by the tinkling water of a fountain that occupied the middle of the square. The water rushed around a basin and fell into a small drain at the bottom. The areas of the basin not touched by the water were dry with dust. Whitson took a seat at one of the outlying tables. When the waiter brought his order, a small cake and a mug of ale, he lit a pipe and offered a plug of tobacco to the waiter, who accepted it with appreciation. "Thank you, master. Very good stuff, if I may say so. Where does it come from?" "Thrain. You couldn't get it during the war. It's only just making its way into Brayland." "That's so, master. Well, very good it is." Whitson looked about. "Quiet place here." The waiter chuckled. "Ah, well, master, you're here at the wrong time is all. At night folk crowd in here and we get fellows up on the table giving speeches." "Really? About what?" "What about? Why, about the—" The waiter's eyes slid sideways and circled the square. Then his lids came down, half-hooding them. "I couldn't rightly say, master. No time to listen, you see." Whitson nodded without much apparent interest. "What about the Towers area?" he asked. "I hear you had a bit of excitement the other night." "Oh, aye, master. Terrible, terrible." The waiter's face resumed its cheerful cast. "Awful, I hear. Blood all over the walls, they say, and not a part bigger than your hand." Whitson nodded, puffing on his pipe. "Who was killed?" "I heard it was just some scugs who were snarking the house." "No, not just them." The waiter looked sorrowful. "Master Caithless and his wife, they were killed as well." "Really? Hadn't heard that." Whitson shook his head with patent disinterest. "Terrible, terrible. Were they well liked around here?" "Oh, aye, master, well liked. Always very liberal in their generosity were Master Caithless and his mistress." The waiter licked his lips, and his face assumed a vulpine expression. "Fine folk, and they'll be missed. No doubt of it. As to the Scugs, well, they got what they deserved." "Have they caught the ones who did it?" "No, master. But word in the neighbourhood were that it were other Scugs that were robbing the house, and caught them other Scugs. So there were a fight, and Master and Mistress Caithless got caught in the middle." He sighed. "Very sad." "Very," Whitson agreed. "So no sign of the other Scugs?" "No, no sign of him yet. Watch is all over asking questions, though." The waiter shook his head. "Sad to see that. Master Caithless weren't none too popular with the watch, so I'm thinking maybe they won't be in such a hurry to catch anyone for his ripping." "Really?" Whitson's body slid even deeper into boredom. "Well, I don't suppose most people down these parts care for the watch. Nothing unusual about that." He looked out across the square, as if offering the waiter a chance to leave. "No, but this were different, master," the waiter said. "Master Caithless, he stopped the watch from interfering with people, and he told 'em not to come around bothering honest folk. Heard 'em do that many a time." Whitson propped his chin on his hand. "Maybe he was a member of the Golden Horn." "Oh, no, master," the waiter protested. "He and mistress were loyal to Sharn. Never would join something like those filthy horn plotters. No, they were—" "I don't suppose you saw or heard anything," Whitson said. When the waiter began to speak, he lifted a hand. "No, better keep it to yourself. I don't want to know anything dangerous." "Not dangerous, master," the other said eagerly. "It were just a bit strange. I live on the street where it happened, you see. Kalabala Street, that is. Now, it were late at night, but I couldn't sleep for having just got home from work." He looked anxiously at Whitson. The latter, chin propped in his hand, was staring out at the square. At his companion's pause, he started and sat up. "Sorry. Mind-wandering, I'm afraid. You were saying—" "So, like I says, it were late at night, and I heard screaming." The waiter brought this out with a triumphant flourish, then added, "Of course, it might have been shouting, what I heard. Shouting or screaming, you see, master. One of the two it were." "Well, but what of that?" Whitson countered. "This is Sharn. Surely this can't be the first time anyone around here's heard a scream or a shout in the night. I dare say it was nothing." "No," the waiter admitted, "it's not unusual. But this weren't just a scream. It went on and on, if you see what I mean. On and on. Then it stopped. Next morning I heard about the killing. So you see, master, it must have been what I heard." Whitson stifled a yawn. "Very interesting. Well, at least you've got something to tell the watch if they come looking." He drained his cup and stood, tossing a coin to the table. "Thank you, master, most generous." Whitson disappeared across the square. 4 large members of the city watch stood outside the doorway on Kalabala Street, ranged across in a hulking line. 2 were half-orcs, whose scarred faces and broken noses proclaimed them the sort of brawlers the watch liked to recruit as muscle. Another shorter was a dwarf, while the 4th was an elf with unkempt hair and a too large uniform. As Whitson approached, he lifted a hand, palm out.
"Stop right there. This house has been sealed. Order of Captain Valessa."
Whitson reached into his jerkin and produced a piece of paper, which he waved officiously. "House Deneath, here on official business." The elf's hand met his chest and gave him a shove that sent him staggering back.
"Did you not hear me? Or do you want us to cut you some new ear holes? I said the house is sealed."
Whitson preferred the parchment again, and I said, "Here are my credentials to enter, half-wit." One of the half-orcs took the parchment, stared at it, smelled it, and turned it around several times. The elf snatched it from him, hurling a curse. He scanned the writing and the accompanying seal and glared at Whitson.
"This says you've been sent by House Deneath to investigate. How does the house know what happened here? And why in the name of the mockery should Deneath care?"
"It's called intelligence, which seems to be in short supply here. Now stand aside." The elf didn't move.
"You still haven't told me what business this is of House Deneath."
"No," Whitson agreed. "I haven't. And you haven't told me why I should tell a stinking pass-a-rat." At the epithet, the elf's face went white, and his head jerked as if he'd been slapped. One of the half-orcs next to him gave a growling chuckle. The elf's hand went to his sword, but the dwarf laid a hand on his arm. "Not now," he growled. "You don't want to trouble with the captain, or with Deneath." "Perfectly correct," Whitson agreed. "Now let me in unless you want me to tell your captain what sort of idiots she's landed herself with." He plucked the parchment from the elf's grasp and walked forward. The elf stood rock-still for a moment, then moved aside just enough to let Whitson pass. As the larger man moved through the doorway, the guard turned and hissed an elvish word at him. Whitson gave no sign that he heard. Behind him he heard again the rumble of the half-orc's laughter. Like most dwellings in Valia Towers, this one was nicely appointed without being ostentatious. The walls were oak-paneled, the furniture sturdy and plain. In the living hall, though, things were different. Chairs and tables had been overturned, portraits smashed, and several large splashes of blood stained the walls and drapery. Sprawled in the middle of the room was a torso. It was missing the head and both legs, and the remaining hand gripped the rug in its death agony. A tall woman with short dark hair and clad in a watch uniform rose and turned as he came in. "Who in the flame are you?" she demanded. Whitson handed her the parchment. She studied it attentively and returned it. "Well," she said, with a marked lack of grace, "I doubt you'll find much. That," pointing to the torso, "is the biggest piece they left. The rest are scattered around the room. I don't know why House Deneath needs to come poking their long noses in this kind of thing, but you're welcome to what you can dig out." She encompassed the chamber with a gesture. From where he stood, Whitson could see several arms, a leg, and a head. "They?" he asked. "You think this was the work of a gang?" "Balls! What kind of morons is Deneath employing these days? Of course it was. How else do you account for all this? The house owners were Beshel and Melipha Caithless, half-elves. They came here from Onder just after the war. Didn't seem to have much money, but enough to live comfortably. Seem to have been popular around here. People in this neighborhood don't like half-elves much, but they've all had good things to say about Master Caithless and his wife." Whitson nodded. "What about you?" he asked. What? Well, you're from the neighborhood, aren't you? Or more or less, anyway. What did you think of them? She stood stock still. What makes you think I thought anything about them? She asked. They don't seem to have been best friends to the watch, he shrugged. It doesn't matter to me, but my employers like to know all the facts. I hate to report that a watch captain in charge of the case was uncooperative. There was silence for a few moments. Then she spoke, fast and furious. Very well. If you want to know my opinion, I think Master and Mistress Caithless were exactly the sort of witless fools who make my job more difficult. They pushed their long noses in where they didn't belong, and now it looks as if they pushed too far, and someone cut them off. Whitson raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. They made a complaint against my troop 2 months ago. If you must know, said the captain. What about? Said we killed a prisoner. Did you? He tried to escape while we were talking to him. So you killed him? He fell out a window. It was an accident. Whitson's mouth twisted sarcastically. You might try something new. That one's got bells on it. It's true, Doler. She slammed a hand into the wall. There was a hearing. I was exonerated. Exonerated by the watch? You astonish me. Whitson shook his head. Well, I don't suppose it matters much. I may as well have a look around. He stood, keeping his feet planted on the floorboards, turning his head and body around to peer around the room. There's more than half-elf bits here, he said at last. Very good. Not a complete moron, then. Some halflings as well. I make at least 3, maybe 4. So these were the Scugs robbing the place in the middle of the night. Valesa's eyes narrowed. How do you know it was Scugs? And how do you know it was the middle of the night? Some of the neighbors heard screaming. Whitson sauntered over to the torso and bent, examining it. As to the Scugs, what else would halflings be doing here at that time of night? Having a nice social drink? I don't think so. The captain relaxed a bit and took out a short, stubby pipe. She began to charge it with tobacco from a worn pouch. That's right. As to the halflings, a window over there's been forced from the outside. I'd say those little rats broke in. The Caithlesses woke up and caught them snarking the place. Then she stopped. Then Whitson prodded. She shook her head in frustration. How in the name of Dark Six should I know? Some other Scugs came in and interrupted them. Whitson rose. Well, he said thoughtfully, I think you're so far right. The halflings were snarking the place, and one or more of the half-elves caught them at it. Why they didn't immediately shout for the watch, I suppose we'll never know. But from what you've just told me, they wouldn't be inclined to do so. But there are some things you're overlooking. Such as? Whitson shook his head. I don't give away that kind of information, Captain. There's a price. What? I want this room to myself for a while. You go out and pass the time of day with your bright little squadron out by the front door. Come back at the next bell, and I'll give you a clue. She snorted. Not on your life. I can haul you in right now for questioning. A day or two in our back room, and you'll beg to tell me anything you know about this. Whitson shook his head. Not unless you want Deneth's foot coming down on your neck. Valesa struggled in thought for a moment, then flung herself toward the door, her pipe steaming angrily. Very well. Next bell, then I'm back, and you'd better have something to tell me by that time. Whitson waited until he heard the sound of a door slamming behind her. He swiftly passed through the apartment to check that she'd really left. Then he returned to the living hall and stood for a moment in thought. When Valesa stamped into the room a while later, he was standing in the same position. Nothing in the room had been disturbed. The captain looked around, then glowered at him. Well? She said between clenched teeth. Whitson crossed to the torso and crouched. "Come here." He pointed to the bloody stumps. These legs were cut off by a short, curved blade. You can see the end of it right here, where the killer had to make 2 strokes to finish severing this leg. The captain cursed under her breath. "Another thing," Whitson continued, his tone dreamy and soft as he surveyed the rest of the room. "These other skunks, if there was, in fact, another group of them, don't seem to have taken anything. There's a nice alabaster vase over there. I don't think anyone snarking a flip could resist." "The screams roused the neighbors," the captain argued. "You said so yourself. They had to scoot." "Yes, well, that's the other problem. I can understand ripping the couple, and even the halflings. But why be so messy about it? Ripping's one thing, but this looks excessive." The captain stared around the room, splashed with blood and body parts, and looked glum. "Very well," she said at last. "What's your idea? I gave you your time, now give." Whitson stroked his chin. "I think you're looking for one killer," he said at last. 6 feet or so, with at least one short, curved sword. Possibly a scimitar, though I admit there are some indications that it might be another kind of weapon. Valessa gave a loud hoot of laughter. "Is that the best you can do?" she asked. "Deneith better improve its hiring standards." "Very well, Master Smart Boots. One scug comes in and finds the halflings mid-snark. They're experienced. We know that from how easily they got in here. But he kills all 3 of them? Then, for good measure, he rips the half-elves just to keep his hand in? Where did this new 6-foot-tall scug go? Not out the window or door. He would have cracked them wide open, to say nothing of having been seen by someone." She stopped and stared at him. "Anyhow, where do you get off saying things like that? Just what do you know about this anyway? I still don't see what interest House Deneith has in something that happens in Valia Towers." "The extent of our interest is confidential." Whitson gave the room a last glance and turned. "You'll have to excuse me. Where do you think you're off to?" "My superiors will want to report as soon as possible. I'll be sure to tell them what an excellent job you're doing. Besides," Whitson smiled maliciously, "it looks to me as if you're going to be a while cleaning up the mess." He was halfway to the door when Valessa said, "Wait." He halted and half-turned. "Were you serious?" she asked. "Only one?" "Oh, quite serious. You're right, though. The bigger question is where the killer got to, and how." He considered. "I'll give you one huge favor, though. I'll give you a name." Her face turned eager. "What?" Whitson returned and whispered something in her ear. She leaped back, face white. "Balls! Not really." "Possibly. Possibly not. I could be mistaken. But the indications seem to be there. For now, all you can do is wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait for him to kill again." He nodded and went out. At the entrance, the 3 guards stood aside and let him pass. He felt the elf's eyes burning on his back as he strode away. A few paces from the door, a hand gripped his arm. A tall, wire-thin man with short black hair and a frown loomed beside him. "What were you doing in there?" Whitson jerked his arm away. His accent roughened, and almost imperceptibly he slumped his shoulders. His hair looked thin and greasy, and a shadow of rough stubble was around his jowls. "Who wants to know?" The thin man flashed a copper medallion so quickly it was little more than a spark of light. "Inquisitive Borak, House Deneith, specially sent." His tone was as haughty as his bearing. "There's been a murder in that house, as if you didn't know, and I've been sent down to clear up the matter." He twisted his face into a snarl meant to intimidate. "And who in the name of Val are you? And what was your business there?" Whitson's tone became more placatory. "Sorry, master. Didn't know. Dwelf's my name. Sergeant Dwelf. Sharn watch. Working out a uniform. We thought these killings might have something to do with all that agitation and subversion that's been going on lately. You know them two half-elves what was ripped was subversives. We was thinking of picking 'em up for questioning if Skuggs hadn't ripped 'em first. I was going back to my commander to report, master. You probably heard what's going on, master, you being employed by one of the houses. Agitation and subversion is what it is. I was saying just this morning to my captain, I said, agitation and subversion is what this is. I said, shut it. Who's in charge in there?" He jerked a thumb toward the entrance where the guards were watching the exchange curiously. "In there, master, Captain Valessa. Very bad things in there, master. Very bad indeed. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it weren't some of these here agitators and subverters what I mentioned." "What's she like?" "Captain Valessa, master?" Whitson leaned a bit closer and allowed a syrupy grin to cover his face. "Well, master, she's got sharp little teeth on her, but her uniform fits very nicely in places." "Feisty, eh?" "Oh, aye, master. Feisty as they come." Whitson chuckled, and the other matched it. "Good. That's the way I like 'em. Well, master, you're welcome to have your fun with her. I've got to be off. Thank you, master." He bowed and lifted a hand in farewell as he disappeared down the street. The thin man squared his shoulders and strode toward the three guards. Chapter 5. Whitson set a brisk pace and got well clear of Value Towers and its environs before stopping. Without any effort on his part, his hair seemed to have become clean, and his face looked newly shaven. Though Captain Valessa might not have had the resources or time to search for a false agent of House Deneith, there was no reason to take chances. He slowed his steps when he got off to a message office. Entering, he roused the clerk who had been slumbering behind the desk, head down on his folded arms. "You, up!" The clerk, a stout young man with a pasty face and hair that in the heat hung lankly about his face, started up. His countenance sported a large crop of pimples, one of which adorned the end of his large nose. "What?" He obviously resented his sleep being disturbed. His piggy eyes, almost hidden in rolls of fat, focused on the figure before him, and he grew even whiter. Whitson smiled sardonically. "I see, Glupus, that you're as articulate as ever. I want to send a message and a package." The clerk fumbled under the counter and produced a parchment and quill. Whitson tapped the pen against his chin for a moment, then composed a short note addressed to Thavish. "Saw damaged goods. Still looking for cause of damage. Suspend shipments until further notice. Temporary. Return soon. Packet attached. T." He reached into his pocket and removed a small object wrapped in cloth. At his command, Glupus brought more cloth and some parchment and twine. The clerk looked uneasily at the bundle, and his eyes widened suddenly. "Is that—" "It's nothing you saw." Whitson's tone was conversational. "Not, that is, if you're expecting to keep your eyes in your head." Glupus gulped and nodded. Whitson swiftly wrapped the object, first in cloth, then in parchment, and tied it securely. "Get that and the message off," he told the clerk, and remained in the office until the man had sent the message and set the packet aside for a runner to carry. "Anything else, master?" Glupus was sweating copiously. "No, nothing else. In fact, not even this. You've been sleeping all afternoon. Understand?" Glupus nodded, and Whitson tossed him a coin. Emerging from the building, he stood in the shade for a moment, tapping his fingers, breathing heavily in the humid air. Then he lifted a hand and hailed a passing sky coach. "Where to?" inquired the driver, pausing to spit a gob of phlegm on the pavement. "Memphis, Moorgrave University." At Whitson's request, the driver deposited him a ways from the university. Groups of robed students wandered the streets or lounged at tables set out on the cobbled pavement, taking care to stay away from where the sun cast its harsh shadows on the ground. Some read or wrote, while others drank or threw dice. Others debated in large voices or shouted to companions across the way. Most, oppressed by the unnatural heat, were content to quaff their drinks and call for more. Whitson made his way cautiously through the streets. He had a gift for escaping notice, despite his bulk, and even those who jostled against him and cursed him immediately forgot their encounter. If they tried to remember his face, more often than not, they developed headaches that eased only when they turned their minds to other matters. The outlying buildings of the great university, built in more recent years, were newer in style. Moorgrave University had, over the centuries, like the great city itself, gradually added layer upon layer to itself, expanding upward and outward while at its center, in mouldering halls and chambers, the high reeve and his aides sat like fat spiders brooding in their webs. Whitson entered one of the newer buildings filled with lofty rooms across the ceilings of which great arcs of stone vaulted, crossing and recrossing to form interlocking fans across the roof. Students sat in untidy rows, reveling in the magically induced coolness, listening as professors declaimed from battered lecterns. No one turned to observe Whitson's passing. The air was dry and still. Dust motes floated in the few shafts of sunlight permitted by the mullioned windows, and they drifted and settled in a gray rain over student and teacher alike. Past the classrooms and through a covered arcade with windows overlooking a plunging abyss, Whitson walked. His pace was steady and unhurried. He came at length to a place of narrow hallways pierced with forbidding doors. He found the one he was looking for, knocked, and twisted the knob without waiting for a reply. The room was dark and cramped. It was warm. Cooling spells had either failed or had not even been cast. Books and crumpled papers, quills, and open-crusted inkwells covered every surface. The books, leather-covered with strange symbols on the covers, were filled with small slips of parchment covered in spidery scribbles. The entire chamber had an atmosphere of mixed dust, decaying food, and human waste. Whitson wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Layman," he called. "Layman, it's Dasquith." There was a rustling from behind a closed door on the far wall, and a querulous voice demanded, "What do you want? Go away!" Whitson kicked a large book and an overturned footstool out of his way and crossed to the door. It was locked. "Layman, come out. I need to talk to you. It won't take long, I promise. Then you can go back to whatever you're up to." A pause, then, "Who did you say?" "Dasquith." Another silence followed by some scrabbling. The lock clicked, and the door opened just enough for Layman to slip through and close the door behind him. His thinning hair stood up around his head in a silver halo. His jowls hung loose around the frame of his face and were gray with unshaven whiskers. His face itself was scarred and lined with deep crevices, and his thin hands were spotted and wrinkled. He examined Whitson through dull brown eyes, half-hooded by their lids. "You're getting fatter," he grunted. He tottered over to a pot, buried under an avalanche of papers. "Tea?" Without waiting for an answer, he snapped his fingers and muttered something. Steam immediately rose from the pot. Layman produced a pair of chipped mugs from a cupboard and poured out tea.
"Sit down," he growled.
Whitson raised an eyebrow and sank onto a wooden chair with a short back leg. "You're touchy today," he remarked.
"Well, so would you be if you were constantly interrupted by every idiot and thick-brained weasel in this place. And just when I've got—"
Layman broke off and looked at Whitson.
"Anyhow, enough. You're usually interesting anyway. What do you want?"
Whitson sipped his tea, made a face, and put the mug down on a pile of books. He let the silence float between them for a few moments, then said, "You heard some of your colleagues were killed recently." It was a statement, not a question. Layman's hand froze in the act of carrying his mug to his lips. He put it down carefully and said,
"Well?"
Whitson shrugged. "I'm curious, that's all. What were they working on?"
"Oh, come now, Dasquith. Curiosity's never been one of your besetting sins. If you're interested in this, it's because someone's paying you to be interested."
"Very well," Whitson conceded. "Let's say someone's paying me. But I can't work without more information, and my client isn't inclined to give it to me." Layman nodded.
"I don't know anything for certain," he said. "Experimental magic's not really my line of country. Now and then someone comes to me because they've got a document they want translated, or a word they can't pronounce. That's about all."
"True," his visitor agreed. "But you hear things, I imagine." Layman sighed and ran his fingers through his already disordered hair.
"I heard a little. One of them did come to me for some help with a document."
"What kind of document?"
"Something quite old. The translation was a bit tricky, actually."
"Why was that?"
"Well, it wasn't a recipe for a spell or anything. More of a philosophical issue. Words get important in something like that."
Whitson shrugged. "I should have thought they were important in spells as well," he observed. "What was the philosophic discussion?"
"About simultaneity in space and time. I got the impression that was something they were interested in. I don't know if they solved it."
"Solved what?"
"Well," Layman said, "if something exists, how can it not exist? And if it's here now, how can it be somewhere else now?"
Whitson gestured impatiently. "What are you talking about?" Layman grabbed a stub of charcoal. After some searching, he found a blank sheet of paper and drew a line on it.
"That's space," he said.
"All right." Now Layman drew another line intersecting the first at right angles.
"And that's time."
"So what?" Layman tapped the intersection.
"In our understanding, that's where something exists. It has both spatial and temporal dimensions that can be measured. All this around it," his finger poked at the blank part of the paper, "is non-existence. Everything that has existence, we can touch it, hear it, smell it, is at this intersection. You can't, for instance, exist in time, but not space."
"I think I can follow that. Is this going anywhere?"
"Be patient."
Layman tapped the intersection again.
Everything is contained there. Everything around it is an unknown. Now, suppose something did exist in time, but not in space."
Whitson gave a short, barking laugh. "That's ridiculous. Anyhow, you just said it's impossible, remember?"
"Right. But just suppose. Or suppose it existed in space, but not in time."
"Well, if something existed like that, I suppose it would be immortal." The scholar shook his head.
"You don't understand. Immortality is a concept we can understand. If something or someone is immortal, it just means they don't die. They continue to exist at this point. The coincidence of the spatial and temporal axes. They continue in time and continue in space. They just go on doing it forever. But something that exists in only space or only time. His voice faded. Whitson waited a minute and said, "Well?" Layman wheeled on him. "That is a concept, my friend, that is completely beyond the capacity of our minds to grasp. But that is what these men were trying to discover. Something that could exist along only a single one of these axes." His hand swept across the paper. Whitson shook his head. "This is getting too abstract for my taste." "I'm not explaining it very well. I told you it was out of my field." Layman took another sip of tea. His head drooped. Whitson leaned forward and shook him roughly. "Come now, there must be more than that." His subject came awake with a jerk. "What?" "Keep going. You were telling me about this secret research. Frankly, it sounds like gibberish to me, but I don't meddle with magic and the laws of existence." Layman smiled faintly, and his gaze strayed to Whitson's left hand. "Well," he conceded, "not very often." He sighed. Whitson half rose and sat down again. "No, I can't leave it here. There must be something else. If they were studying this nonsense, they must have had a reason for it." His hand shot out and gripped Layman's slender wrist, turning the flesh even whiter as the blood was squeezed from it. Layman jerked free. His lethargy had left him, and now his hands and face twitched uncontrollably. "No, I can't say anything more. Top secret." His eyes slid around the room. "Why do you want to know? Are you working for—" "I don't know anything. I don't." He put his face in his hands. His body shook with dry, racking sobs. The door of the inner chamber burst open. A young girl with flaming red hair shot through and fixed Whitson with a glare that would have fried bread. "What have you done to him?" She wore nothing but a ragged blanket wrapped around her thin body. Her arms and legs were like sticks, and her face was streaked with dirt. Her hair was chopped short and stood out in every direction, not having been washed for weeks. Her age, Whitson guessed from her face, might be 16 or 17. She wrapped Layman in a fierce embrace, drawing his head down over her immature bosom and rocking him back and forth. "It's all right. It's all right," she crooned softly as her eyes stabbed at Whitson. "Come on, dear. Let's go back to bed. They can't hurt you there. Come on." She took his hand and led him to the door. "Wait." Whitson rose. She ignored him and pushed Layman's tottering figure through the doorway. "Go back to sleep, honey," she told him. "Go on." She watched for a moment, then satisfied shut the door and renewed her glower. "Well? Are you his Springle?" She looked defiant. "Are you the Plug or a Quist?" "No, neither the Watch nor an Inquisitive." "Then get out. We don't want you." Whitson shrugged. At the door he turned. "You know, if he keeps taking weed, he'll die. Or do you care?" She said nothing. "He was brilliant once," Whitson said. His voice was neutral. "The best linguistic scholar Morgrave ever produced. Probably the only one who ever translated some of the texts brought back from the darker parts of Zendrick. Too bad he never published the translations. Too bad everything drained away from him into the hands of Springles and whores. Too bad." The girl came at him in a rush of dirty, ragged fingernails raised to scratch his face. Without apparent effort, Whitson knocked her backward. She staggered and fell over a stack of books, arms and legs flailing, the blanket slipping from her skinny body. "Now he's got nothing but lily weed."
Whitson continued as if nothing had happened. "And you?" His eyes rested on her as she snatched the blanket and tried to cover her nakedness. "Well, I don't expect I'll be seeing him again. Say goodbye for me, will you? I'll show myself out." He closed the door behind him and stopped a moment. From the other side of the panel came a series of bitter, broken sobs. He moved quickly and easily through the labyrinth of passages as one long familiar with them. No one stopped or questioned him, and he stayed to one side to avoid groups of hurrying students or a solemn procession of professors, robed and impressively bearded. Emerging from the tower, he slipped quietly from the university district and down the cobbled streets that took him lower and lower into the beating heart of the giant city. Chapter 6. The door opened and a small bell tinkled overhead, announcing a visitor. Shoe-Pratch Amrell looked up from his lunch in some annoyance. Small crumbs fell free from his beard. Others stuck to the remainder of juice stains that adorned his ample shirt front. "What the—" Whitson entered the tiny office and took the only other chair, planting himself firmly in front of the desk. He took out a small cloth and wiped the sweat from his face. "Good afternoon, Amrell." "Whitson!" Amrell spat out the name as if it were a bit of mouldy biscuit. "What in the name of the Dark Six are you doing here?" He lowered his voice. "You told me I'd never see you again. You told me we were free of that whole nasty business." He gestured, and the door slammed shut. There was a soft snick, and the locks clicked into place. "Don't tell me anyone saw you. They didn't, did they? Did they?" Whitson said nothing. He stretched back, reveling in the spell-induced cool of the room, compared to the stifling heat of the outside. He reached across the table and picked up an Eldine bark apple, big as his fist. He looked it over critically, then took a bite of it and chewed slowly. "That's my lunch," Amrell snarled. "Get your own." Whitson took another bite, chewed, and swallowed at leisure before laying down the half-eaten bark apple on the table. He looked around the room, which was taller than it was wide. Its only furnishings were the desk, rendered in battered oak, and 2 chairs. The walls were entirely free from adornment. The desk was piled high with papers. In contrast to the sordid appearance of their owner, they were sorted into neat piles. Some were bound in pink ribbons, others in yellow or brown. The space before Amrell was occupied by a single parchment, placed so its edges aligned precisely with the edges of the table. A quill and inkwell stood within easy reach. The quill's edges were straight and hard. "I have a favor to ask," Whitson said. His tone was pleasant and light. Amrell placed both hands on the table, one on either side of the parchment, palms down. "What?" he asked. His voice was expressionless. "The Watch pays too much attention to me. The other day I got caught up in one of their sweeps of a political meeting." Amrell snorted. "What were you doing at a political meeting?" "Nothing. The Watch was over-enthusiastic, that's all. But this is an inconvenient time for them to start pulling me off the street. Moreover, the Watch captain knew who I was." Amrell lifted an eyebrow and said nothing. Whitson leaned across the desk. "I need them to stay off my back. It's very bad for business if I attract their attention. I do my best to be invisible, and now somehow word seems to be trickling around the Watch about me. I don't like that." "But the Watch is organized on a district-by-district basis," Amrell protested. "Even if I could help you in this district, and I'm not saying I can, the moment you go somewhere else you'll have the same problem." Whitson shook his head. "You have contacts higher up," he said. "I know you do. You can use them. Get word to somebody further up in the city. Tell them to leave me be." I just need some breathing space. If they know anything about me, they ought to know I'm discreet." Amaral's face was shiny and his beard shook. "After that business a few months ago with the silver flame, that's a blasted big favor to ask." Whitson's eyes became dreamy. He reached out and rolled the bark apple back and forth. It left a damp mark on the wood. Amaral watched it as if mesmerized. "I seem to recall," Whitson said, "that there was a time when I did you a big favor. I kept my mouth shut about some things I saw, things that would have had very unfortunate consequences for you if some people had found out about them." Amaral shook his head. "You told me that was over," he mumbled. He seemed to have trouble forming the words. His hands shook, and he straightened the parchment and moved the tip of the quill a hair's breadth to the left. "So it is," Whitson replied. "But things like that leave a strain." He continued rolling the apple back and forth, fingers caressing its rough skin. "I'm sure you wouldn't want anyone to see it." He rose. "After all, I'm not asking much. One favor? Of course, if you don't think you can do it." His hand came down on the bark apple, smashing it flat. Bits of pulp and juice spattered over the papers and their owner. Amaral didn't move. After a long silence, he said, "Very well, then. Very well. I'll see what I can do." "Good." Whitson turned to the door. "Just a moment." Amaral's voice was more confident than before. "There's something I need you to do for me now." Whitson turned slowly and stared at him. Amaral's hands were busy scraping off bits of bark apple from his papers, but he looked at Whitson without wavering. After a moment, Whitson gave a mirthless chuckle. "What is it?" He sat down. "Nothing much. Just keep your ears and eyes open." "For what?" "Trouble." Amaral lowered his voice. His eyes twitched upward. "I've been hearing some bad things. We all have." His gesture took in, by implication, the dozens of offices surrounding his. "Amaral, this is Sharn. There's usually nothing but bad things." Amaral shook his head. "This is different." "How?" "You know that tower in high water that collapsed the other week?" Whitson nodded. "Certainly. 200 dead, isn't that the latest count? Considering its location, they were probably lucky it wasn't 5 times as many." The other nodded agreement. "If it had fallen down a bell earlier, it would have been full of folk getting ready for work. They were lucky." "Very. What does that have to do with anything?" Amaral looked around once more and leaned toward Whitson across the table. He lowered his voice so it could barely be heard. "The collapse was no accident." Whitson snorted. "I hardly thought it was. Probably some plot by the tavern's owner to get rid of his tenants and clear the way for a bigger, more expensive block of rooms. Hardly the first time someone's tried that trick." No. Amaral shook his head impatiently. "Nothing of the sort. It was a planned attack by a group of revolutionaries." Whitson's expression turned to one of open derision. "Oh, come," he scoffed. "Those schoolboys of the Golden Horn? Nonsense." "Not nonsense at all. The Watch found a note from one of them claiming responsibility. Here's a copy of it." Amaral reached into the carefully arranged stack of papers to his right and selected one, which he passed across the table to Whitson, who scanned it and returned it. "Why doesn't everybody know about this?" "The Watch commander wanted to keep the whole thing very quiet. He turned it over to us for investigation." "And you've found nothing?" "No." "Perhaps because there was nothing to find. A company of 5 inquisitives? You should have found something." Whitson leaned back in his chair. "Some tiny group of half-wits with too much time on their hands and too much drink in their bellies decides to stir things up by taking credit for this hardly unusual. Amaral shook his head. This isn't the first time we've heard of these people. Just after the war ended, a month or two after the Treaty of Thronehold, they attacked a sky coach carrying Lady Tarja Cannith, threw a fireball at her. If she hadn't had a shield spell handy, she'd have been a pile of smoking cinders. Whitson's left eyebrow moved. He picked up the paper again and reread it. So, the Order of the Golden Horn tried to kill a member of House Cannith. I'm surprised they're not all piles of cinders. Not for lack of energy on our part, Amaral said primly. But we can't find them. We come close, and then they slip away. We think they're connected with some other groups. The Warriors for Fair Settlement, Commoners' League for Justice, but there's no absolute proof. They've launched a few attacks since then, though nothing as serious as the first one. Until this latest. But now tensions in the city are rising. I'm not surprised the Watch picked you up if you were foolish enough to be in the vicinity of a political rally. I was hardly in the vicinity by choice, Whitson said coldly. Your friends in the Watch seem to think that the way to fix a political problem is to send in a bunch of thugs and beat everything that moves. Amaral shook his head. They're scared. That's what it is, he said. They're plain scared of something breaking out that's bigger than they can handle. Whitson sighed and shook his head. You don't know what you're talking about. Trust me, nothing is going to change around here. Everything's getting worse. It might take something else like this to set 'em off. These rippings, for instance. What rippings? Whitson's face was bored, but his question came just a hair too quickly. Amaral looked closely at him. Well, you might know more than me, being as how you get into places in the city where others don't stick their noses. But what I heard, he paused. Whitson said nothing. After a moment, Amaral continued, his voice a bit disappointed. I heard there were rippings going on across the city. Cut to bits, the victims were. Word I've heard is that there have been at least 20 bodies found. He lowered his voice a bit. Some say the Red Hand's back. Whitson didn't change expression. Who says that? Amaral shook his head. No, I don't give out that kind of information. But people say that those being ripped are people who the high houses of the city don't like. There are a lot of folk that think that might be more than a coincidence. Whitson shrugged. Even if you're right, he conceded. It's a big step to saying that the Red Hand's back. Not if one of the lords hired him. Whitson snorted. Please. If you think that, you don't know much about him. He's not for hire. Amaral narrowed his eyes. How would you know? Whitson ignored the question and asked one of his own. Are all these rumors coming from anywhere in particular? Amaral shook his head. No, not that I can tell. But mark my words, if this goes on, something somewhere will break. Folk are touchy enough in this heat. They're like dry tinder. One spark, and then... And then? Whitson probed. And then we're looking at insurrection in the city. Amaral looked earnestly at Whitson. Look, I know you don't give a dire rat's balls about this city, but even you can see that this kind of fighting and disruption is going to be bad for all of us, even you. Whitson nodded. I suppose so. His voice was thoughtful. Amaral looked relieved. Exactly. All I'm saying is that you listen. You hear things other people don't. You talk to people no one else does. If you hear anything, pass it along to me. That's all I'm asking. Whitson nodded. He perused the note for a third time, then tossed it on the table as he rose, twitching his cloak about his stocky shoulders. The Order of the Golden Horn, he said. Well, at least they've got a catchy name." He nodded and went out. Far above the city, dark clouds reared their heads on the horizon. On the balconies and in the gardens of the upper city, people gathered, watching, praying. Slowly, slowly, the blackening drift spread across the azure sky. The blazing sun's light softened and faded, and the city itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The heat did not lift, but as the clouds spread, inhabitants who had sprawled on their couches indoors away from the sun ventured outside. Yet somehow the dark mood remained, and if anything, increased in menace. Flashes of lightning leaped from thunderhead to thunderhead, and deep, hollow booms shook the city, rattling window panes and startling the people as they scurried along the streets, down the stairs, and over the bridges spanning deep chasms. Rain began to fall. Fat drops struck the pavements, sizzled, and were gone. Harder and harder the water fell, but it brought no relief. It was harsh and driving, pounding on the roofs and walls. In some places hailstones struck, large as pebbles at first, then increasing in size. Crowds ran screaming and moaning, seeking shelter from the remorseless storm. The rain spread across the gardens of the upper city in great sheets, hail driving into the earth, tearing the petals from delicate flowers in palace gardens, and drumming against the copper roofs of the topmost buildings in the city of towers. It sent iron weather vanes of dragons and griffins spinning, and slashed fruit from trees. In the highest rooms of the great city, servants pushed mullioned windows shut against the storm, and mopped up puddles of water lying on the stones beneath the casements. In her nursery, the heir to the great family of Tam wailed, and her nurse scurried up the stairs and across the room to swoop her up in her arms and cuddle away her terrors. Lightning strikes hammered the sides of the city where great derricks overlooked the docks half a mile below, and sweating orcs pushed and pulled bales and bundles that could wait for no turn of the weather. The storm whipped up waves that lashed against the sides of ships riding at anchor, threatening them with imminent disaster as they crunched and groaned together in the harbor. A young seaman aloft in the rigging of a three-masted vessel was struck by an errant bolt of lightning, and his figure was outlined in fire as it crashed into the bay. His shipmates, leaping after him, lost sight of his flaming corpse, limed in a blue glow amid the chaos of wind and water, and they gave him up to the bay that swallowed him whole. The rain ran in torrents down the spouts and gutters of the towers, forming great cataracts as it plunged over flights of stairs and into the wells and abysses that characterized so much of Lower Sharn. Clouds of steam rose into the air as water cascaded from rooftops and window sills. The torrent washed along streets, carrying refuse with it to deposit in the lower part of the city, or to find its way at last to one of the great sewers that pierced the city's foundations. Pedestrians without hats covered their heads with capes or cloaks, or gritted their teeth and strode stoically through the streets. Children huddled in their mothers' arms as the great crashes of thunder echoed and re-echoed down the long, dark shafts. In higher parts of Sharn, richly dressed folk dived into passing sky coaches, or ducked into well-appointed taverns to sip fine wine and toss dice to while away the time until the storm passed. Lower down, the inns and taverns, as well as less savory establishments, were likewise full. In the Goblin's Snout, a house catering to halflings, one of a string of establishments run at a distance by House Galanda, the proprietor, a stout halfling named Shubeth opened the door and spat into the pouring rain.
"What's the point of this slogging stuff?"
he growled to no one in particular.
"If it don't cool things down none."
The rain beat out an indifferent reply. Standing well back from the downpour, Shubeth lit a pipe and lost himself in contemplation. A dark, dripping form, half again his size, loomed out of the rain and attempted to push past him. Shubeth put out a firm, stiff arm.
"None of that. No humans here. Chase yourself, ye... Erp!"
A hand had snaked out and snapped around his throat. "Shut it," a voice snapped. "I need a room and a drink. And if you think I'm staying out in this rain, you've got less brains than the rest of your race. And that's saying something." The hand loosened enough for Shubeth to gasp the name of his assailant.
"Talaman."
Whitson entered, the water from his cloak collecting in puddles around him. He removed the waterlogged garment and tossed it at Shubeth, almost knocking the halfling over. "Thank you for your hospitable offer. Now, what about that drink?" Shubeth's mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. "Oh, come, Shubeth," Whitson snapped. "You look like a liver fish at feeding time. You don't want Thavish to find out how big the hole really was on the last snark you did for him, do you? No wonder you could afford to retire after that." He looked about him at the oak paneling that lined the walls, rising to smoke-darkened beams set in the plastered ceiling. "Not bad. I can see where the money went. Thavish and the rest of the boys ever come around here these days?" Shubeth found his voice.
"Not so much, no."
"Comforting for you, I'm sure. I find once a man's away from his scugs for good, he tends to stay away. After all, they might start to ask a few questions about all the guilt you lifted over the years, and whose pouch some of it went into." Whitson clapped Shubeth on the shoulder. "But enough chat. Put my cloak to dry by the fire, and fetch me some decent ale, cold if possible. I'll find a room on my own." He strolled down a corridor opening off the main hall. Shubeth stared after him a moment, brows drawn in an angry frown, then disappeared in the direction of the common room. Chapter 7. 3/4 of a mile above the goblin snout, Lady Orissa Cannith lifted a tiny crystal sphere, no bigger than one of her elaborately lacquered fingernails. She balanced it for a second or two on the center of her palm, then tossed it into the air and blew a puff of air after it, a puff that contained a whispered word. The crystal burst, and a dove, feathers a pale gold, sprang forth, spreading its wings to catch the air, flitting away from Orissa's outstretched fingers to the top of a too large, ornately carved wardrobe, which dominated one wall of the chamber. The bird turned its head this way and that, bright eyes seeking a way out of the room. Dilleryon Cannith, lounging in an ornate chair piled with cushions, laughed. "Is that all the wizardry you've learned after 10 weary weeks, cousin?" he said. "Father will be pleased. Lessons don't come cheap, you know." Orissa hurled a pillow at him, almost knocking the cup of wine from his hand. "As if you're much better." Masheri, her sister, blonde and 2 years younger, scowled. "He's wonderful," she said. "You should see his spell to create a magic snare. He tangled 3 of the grooms in it yesterday." "Please, Sherry." Dilleryon raised his cup in a mock salute. "I'm still a novice at these matters." "Yes, but even old Korvach had to admit you cast it well, and he never says that about anyone." "No." A slight frown creased his handsome face. "There are times when he acts like something more than a paid servant. A little beating would do him some good." The sound of the rain and hail at the windows slackened and died to a sullen clatter, then ceased altogether. The young man rose, strolled over to the windows, and looked out. "Cursed rain," he said with no emotion. "Didn't cool anything down. Look, you can see the sun peeking out already. Now the air will be full of water on top of everything else." Orissa walked to the heavy crystal decanter and slopped wine into a jeweled cup. Red drops landed on her lace petticoat, and she brushed them into the unheeding air, where they vanished with an impatient word. "Who cares?" she said. "We're cool in here. What does it matter what the rest of the foul city feels like? I can't wait until Uncle is finished with his silly business here, and we can all leave for the house in Moonwatch." She smiled. "Close enough to see the city, but far enough that we don't have to smell its stink every day. And all the hunting and riding I want." She threw out her arms. "That's all I want to do all day. Ride, shoot, watch the servants dressing the kill." Dillerjan chuckled. "I dare say you do. But remember that you're not your own. You're eligible now, and Uncle is probably sitting in his study even now, plotting out who you'll marry." His sister snorted. "Marry? None of the idiots I've been meeting, I can tell you that. He'll have to sit a saddle at least as well as me." She looked at him sideways and fluttered her eyelashes. "Dillerjan, surely you—" "Oh, not I," he said, laughing aloud. His eyes sought and held hers for a moment. "Although—" Masheri broke in angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. You know you'll marry who Uncle tells you to." "True, sister," said Irissa. "Meanwhile, though, there's no reason not to have some fun." Masheri rose and almost stumbled. Tears were starting in her eyes. "You couldn't." "Hush, Sherry," her cousin said cheerfully. He drew her into a rough embrace. "It was just a jest." His lips smiled, though his eyes still held Irissa's over his sister's head. "Anyhow, I mustn't forget the beating due Corvatch. He's certainly forgetting his place." Irissa nodded. "I wouldn't mind what he thought of himself or us if he did his job well. But Uncle Jorash hired him to teach spells. At least he could do is that." Dillerjan grinned, flashing very white teeth. "Father likes to get his money," he agreed. "He might even pay the costs of correcting his servant, if it comes to that." "The problem with you," Sherry told Irissa, "is that you never pay attention. Now, Dillerjan—" "Oh, for the sake of the host!" Irissa's scorn-filled voice rose over that of her sister. "Why don't you just crawl over to him on your knees and let him use you as a footstool?" Masheri blushed a deep scarlet, and Dillerjan laughed again. "I have whores from Firelight who do that for me," he told the elder girl. Her sister winced as if from a blow, and tears again started in her eyes. Irissa smiled at her maliciously. "Careful," she said. "Keep sniveling like that, and we'll have to lock you in the closet." She gestured to the wardrobe on which the dove still perched, following the dialogue with little nods of its head. "Don't joke about that." Masheri's voice held something not there before, anger and suppressed rage. Dillerjan looked at her in surprise. "What's the matter?" he asked. Masheri was silent. Her sister's lips were still curled in amusement. Masheri looked at her sister. "Haven't you told him?" The younger girl remained mute. Irissa looked at Dillerjan. "When we were young," she said, "the shamana used to take us to this room to play. It made a nice change from our rooms, and she would leave us here for hours alone." She shrugged. Sherry was even more of a baby in those days than now. I got angry with her, and one day I locked her in the wardrobe. She beat on the door, but I was having too much fun to listen to her whining. In a low voice, her sister said, "I was there for hours. Hours, Rissa." "Oh, for goodness sake, Shamana Amul came and let you out." Irissa's voice was scornful. "So you were in the dark for a bit. Grow up. Now be silent and watch this." Irissa moved across the room and stood facing the dove. She threw out a hand toward the bird and snapped her fingers. The bird shivered and edged away. Irissa pursued it, and the bird flitted across the room to perch on a bust of one of the lords of the city that adorned the niche above the window. Irissa drew back her hand and sent a bolt of white-hot energy hurtling at the dove. It missed its mark and smashed the bust to splinters. "Careful!" Dillerjan jerked backward, coughing and choking on his wine. "What spell did you use? It smells horrible." Masheri agreed, holding a lacy scrap of silk before her streaming eyes. "Irissa, don't ever do that again. The room will stink for a week." Irissa's eyes blazed, and she opened her mouth to retort. Behind her, the door of the wardrobe flew open. The smell intensified. The darkness within the wardrobe seemed somehow solid. Masheri shrieked. From the front of Irissa's dress, a garment fashioned of the sheerest gossamer silk from the plains of Talenta, 6 inches of dark blade now protruded. A dark red stain spread around it. Irissa looked down at it in disbelief. She raised a tentative hand as if to brush the offending thing away. Her mouth opened, and a torrent of blood poured out of it and down the front of her gown. Her eyes rolled back and her head lolled senselessly. From behind her, another blade slid around her neck in a tender caress and suddenly pulled. Masheri screamed again as Irissa's head fell at her feet. From the roiling air, dark red eyes gleamed. A high, lilting laugh filled the room, rising to a shrieking crescendo. From its perch on the back of the wardrobe, the dove watched the slaughter. A flying piece of what had once been Dillerjan's torso struck and shattered a window pane. With a flutter of its wings, the bird rose and sailed forth to freedom. Chapter 8. Whitsun entered the common room of the Goblin's Snout, ducking his head to avoid the low beams, and beat a fist on the wooden table. Shubeth emerged from the back, rubbing his hands together nervously. "Sleep well?" "As well as could be expected in a bed built for undersized children that hasn't had its linens changed since before the war. How about another ale?" Shubeth bustled away and returned with a tankard. Whitsun sipped and nodded approval. "Not bad. Not bad at all things considered. I may have to give you my custom more frequently." The halfling gave a small "erp" that could be taken for pleasure or dismay. He wiped the counter, moving as far from Whitsun as possible. Whitsun looked around the empty room and took another sip of ale. "Business bad?" Shubeth shrugged. "Last couple days. Stories going round." "What kind of stories?" "About them rippings down the towers." "Well, what's that got to do with anyone here? Besides, you can't tell me ripping's that uncommon, even in this part of Sharn." Shubeth shook his head. "No, something special about them has got ripped, I heard." He shot a frightened look at his customer. "You didn't—" Whitsun laughed. No, not me." "What else?" Shubeth looked over his shoulder, as if surrounded by unseen intruders intent on catching every word. "There's things going on," he said in a low voice. "Secret meetings. Folks ain't happy with the way things has been run in a city. Folks is ready for a change. Now some of them that was snicked about how things go in the city, they got ripped. So don't do to talk no more, way I see it." "A sensible point of view." Whitsun's lips twisted sardonically. "As an innkeeper, no doubt you can't afford political opinions." "Aye," agreed the halfling. If he was aware of the irony in Whitsun's tone, he ignored it. Whitsun toyed with his mug, his face impassive. "So you heard that the half-elves who got ripped weren't happy with what was going on in the city? Were they part of the Order of the Golden Horn?" Shubeth acted as if he was facing a carcass crab. His squat form scuttled backward and fetched up against the far wall, where he remained splayed, as if seeking to retreat through it. He made a strangled sound a few times that finally formed into words. "Order of the... Never heard of it." "Of course not. Not in a respectable house like this." "Were the half-elves part of it?" Whitson turned on his stool and regarded the halfling steadily. The innkeeper stammered and finally managed, "No." "So who ripped them, then?" Shubeth shrugged. "Maybe the Watch, maybe a gang, dunno. But there's too much rebel talk around." Whitson nodded thoughtfully and took another sip of ale. "Any of that going on around here?" "Not in this house," Shubeth said hastily. "But there's stuff in other places, I hear. Further down." "Where?" Shubeth was silent. Whitson leaned toward him. "Don't make me unhappy." The innkeeper returned to the bar. He seemed to feel more secure with a stout wooden counter between himself and Whitson. "Don't know," he said loudly. Then, in a quieter tone, "Why don't you ask old friends of yours? That's what I hear." More loudly he repeated, "I don't know. I don't know nothing about nothing." "That's an understatement," Whitson observed. Shubeth turned back to face him. A scrap of parchment was between the two on the scarred counter. Whitson's hand closed over it and tucked it out of sight. The door opened and several halflings in rough work clothes burst through. They flopped onto stools around a table. "Oi!" one shouted. "Ale here! And if you don't have any, give us some of the rat's piss you call ale." The others laughed. Shubeth muttered something under his breath and went to fetch drinks. The largest of the halflings, the one who'd called for ale, noticed Whitson. "Oi, a human! What are you doing here?" "Minding my own business." Whitson drained his tankard and rose. "Word's out some of you humans got ripped upstairs." The halfling jerked his thumb to indicate the higher reaches of the city. "Nothing new about that," Whitson returned. "Ah, but ain't every day they're cut into pieces so small even the plugs can't recognize 'em. Aye, that got you, didn't it?" Whitson had paused. "Where'd you say this happened?" he asked. "Upstairs, like I told you. And what makes it even better is right in the middle of House Cannith." He chuckled. "Bet you all the crowns and bolds are running around pissing in their pants." His voice rose, despite efforts by his companions to restrain him. "Maybe this is it. This is where we pull down the crowns and bolds and see who's really been running shorn. This is... All right, all right." He sank back into his seat, heeding at last the pleas of his fellow halflings. Whitson lifted and lowered his shoulders. "Nothing to do with me. I'm just glad rips like that don't happen around here." He went out, and the ring of faces around the table closed in worried discussion. Chapter 9. On the street outside the Goblin's Snout, Whitson inhaled the air, which was still dense and heavy after the storm. Still, underneath the damp heat there was some freshness to it, caused no doubt by the washing away of the leavings of thousands of folk jammed cheek by jowl together in the city. It was as fresh as air in this part of the great city was likely to get, in any case. He sought out someone selling copies of the Corenburg Chronicle. He found what he was looking for after some searching of the neighborhood. A small shop, the wooden roof still dripping mournfully from the storm, displayed a small bundle of limp sheets. Whitson grabbed one and tossed the shopkeeper a coin. The vendor, a gnome dressed in ragged clothing, mopped his forehead on his shirt, bit the coin to see if it was good, and tucked it under the counter. He then sat down on a stool, tilted it back against the far wall of the shop, and resumed the slumber Whitson had interrupted. Whitson went into the street, where the light was better, and sat down on a stone rail to read. The account was short and somewhat garbled. Someone, possibly several people, had broken into the House Cannith Palace in Dragon Towers and attacked some family members. Arissa Cannith and Dilleryon Cannith were both dead. Masheri Cannith was still alive, but so badly wounded she was not expected to live. Fortunately, the author of the piece noted, with no apparent sense of irony, all the victims were members of a cadet branch of the family, and thus their deaths were not expected to have any important political or genealogical repercussions. Whitson's lip curled when he read this. He scanned the account, then reread it more carefully, a frown creasing his forehead. At several passages his lips moved, as if he were reciting them to himself. He shook his head in a puzzled manner and tapped the paper with his fingers. At last he folded it beneath his arm and hailed a sky coach. "Where to?" the driver inquired. "The Arm and Hammer in Firelight." The Arm and Hammer was as respectable an inn as one might expect to find in the Firelight district of Sharn. That is to say, knife fights among the patrons were discouraged, as they tended to get bloodstains on the tables, and the girls who sat in the common room transacted their business discreetly out of sight. At this time of day the inn was almost deserted. A single drinker, long greasy hair dangling over his pock-marked face, sat slumped over the bar, an empty mug clutched in dirty, broken-nailed fingers. At a table, a dwarf slouched over a flagon of wine. His short feet were stretched out, resting on another stool, and his face was creased and filthy. He smelled, a mixture of sweat, dirt, and stale drink. The one sign of color about his muddy clothing was a silver chain with a single red gem set in the middle of it. He glared at Whitson as the stout man entered. The drinker, sunk in contemplation of the wall in front of him, ignored Whitson. Along one side of the room ran the bar, a long counter covered with rings of damp mugs, gouged here and there with an array of curse words in all the languages of Eberron. Behind it stood a large man, hair hanging to his shoulders, thick brows beetling over small, piggish eyes. He had not shaved in several days. Whitson walked over to the counter and pulled up a stool with a cracked wooden seat. "Hello, Glustrid," he said pleasantly.
"Lo!"
The big man polished a mug with a cloth. Unlike others with whom Whitson had exchanged greetings, he seemed neither alarmed nor impressed.
"What do you want?"
"A mug of ale." Whitson watched the big man pour it. "How's business?" Glustrid slapped the mug in front of him.
"Why? Thavish send you?"
No. Just curiosity on my part." Whitson half turned to look at the room. "You seem to be pulling in customers. Is it always this crowded?" The innkeeper made no comment but continued his methodical polishing. After a few moments of silence, he jerked his head at his guest's left hand as it rested on the counter.
"How's that?"
Whitson lifted the hand and inspected it. "Not bad. What do you think? Could you tell from a distance that it was artificial?" Glustrid gazed at the flesh, which was smoother and sleeker than Whitson's right hand. There were no lines in the left hand.
"No,"
he agreed.
"You didn't go for a regen spell?"
"My dear Glustrid, I'm not rich." Whitson took another sip of ale.
"What about magic, eh?"
"Interesting. Sometimes it works around me, sometimes it doesn't. Usually not terribly destructive, but I try to avoid spells except for minor cantrips." Whitson stared curiously at the left hand for a moment, then shook his head as if dismissing a problem. The innkeeper leaned over the bar, dropping his voice.
"What do you want? I know you didn't come in here just for a drink."
"How right you are, Glustrid." Whitson pushed away the rest of his ale. "Does Thavish know what kind of stuff you're serving here?" Glustrid made no answer. Whitson kept his voice soft. Word has it there's some big disturbance afoot. Maybe even a rebellion." Glustrid drew back. He set the mug carefully on the counter. Its polished surface reflected the light from the burning ever-bright lanterns that illuminated the inn. After a time, he said,
"You've been listening to tavern tales."
"Of course. And now I want to hear some more. Come, Glustrid. What kind of things are you hearing from around here? Look, I don't want trouble. Just some information. You don't even have to get mixed up in this if you don't want to. I'm just trying to confirm some things." The innkeeper was not ready to open up.
"Who are you working for?"
he asked. "No one you've heard of. I'm just gathering a little information." Whitson sat back on his stool, then turned his back on Glustrid, surveying the room. "Very well. If you won't help, you won't. Bring me some Corfas."
"It'll cost."
When Whitson gave no response, Glustrid disappeared into a back room. He came back bearing a dusty bottle, which he sat on the counter. He cleaned it roughly with a cloth, pulled a small glass in front of it, and tilted it just enough to let a thick yellowish liquid run into the drinking vessel. When the glass was a third full, he stopped and pushed it over to Whitson. He carefully recorked the bottle and stowed it beneath the counter. Whitson lifted the glass to his nose, smelled deeply, and let the tiniest portion of the yellow liquid pass his lips. He sighed appreciatively. "This is good. Where do you get it?"
"Dealer in Upper Memphis. He imports it from Thrain."
Whitson nodded thoughtfully. "Just so. How much do you sell on the side, Glustrid?" The innkeeper stopped moving and stood very, very still.
"You're mad,"
he said after a time. His voice was drained of emotion. Whitson shrugged. "Probably. Though if Thavish took it into his head to check the books on this place and inventory what you've got in your cellars, you might be in trouble. Especially with something like this. How much is it now? 400 dragons, the bottle? Unusual to find any of it this far down in the city. And I noticed a bottle of it sitting out at the Goblin Snout." Glustrid expelled an explosive breath.
"That bastard Shubeth, he—"
"Quiet!" There was another long silence between the two men. "Still," said Whitson cheerily, "I wouldn't let it worry me too much, though Thavish has been known to lose his temper. Do you remember what happened to Jessic? They never did find the body." "Well," he got up from the stool.
"Wait."
Glustrid bent over the counter, hands working furiously together.
"You didn't hear this from me. I don't know anything."
"Well, really, Glustrid, I could have told you that." Whitson resumed his seat. The innkeeper glowered for a moment.
"There's been a few things," he said after a pause. "I just hear bits. Lots of people are angry."
"People are always angry about something. What's different this time?" Glustrid shook his head.
"These rippings in the city, they've got people scared."
At the end of the counter, the drinker stirred for a moment, then rested his head on his hands. The innkeeper glanced at him, then turned back to Whitson. "Why scared? There've been murders in the city before, you know." Glustrid's mouth pushed itself into something resembling a sneer.
"Well, you'd know about that, wouldn't you?"
Whitson's face turned cold. "I? Why would I know anything about murder, Glustrid? You've been listening to too many stories your patrons tell. In any case, what's different about these rippings?" The big man shrugged.
"Pretty vicious, that's the main thing. And no one's doing anything about 'em. People are mad. Heat makes everything worse."
He wiped his forehead with the cloth he was using to clean a pair of mugs and coughed loudly. He turned and spat.
"Some say," he lowered his voice, "some say it's the Red Hand."
"Some are saying that," Whitson agreed.
"You think so?"
"Could be, I suppose. They have something of his touch." "Oh, really?" snapped a thin, cold voice. "I disagree." Whitson and Glustrid looked around. The drunk at the end of the bar was standing erect, with no sign of intoxication in his bearing. Beneath the long hair, a pair of blue eyes stared at them unblinking. His hands, long, slender, and exquisitely sensitive, waved before him like the antennae of a curiously forward insect. The dwarf at the table looked up at the man. Then, with a sudden jolt, he brought down his feet. "Dolar, the Red Hand!" He turned and he began lumbering toward the door. Without turning, without even looking in his direction, the man at the bar flicked out one hand. Something long and silver shot from it. It hit the dwarf between the shoulder blades. He gave a loud gasp and fell. Glustrid reached hastily behind the bar, but with a single fluid motion the man stepped forward and placed a slender blade that appeared from nowhere against his stomach. "Don't," he said sharply. The innkeeper stood rock hard. Sweat poured off his face, and he managed a strangled grunt. Whitson didn't move. His eyes traced the outline of the stranger's face. The dwarf on the floor groaned. He pushed himself up by his arms and with one hand groped for the knife handle sticking out of his back. He struggled to reach it, and after a few vain tries gave up. He tried to move his legs, but they ignored his commands. None of the three men standing at the bar looked at him. He groaned again and lay down. A small puddle emerged from beneath his groin. He coughed and sprayed blood in a halo on the boards. The man with the blade lifted his free hand and twitched back his long hair, which was no longer matted and dirty, but of a rich chestnut. The stubble on his face had vanished, and he held himself rigidly erect. His voice was young, he might have been 30, and snapped off each word like bones breaking. He spoke to Whitson, though his eyes never left Glustrid's sweat-streaked face. "What did you mean when you said these events had my touch?" Whitson's voice did not change, but his eyes were fixed on the young man's face. "Just what I said. You were known for leaving your subjects in a good many pieces. You used a short, curved blade. You left no traces of entry or exit. All of this has your hallmark." The young man's head jerked in a precise nod. There was silence for a moment, punctuated by the labored breathing of the dwarf. The young man was the first to break it. "Why don't you think I'm doing these rippings?" he asked. "Who says I don't?" "Something in the way of asking the questions leads me to think so." The Red Hand looked thoughtfully at Glustrid. The blade moved up to stroke the big man's face and settled behind his ear. "Do you know," he remarked conversationally, "that a cut of the artery here, and another here—" The blade described delicate arcs, leaving small red marks on Glustrid's sweat-drenched flesh, "can bleed a man to death inside a minute. It's true. I've measured it. Would you like to see?" The blade returned to its first position. Whitson considered. "Not just yet," he said, and Glustrid's shoulders slumped in relief. "Maybe later." The big man stiffened. "In any case, he's one of the only innkeepers in this part of the city who stocks Corvus. At least find out where he gets his stock." The Red Hand smiled and lowered his blade. Glustrid moved quickly away from him, backing into the shelves behind the bar. The young man ignored him and addressed his remark to Whitson. "What do you want?" "Why should I want something?" Come. Everyone wants something. After our last encounter, I feel I owe you at least the courtesy of listening to you." Another groan came from the dwarf on the floor, fainter than his first. Using his arms and hands alone, he was trying to pull himself toward the door. Blood spilled from his lips in a steady stream that dripped down his chin to the floor. As he moved along, inch by inch, he smeared the blood and urine in a trail that marked his slow progress toward the exit. His breathing had taken on a rasping note, and his eyes were rolling in their sockets as he gasped, trying to take air into his fading lungs. Whitson shrugged. "Very well. I take it you're not the one who's carrying out these rippings. So who is?" The bright eyes split him in half. "Why do you think I should know?" "Maybe you don't. But whoever it is, he's poaching your patch. I would have thought you'd at least be interested." The young man walked over to the dwarf and stared down at the writhing body. His spasms were becoming weaker. The red hand drew a short, curved blade from a hidden sheath and reached down. There was a sudden slash. Glustrid gasped and retched. The red hand stood up, holding the dwarf's head in one hand. Blood dripped from the severed neck. The young man lifted the head so that he looked directly into his eyes. With the blade, he absently traced a pattern on one cheek, as if deep in thought. Then he spun and threw the head with terrific force against a wall. The skull smashed, and gray matter spattered across the tables. Glustrid made a noise halfway between a moan and a sigh. Teeth chattered on the planking. Whitson watched and lifted an eyebrow. The red hand smiled, showing his own teeth. No one does things the way I do," he said calmly. Whitson nodded slowly. "Yes, I know. You're an artist." He said this dispassionately. No one moved. "So who is doing it?" Whitson asked. The red hand shook his head slightly. "I don't know. But I'm relying on you to make sure that my name remains unsullied." He smiled again. He walked to the door and transferred his gaze to Glustrid. "I rather like this place. I like the feel of it. I think I may come back." The door closed behind him. Glustrid cursed as he rubbed a wet cloth soaked in a bucket of stinking water across the floorboards, mopping up traces of the late dwarf. The body he had unceremoniously wrapped in a bundle of old rags and tumbled through the back of the bar to dispose in some way hidden to Whitson's eyes.
"He'd better not come back, in the name of the Dark Six."
"Well, I dare say he'll make up his own mind about that." Whitson reached behind the bar and pulled out the flask, pouring himself another drink. Glustrid ignored him.
"I could make trouble for him."
"Oh, really, Glustrid? Could you? Do you remember what happened to the couple down in North Market a few months ago? They were the last pair who thought they could make trouble for him." Glustrid swallowed hard.
I remember they had to use a sieve to get one of them up from the sewers, didn't they?"
"Yes, a very fine one." Whitson shook his head. "Well, that resolves one point, anyhow. I know who not to look for. Now, let's get back to the subject of dissent within the city." Glustrid rubbed hard at a spot of blood on the planks.
"I don't know anything about that."
"That's not what you were saying before. Look, Glustrid, this isn't complicated. I just want to know who's causing trouble in this part of the city. I haven't contracted to do anything about it. I just need to know who. You said yourself it's not the first time there's been some sort of rumbling down here." Glustrid straightened and arched his back. There was an audible crack.
"Aye, but now it seems like this time someone's pushing folk to do something about it."
"Who?"
"Dunno."
He hesitated.
"I heard a name."
Whitson's voice was patient as ice on a winter's morning. "What name?" Glustrid's voice was so low his words barely carried through the thick, smoky air.
"Greenhorn."
Whitson slumped back. The barkeep looked irritated.
"That was the name, blast it. That ought to be worth something."
"It might if I hadn't heard it before. I know all about Golden Horn. A group of silly schoolboys. I need to know who's behind it." Glustrid shook his head.
"No luck there. I don't think most of them know that. The organization comes from higher up. That's all I can tell. And they're serious this time. Oh, you can smile, but you mark my words, something's in the wind."
Whitson rose. "Yes, well, I don't think there's any need to create your own wind, Glustrid. It's not much, but if you keep your ears open, I might just forget about the Thranish ale."
"Who are you working for?"
Whitson shook his head. "You should know me better than that," he said. He turned to go.
"4 coppers,"
Glustrid growled. "What?"
"4 coppers for the ale."
The big man's face was pale, like a slab of raw dough, but he stood his ground. He held out a large, calloused hand. Whitson stared at him unblinking for a few moments, then chuckled softly. He fumbled in his pocket and dropped a coin in Glustrid's hand. "Here." The innkeeper glanced down, and his eyes widened.
"Here? I didn't say that much."
"No, but call it for old time's sake. Enjoy." He passed out of the doorway. Chapter 10. In the street outside the inn, Whitson breathed deeply and stretched as a cat might in the afternoon sun. The air after the rain was heavy and still, like a thick blanket hanging over the city. He looked about the street for a sky coach, but none were in sight. With a sigh, he began to walk up the winding street. On either side, various stalls and shops opened with barkers shouting their wares. Crowds of small children played and ran, shouting, almost but never quite colliding with passer-by. Across the way, either suspended on ropes or, in some cases, dangling magically in the air, signs swayed advertising goods for sale. Here and there folk sat in windows, some smoking, some eating, all gazing down on the busy traffic that passed along the street below them, while cursing the heat. The street wove steadily upward. Whitson stopped and wiped his forehead. The afternoon brooded damp and heavy. It felt as if more clouds were in the offing. He moved on, then stopped again and looked behind him. He melted against the pillar of a shop selling carpets and stood stock still for several moments, watching the street with half-closed eyes. At last, satisfied, he turned and resumed his journey. The street grew narrower, then divided. The shops ended, and sullen-looking doorways gaped on either side. Whitson, choosing the right-hand fork, moved on. The street leveled out and became grubbier. Piles of refuse lay rotting, and a few rats scurried to and fro, sniffing and squeaking. Stairs and alleys opened off the street, none of them inviting. Whitson moved on, neither slowly nor quickly. His hands hung by his sides, and his head moved back and forth. Suddenly he ducked and spun, reaching out at the same time with his right hand to grab the leg of a man who had materialized from the lengthening shadows behind him. The would-be assailant gave a sharp cry, cut off as he toppled backward, and his head slammed into the cobbles. Whitson rose and put a foot on the man's neck. "Don't make me snap anything," he said pleasantly. The man, whose throat was directly beneath Whitson's boot, gave a gurgle. His hands gestured frantically. Whitson increased the pressure on the man's larynx. "Stop that," he said coldly, "unless you don't want to go on living." The man's hands fell slack. Whitson eased the pressure of his boot, and the assailant coughed violently, his body jerking with the effort. Whitson waited patiently until he was done. "What are you doing following me?" he said when the coughing fit subsided. The man didn't answer. "Very well. Let's try this one. What's your name?" The only response was a soft groan. Whitson's foot shifted suddenly, moving lower, and now pressing on the man's groin. "Do you have children?" he asked conversationally. "If not, your chances of any in the future are getting very small." He pressed again, stimulating an agonized yowl from the man. "What's your name?" Marek, the man gasped. In the dim light, sweat gleamed on his forehead. Why are you following me? Marek's lips clamped shut firmly. Suit yourself. Whitson lifted his boot to stamp down. A swish of air just behind his left ear made him half turn, so the stick crashed into his forehead. He staggered, and a second blow descended, launching him down into darkness. Hey! A rough hand slapped his face, not gently. Hey, wake up! Dollar, Kethek! Did you kill him? Nay. Another hand reached down and half lifted him. His lips were pried open, and he tasted a trickle of something fiery that burned his mouth and tongue. He gasped and spat, and the hand dropped him abruptly, so his head struck against the floor with a blow that jarred his teeth. He opened his eyes. There were 4 of them, 3 elves and the human Marek, who was still nursing his throat in the background. The elves were armed with knives, jagged-looking affairs with curiously carven handles. The tallest bent over him. Talaman! Sequith! Whitson tried to sit up and thought better of it. What a pleasure! Where's my money? You're sorry? Sequith slapped him, drawing blood from inside his cheek. Don't give me that! Where's my money? Very well, no need to get carried away. Whitson struggled and this time made it to a sitting position. He began to reach up to touch his aching forehead, then thought better of it. He looked at Sequith. Let's talk. Nothing to talk about. You stole my money. I want it back. 15,000 Galifars. I want every one of them. So where is it? Oh, really, Sequith? Whitson managed to sound irritated. Let's assume this tale of yours is accurate, and I stole your money. Surely you can't believe I stole it for myself. Sequith shook his head. No, I don't believe that. I just don't care. You stole it, I want it back. Now. Then I suggest you go ask someone from the Gamina family. Ha! I thought so. Sequith looked at one of the other elves. The Gamina, showing up down here, just as I predicted they would. That explains the number of Springles on the streets. I told you you wouldn't listen to me. Sooner or later, I said, we're going to have to deal with the Gamina. Right. Whitson made an effort to get to his feet. So you sort it out with them, and you'll get your money back. Sequith pushed him down. So who from the Gamina hired you to steal my money? Whitson shook his head. The elves' faces looked ugly. Sequith knelt by Whitson's side and rested his point of the knife at his throat, just above the breastbone. The point drew a tiny trickle of blood. I asked you a question, Talaman. Now I expect an answer. No. The blade drew back slightly, and the elf's arm muscles tensed. Before he could strike, Whitson said, Perhaps, though, there's an alternative. The blade was steady as a rock in the air. What? If I get you your money, you don't need to know who hired me, assuming someone did. Black eyes stared at him. Sequith considered, then nodded. Very well. Give me the money. Not now, for the sake of the flame. Give me some time to get it. How are you going to get it? Whitson reached up and with a forefinger pushed the blade away from his throat. I'm on a commission right now for someone very high up in the city, someone who's paying me very well. Give me a little time and you can have your money. Then everyone will be happy. Sequith grunted. I won't be happy, but I won't have to dirty my knife with your blood, Talaman. When are you going to be paid? Soon. I'm almost finished. In the next day or two. The elf spoke to his 2 companions in their native tongue. Marek was not included in the colloquy, but he continued to look murder at Whitson. Finally, Sequith turned back. You've got a week, Talaman, and we'll be watching you, so don't get any ideas about where you might run. A week. After that, we start to take body parts, and we'll do it slowly, from the bottom up, so you can watch. Understand?" Whitson nodded. "Understand." The elves and Merrick disappeared, and Whitson, rubbing his head, rose and continued his journey. He came out of the street onto a large square, one well-trafficked by pedestrians, lined with shops and inns. Several sky coaches idled on the far side of the square, and at Whitson's hail, one driver got out and opened the door.
"Where to?" "Dragon Towers."
The enclave of House Cannith was found in Dragon Towers, soaring structures at the very peak of Sharn. Above the towers, the indigo sky spread out to the far horizons, dotted with occasional clouds. The lands beyond were dim and misty, showing patches of dark green lining the lighter green and gold of fields. A river glinted. Here and there among the towers, sky coaches and pleasure crafts owned by the city's elite sailed and dipped in the clean, relatively fresh air. Gabled roofs sparkled in the sunlight as if set with precious gems. Birds glided on spread wings, diving gracefully around spires and through arches. As Whitson's coach pulled to a stop at the end of a long stone pier that extended effortlessly into empty space, two uniformed guards stepped forward. Their manner was respectful, but firm.
"May we assist you, master?"
the taller one asked. Whitson bustled out of the coach. His manner was brisk and fussy, and he showed no signs of his ordeal at the hands of the elves. "Very well, driver," he said over his shoulder, tossing a coin to the man. "That'll be all. You needn't wait." The sky coach backed up and soared away, driving down into the city massed below. Whitson looked impatiently at the two guards. "Well, don't just stand there. Let's go. I've no time to waste." The men didn't move. Neither did their polite smiles. "Sorry, master," the tall one said. "Go where?" "Where? The room where the murder was committed, you dolt. What do you think I'm here for?" "Which murder would that be, master?" asked the guard. From his tone, he might have been inquiring if Whitson wanted more tea. "Blast you to the mockery, you fool!" Whitson roared. "Do you have any idea of who I am? Do you know how much trouble you're going to be in when your employers find you've delayed me? Now, for the last time, stand aside." He started forward, but found himself flat on his back, his head over the edge of the stone pier. Below him was nothing but birds and empty space. Above, the guard looked down at him with an expression of kindly concern mixed with embarrassment, as if Whitson had committed an involuntary breach of good taste. "Now then, master," he said, "I think it would be best if you were on your way. You don't want any trouble around here. We'll call a coach." He lifted a hand and at the same time gave a peculiar whistle that carried on the thin wind that blew across the heights. Twisting on his side and raising himself on one elbow, Whitson saw a sky coach come darting from behind a nearby tower, as if it had been waiting. The driver drew up on the end of the pier and sat expectantly upright in his seat. Whitson got to his feet and wiped a hand across his mouth. The back of it was stained with red. He could taste blood, though not much. The guards watched him, relaxed but alert. Whitson shook his head to clear it and turned toward the coach. Another vehicle careened through the air and rose alongside the first. It spilled its passenger onto the pier, and she fumbled for a coin to pay the driver. "Here, and next time try not to make your passenger throw up. With all that twisting around, I almost lost my breakfast." The driver spun the coin in the air and clapped it against his pocket. He gave his coach an insolent twist in the air and shot away, darting through a high stone arch that linked two imposing towers. The passenger glared after him, her mouth working as if she would have liked to say more. Then she turned, saw Whitson, and started. "Master Porlos, What in the high holy blazes are you doing here?" "I might ask you the same thing." Whitson's interested gaze took in Ariana Sternbark's slender figure and yellow curling hair. It was more disheveled than the last time he'd seen her, as if she had been running her fingers through it, trying to comb it. He started past her toward the waiting coach. He flung over his shoulder, "But I won't." "Wait," she grabbed his arm. "Don't you want to know what I'm doing here?" "Not especially. I assume word leaked down to the privy where the Chronicle has its offices about the murders up here. The only thing I can't understand is why they sent you to write about it, unless your story Overseer doesn't mind chroniclers who faint at the sight of blood." Her face flushed. "You don't know the first thing about me, Porlas," she snapped. "I can take blood as well as you can. Better, probably. Anyhow, you didn't answer my question. What are you doing here?" She looked him over critically. "You don't look very well." "Special commission, if you must know. I was hired to look into the murders to make sure there's no political implications." He jerked his head at the guards. "These idiots can't even take the trouble to find out I'm supposed to be allowed in to view the bodies." The girl smirked. A laugh gurgled in the back of her throat. "So now you're going to run away with your tail between your legs?" "I didn't say that. But I know better than to bang my head against a stone wall. Or a stone gargoyle." He glared at the guards again, and his hand strayed to his forehead. She nodded. "Yes, I can see you haven't learned how to win arguments." She reached up and touched his temple. "Who did this?" "A friend." "Some friend." "Some are like that." He turned away from her. She scooted around him to face him. She was grinning. "Want to see where the murders happened, do you? I'll get us in." "Gods, yes. You just tell them you're a chronicler, and I'm sure they'll throw the gates open wide for us." He snorted, looking her up and down. "You can't possibly be this wet behind the ears." She turned and walked back along the piers to where the guard stood, watchful and silent. Whitson turned and looked at her. She spoke quietly to the taller guard, the one who had knocked Whitson down. He bowed his head deferentially, and he and his companion stood aside. Ariana turned toward Whitson. "Well, come." She strode forward. Whitson, his mouth open, followed. As he passed between the two guards, he stopped for a moment and looked at them, as if thinking of a question. "Come now," Ariana's voice came from within the passage. Whitson hurried after her. The house in which they found themselves was one of several outlying buildings on the Kenneth estates in Upper Sharn. It was comfortable without being ostentatious, and displays of gold, chalcedony, amber, and marble were employed tastefully. They passed through a corridor that led to an atrium open to the sky and fresh air. In the center of it, a stream of water poured from mid-air and fell splashing into a pool, around which were copper statues of cavorting dolphins. Flowers and exotic plants filled the air with sweet fragrances. Sounds from the outside world were magically excluded. Ariana, seemingly unimpressed, hurried across the courtyard and entered another room. Whitson matched her pace, moving swiftly for one of his bulk. His gray eyes noted his surroundings, moving from side to side as if he were taking a silent inventory of the house and its contents for future reference. They entered another corridor that ended in a broad archway filled with bronze doors, elaborately carven, decorated with a negligent spray of gems that simulated fire from a dragon's mouth. A guard stood before it, but as they approached, he stepped back. He had evidently heard of their coming from his colleagues at the gate in some fashion, for his face held nothing but respect. Ariana pushed open the door and stopped short so that Whitson, coming from behind, bumped into her and propelled her into the room. She staggered forward a step or two, took one look at the room, then fell to her knees and gagged. bending over so her hair covered her face, and her head was against the cold marble flagstones underfoot. Whitson examined the room dispassionately. It was large and airy, with tall windows looking out over the cityscape surrounding them. One window was shattered, its frame half torn from its hinges. Bright shards of glass lay at its base. Whitson looked about. In the center of the room was the dismembered torso of a woman. One arm was still attached. The other arm, both legs, and the head had been torn away. A horrid gash in the middle of the body had sliced it open as cleanly as a butcher's cleaver. Lying on the floor a few feet away, staring at the torso, was the head of a man. Both his eyes were missing, and his tongue had been half pulled from his mouth. The man's body had been flung against a window, bounced off, and lay crumpled at the foot of an expensive-looking carved wooden wardrobe. Whitson walked over and stirred it with one foot. It felt like a sack of grain. The remainder of the woman was scattered about the room, save for one leg, which was missing. Whitson walked over to the broken window and looked out. Far below he could see a bridge. A small crowd had gathered on it and seemed to be looking at something. The walls were splashed with blood. Whitson paced the chamber, ignoring his companion until she finally struggled to her feet. She looked around, gasped, and retched again. She staggered to the window and vomited copiously out of it. Whitson shook his head. "The horrors of living further down in the city," he said dryly. His tone was, if anything, mildly amused. "You told me you could handle blood." Ariana pushed herself back from the window with her arms. "Shut it," she said thickly. She pulled a rag from a pocket and wiped her mouth. "Just shut it, all right?" He shrugged. "Well, no surprises here." "What do you mean?" "I mean this is obviously the work of the same person who ripped that nice pair of half-elves down in Valia Towers. Don't tell me you didn't hear about that." "I heard. That's one reason I wanted to come." She stopped and slapped a hand over her mouth as she caught sight of the head. "Oh, balls! Oh, Doler!" "What? The head? Yes, I know. The rest of him is there," Whitson gestured. The girl put her hands to her face and brought them away wet. "Oh, for the sake of the host! What's the matter now? Here you're supposed to be a cold-blooded chronicler, and you go all goggly-kneed the first time you see something like this." She shook her head and seemed speechless. When her voice came, it was cracked and low. "Who did this, Porlas? Who did this?" "Interesting question." Whitson pointed. "Marks on the wall there, and there, and there. Marks on the floor, here. What does that tell you?" The chronicler shuddered and swallowed once or twice. Her face was slowly going from paper white to its normal color, though her cheeks were still flushed, and her forehead was covered with sweat. She looked at the places he had indicated. It was tall, about over 6 feet. Whitson pointed to the floor. "His cloak's gone through the blood." She stepped over to one wall and examined it. Odd sort of cloak. Whitson looked at the traces more closely, then scanned the chamber again. "Almost exactly the same kind of signs I found in Valia Towers." The girl looked at him coldly. "You were there? At the site of the murders there? You seem to get around, Master Porlas." He made no attempt to deny it, and seemed to have forgotten her presence altogether. He was examining the furniture, humming quietly to himself as his fingers opened drawers and brushed along surfaces, touched locks and twisted keys. She pushed herself in front of him. "I think it's time you started answering some questions, Porlas." "Really? Why? Chronicle planning to write a feature about me?" Whitson brushed her aside and walked to the door. I've seen enough here." He lifted a hand toward the knob when the door opened and a man entered. He was tall and thin, with a hawkish nose and gray hair that stood up on top of his narrow forehead, so that he seemed almost like some strange bird. He was richly dressed, wearing silken trousers and a doublet of velvet decorated with jewels, though his clothes draped around his emaciated frame, as if they were several sizes too large for him. His brows were thick and gray, and came down to a point just above his nose. Beneath, his thin lips were partly concealed by a drooping gray mustache. He moved with the air of one who is accustomed to being obeyed without hesitation, and Whitson gave way before him. The old man stared at him. His eyes were not gray, but silver, with very small pupils that made the surrounding irises seem larger and colder. He ignored the bloody contents of the chamber and concentrated his gaze on the man before him. "Who are you? And how did you get in here?" The words came out in a sharp squawk, reinforcing the avian image he projected. Whitson made a slight obeisance. His voice was rougher and lower than its accustomed timbre. "Pardon, Your Honor. Didn't mean any harm, you see. We was curious is all, and we talked our way in to see where the rippin's been bein' to done and all. Didn't mean harm. We'll be going." "You'll not be doing any such thing." "I'll not be lied to." The thin man glared across the chamber where Ariana was standing, her back to him, looking out the window. "Well, young woman, don't just stand there. Name?" Ariana turned and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Uncle Entherus," she said. "Gods above us all," the thin man gasped. "Mishara." Chapter 11. The room seemed frozen. Whitson didn't move or speak. His hand remained stiffened in a gesture of conciliation, lifted toward the lord of the Cannith House and one of the most powerful figures in Sharn. Entherus Cannith glowered at his niece. Ariana, or Mishara, alone in the room, seemed at ease, or as at ease as it was possible to be amid the scattered parts of two dead people. Cannith stared at her, an intense, almost hungry glare in his eye. He moved toward her, and she backed away, keeping the distance between them the same. His foot jostled against the headless torso on the floor, and he started and drew back, his mouth wrinkled in an expression of disgust. "Mishara," he said, voice cracking slightly. "What? What am I doing here?" Her lips drew back, baring her teeth in what was apparently intended as an ironic smile. Whitson noticed that her hands, resting by her sides, were closing and unclosing slowly, and that there were a tiny twitch at the corner of one of her eyes. "Why shouldn't I be here, Uncle? I'm still a member of this family. I've every right to enter the tower or to leave it." Of course, just as you please. It's only that, well, we've all missed you." Cannith was moving again, very slowly this time, a cat stalking a bird he did not wish to disturb before pouncing on it. The girl backed away carefully, moving to put Whitson between herself and her relative. Cannith saw this and stopped, whereupon she stopped as well. "Missed me, did you?" she snorted slightly. "A few more than others, I'd think." "Nonsense! We've all missed you terribly. You've been gone for what, a month?" 4. "Precisely, 4 months. We've had no idea where to find you. Some in the family thought you'd been killed or kidnapped, but we never received a ransom note." He straightened slightly, and his voice came closer to its accustomed tone. "None of that matters now. You're back, and back you'll stay. And where in the name of the Dark Six have you been?" "Yes," said Whitson quietly. "I think I'd like to know the answer to that myself." The old man spun on him and tried to pin him to the wall with a glare. "And you, man, just how do you come to be here? And what have you been doing with this young lady? Do you think it's fitting that a scion of one of the highest houses in the city should be consorting with a... Words failed him as he groped for an adequate description of Whitson. The girl stepped forward just behind Whitson. "Oh, for the sake of the host, uncle! This is my bodyguard, Master Porlas, a hired hand from the lower city. How could you think anything else?" Kenneth transferred his gaze to Whitson. His silver eyes seemed to grow more remote. "Is this true?" Whitson shrugged and let his voice grow a bit rougher. "I suppose." He slumped, and his jowls took on a dark sheen of unshaven whiskers. "You suppose? You suppose?" The old man's voice grew high with fury. He stepped forward, the two fingers of his right hand outstretched. "You're in one of the highest houses in this city, and you have the gall to suppose something? I'll pull the truth out of you if I have to drag your brain from out of your skull through your eye sockets, you insolent—" Whitson evaded the probing fingers. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." "Why, you beggarly scum?" "Magic doesn't seem to like me very much. It tends to dry up or go wrong when people use it on me." Kenneth froze, staring at him. Whitson looked back, unabashed. The noble said slowly, "There was a man." His voice faded. Whitson nodded. "Precisely. About 6 months ago." Kenneth's gaze moved slowly to Whitson's left hand. Whitson pushed back his sleeve. An inch or two below the wrist, the skin was paler, extending all the way down across the hand itself. A narrow bracelet of sapphires set in ebony surrounded the wrist, marking the boundary between the pale hand and the healthy brown skin of the arm. "Whitson?" The Lord's voice was deathly quiet. "The same." Now it was the girl's turn to look confused. "You know each other?" "Know of each other would be more accurate." Her uncle's eyes never left Whitson's face. "This man was told never to show his face within these walls again. He's lucky to remain in the city." Whitson smiled cheerfully. "Can't be helped, I'm afraid." He looked around. "In any case, from the looks of things here, you've got larger problems than me." "Mashara," Kenneth snapped, "where did you meet this fellow? And what has he told you of himself?" "Practically nothing. He told me his name was Porlas, not... What was it? Whitson? But who cares what his name is? What does it matter? I told you he's my bodyguard. I hired him in the lower city, where they're not as particular as they are up here about a man's origins." Her uncle struggled for speech. Do you know who this fellow is? Do you know what he's done? He's—" "Careful." Whitson did not raise his voice, but his look was enough. Kenneth stopped and glared at him. Ariana looked between them, her brow knitted. There was silence for a moment as Kenneth's gaze kindled the air between him and Whitson. Finally, the Lord spoke. "And why should you need a bodyguard?" "Well, Uncle, since someone is killing members of our house, don't you think that was only a sensible thing to do?" Kenneth acknowledged the force of this argument with a nod. "I still mean to know what you have been doing for the past 4 months." She sighed. "As you wish. It won't change anything. But not here. Can we get out of this?" He looked about the room, and his expression changed to a mixture of horror and pity. Very well, my dear. Come along. Ariana motioned to Whitsun with a jerk of her head. Him too. Oh, very well, if you insist. Cannith took them through several corridors and up 2 flights of stairs to a broad door that led into the heart of the Cannith Tower. They passed many servants, some of whom stared at Ariana with wide eyes and muttered behind their fingers as the trio passed. As they walked past one chamber, a small person clad in silks gave a loud squeal of excitement and hurled herself at them, almost knocking Ariana off her feet. "Mashara, darling, you've come home!" "Hello, Laspira." Ariana's greeting was considerably less enthusiastic. "Darling, I've so much to tell you, and a completely new wardrobe to show off to you. Would you believe it? I'm almost practically betrothed to that fellow father brought to the fall banquet. You remember? The one with the black hair and the long nose? Father says—" "Yes, Laspira." Ariana succeeded with some difficulty in prying herself free from the girl's embrace. "But later, yes? I have some business to go into." The girl, whose loose hair was teased into 1,000 of tiny curls, stared at her. "And where have you been, darling? Everyone's been frantic. And, darling, where did you pick up those awful clothes?" "Later. Later, Laspira, I promise. Later." They passed along the passage, and the girl disappeared back into her room. They heard voices raised in eager conversation, interspersed with bursts of laughter, and a few scattered "darlings" as they continued on their way. Whitsun bent his head near Ariana's. "Friend of yours?" "Cousin." She seemed to get the word out with some difficulty. "I thought everyone up here was a cousin." She let that pass unanswered. At last they came to a lofty chamber with windows that looked out toward the green fields and rivers that lay beyond the city's walls. Lord Cannith gestured for them to seat themselves in a pair of comfortable griffin-hide chairs, and poured Ariana a glass of dark blue liquor from a silver beaker with a long, curved stem. He did not offer Whitsun a drink. "Now," Cannith said grimly, "where have you been? And why did you come back? I'm not a fool enough to believe all this is a coincidence, least of all when you appear with him in tow." He nodded at Whitsun. Ariana took a long sip of the drink in her hand, examined its color in the light of the sun streaming through the window, and set it down abruptly with a crash on the table next to her. "Very well, then." Her voice was defiant. "I'm a chronicler. For the Corenburg Chronicle. That's where I've been." Her uncle looked at her, speechless for a long moment, then burst out laughing. Her face went bright red. "What's funny about that?" she shouted. His laughter continued. Whitsun turned to her. "So you are a chronicler, really?" "Of course, and a bloody good one." His eyebrow moved. "Why?" Cannith lifted his gray face. His mouth was still crinkled in a smile, but there was a coldness behind it. "Yes," he said, "I should like to hear the answer to that question as well." Ariana took another sip of liquor. Her face was still red, and she seemed to have some trouble with her speech. When she finally spoke, it came in a rush. "You always told me I wasn't fit for anything. Ever since I was a child. No matter what I did, it was always wrong, and you laughed at me, even when I tried and tried at something to become skilled at it. When I was 12, I studied for weeks, to create an illusion spell. And when I tried it in front of you and it worked, what did you do? What did you do?" Lord Cannith's face remained frozen in a half-smile. At last he said, "Really, my dear, I hardly remember." "You destroyed it with a spell of your own, that's what. I'd worked forever on that spell, but you just couldn't resist, because poor little Mashara couldn't possibly be good at anything, could she?" Cannith touched the rim of his cup with his lips. That hardly explains where you've been for the past weeks, and why, he said. He was no longer smiling. I've left the tower, for good. That's what. I don't need you. I don't need any of you. You sit up here like sloths, lying in your own filth. You have no idea what goes on down there. None of you would last an afternoon in the places I've been. I know more about how this city really works than the whole of House Cannith put together. Whitson smiled slightly and said nothing. He lifted a hand, and the silver beaker vanished and appeared in his hand. He poured a draught into a glass that he conjured from the still air and drank. He nodded appreciatively. Ariana ignored him and continued. Do you know, Uncle, what's going on down there? Do you know what the people of this city are saying about you lords and ladies up here? Do you think they're just going to take being used as pieces in whatever game you're playing? Those are the people who fought in the war, not you, not anyone in this house. She slammed down her cup. Look at Dilleryon. I'm sorry he's dead. But do you think for a moment he's a loss to the city? Cannith also set his cup down. His voice sounded like frost breaking over a gray sea. His death, my dear, is a loss to this house. That, and only that, is what matters. As I should think you would realize. He was a waste. What did he ever do to make life better? And by the way, what about his cousins? Or didn't they count because they were female? His blood was important to the continuation of our line. A line, my dear, that you have benefited from to a not considerable degree. Cannith sat back and stopped her further speech with a wave of his hand. The fact that he was male was of material importance. What matters is the preservation of our line, and nothing else matters. Nothing. If you do not grasp this simple fact— He sat down and took another sip of his drink. Never mind. I have a very good idea of what you have been doing, and the sort of people with whom you have been associating. I suppose the only thing to do now is to hope this episode will be quickly forgotten. Her jaw set. I'm not coming back, Uncle. I told you. I've left the tower for good. My dear Mashara, you may have attempted to leave our family, but I assure you we have no interest or intention of leaving you. I'm afraid that is something you're going to have to live with. He sighed, and his face suddenly looked older. You are of age, as you know. I cannot prevent you from leaving if that is what you wish. I can only appeal to your loyalty to the house and to your name. My name? She spat out the words. That's not my name anymore. It will always be your name, Mashara, whether you call yourself by it or are called by it. Your name is not what you are called, but what you are. And you are of our family, and always will be. He rose. And now I should like to speak to this person alone. Ariana also rose. Whitson remained seated. For the first time the girl looked nervous. He's with me. He's under my protection. Really, Mashara, there is no need to be melodramatic. It doesn't suit you. Master Whitson, or whatever name he has introduced himself to you, and I have business to discuss. Business that is private. Why not go visit Laspira? She seems happy to see you home. I leave it to you to break it to her that your presence here is temporary. Still looking uncertain, Ariana walked toward the door. She stopped partway there and looked at Whitson. You're my bodyguard. Remember that. He inclined his head slightly. You seem to be under the misapprehension that I've accepted that job. I haven't. I haven't decided yet if I care enough about what happens to you. She shook her head. Her face had resumed its characteristic expression, half annoyance and half petulance. "I'll make it worth your while, Porlas. Whitson." "You can discuss it later," Cannith gestured, and the door opened smoothly. "Run along now, my dear." The two men sat for some time in silence. Whitson sipped his drink and looked at the scene beyond the windows. His feet were stretched in front of him, and he appeared as relaxed as if he were sitting in his favorite tavern, a plate of steaming mussels in butter sauce at his elbow. The sun shone savagely in the sky. Despite the cleansing rain, something foul appeared to linger above the city, like a miasma that hovered, shedding its malevolent presence upon Sharn. The beams of light cut through it, but did not lift it. Cannith rested his elbows on the arms of his chair and steepled his fingers. He set his long chin on top of them and gazed fixedly at Whitson. He did not blink. At last, Cannith leaned forward. "Do you know, Master Whitson, it is well within my power to have you strangled, and your body cut up and fed to carcass crabs in one of the pits of the city." Whitson stirred as if from a pleasant dream. "No doubt. But as you haven't, I presume you have something else in mind for me." "My house is accustomed to getting what we want. We don't like obstacles, and we don't like opposition. There are few in any part of the city, high or low, who are capable of irritating me. And when I come across an irritant, I crush it like a fly. Do you see?" Whitson said nothing. Cannith continued, talking as if to himself. "Perhaps the child has a point. We've kept ourselves apart from the city for so long we've grown soft. Dilleryan and Arissa, rest them, were a sign that our blood is old and growing weak. For centuries, Master Whitson, it has flowed through our veins. For century upon century, our family has stood like a rock atop this city. Yet now the city has grown, and we have not." He sighed deeply and drained his cup. "I sit in my chambers and see what goes on around me, yet much of the city is hidden from me. There was a time when I could have traced the scurrying of a rat in the cogs, or the flight of a bird from the highest tower. But now I can no longer see. Now I need other eyes." He turned to Whitson. "You performed a service for this house in the past?" "Several services," Whitson agreed, "for which you were paid to be discreet and not to trouble us again. Yet here you are." Whitson nodded. "Not by my choice. I was involved in another matter when I came across your niece. She attached herself to me, not the other way around. Trust me. If you want to keep her here, that's fine with me. I cannot. I spoke the truth. She is of age and can go where she wishes." Cannith ran his finger along the line of his jaw. "In that respect, she is perhaps one of the few of our family who has the courage of her convictions. I almost admire it. Nonetheless, it must not get out of hand. She follows a mad murderer. I do not know why he kills, but he is dangerous." He lowered his hand and looked at the other man. "I understand you know this person." Whitson sipped from his cup, rolled the liquor on his tongue, and swallowed. His voice was thoughtful. "Why do you say that?" Cannith slammed his cup down. Dark blue liquid spilled on the table. "Don't play with me, Whitson." Silence gathered between them for a few moments. Whitson was the first to break it. "You're wrong." He spoke as if the matter was of little interest to him. "Whoever is killing people in the city, it's not him." "How do you know?" "I've asked him." Cannith's breath was sharp, and harsh in the air. "What do you mean, you've asked him? Do you mean to say—" "Yes. I had a talk with him. He says he has nothing to do with these murders." "And you believe him?" Kenneth laughed, rocks falling on metal. "Yes." There was a silence, longer than any between them thus far. Then Kenneth spoke. "You will do as she wishes, and act as her bodyguard." He lifted a hand against Whitson's objection. "You will be well paid, I assure you." Whitson's ears were glowing red at the tips. He spoke in a quiet voice, though. "That's not it at all. The point is, how long is this arrangement supposed to go on? I've a business to run. I can't sit around nursemaiding some idiot of a noblewoman who's taken it into her head to play act at being a chronicler. I don't care how much money you pay me. I won't do it, and that's final." Kenneth rose. He had the air of one who has won at dice. "You will do it, Master Whitson, because if you do not, I shall place a brand upon your name. Every murderer in this great city of ours will be looking for you, hoping to earn the price of your death. Every watchman will be searching for you to claim the bounty on your head. Can you, even with your ingenuity, evade them all? I think not." He smiled slightly. "As to the length of your assignment, I should not worry. My niece has had enthusiasms in the past. None lasted long. I doubt this one will either. Something else will happen to attract her attention, and you can go back to whatever you do. As for price—" He named a figure so large Whitson stared at him in amazement. He wetted his lips and repeated the number. Kenneth gestured again, and the door opened. He was smiling. "I take it that is satisfactory, then. Go and begin your— what did you call it? Nursemaiding? Perhaps it will prove more relaxing than some of your other tasks." The girl joined him in the doorway that led to the long pier on which they had both arrived at Kenneth Tower. The same two guards as before were standing, and both bowed respectfully as Whitson and Ariana passed through. A sky coach stood waiting at the far end of the pier. "Where are we going now?" Whitson growled. He stayed a step or two behind the girl. "My offices. The Chronicle," she threw back over her shoulder as she climbed into the coach. She had an air of triumph about her, one that clearly grated on Whitson from the set of his face. "I need to give them notes on this murder. They're expecting something juicy." Whitson entered the coach more slowly, and it peeled away from the pier and circled, preparing to drop down between the spires of the upper city. He sat in silence, hands slowly working, his forehead wrinkled in thought. The girl beside him was also quiet. Finally she said, "Poor Laspira. You'd think she was the one being taken away from the tower, the way she howled when I left. Too bad. It would do her good to be tossed into a tavern in firelight. I wonder what they'd make of her there." Whitson looked at her. "What did they make of Mashara Kenneth the first time you walked into a tavern?" "Don't," she bit it off. "Don't use that name." He chuckled without mirth. "As you wish. But seriously, what was the reaction when you came down to the Chronicle and said, 'Hello, I'm one of House Kenneth. I'd like to try being a chronicler, please'? They don't know who I am, and it's going to stay that way. I've told them that I was raised in Tavik's Landing, and they believed that?" Whitson hooted. "The Chronicle's even more unreliable than I would have thought. Your accent's not even close." She looked embarrassed. "I don't know what they believed. The point is they gave me a job and didn't ask too many questions." Whitson nodded. "And so now you're investigating what? The murders? The agitation in the city's lower classes? Or do they send you out to do stories about Bones and Stones houses? Oh, shut it! She turned away from him and stared furiously at the passing buildings. Finally, she turned back. What about you? Whitson. I never heard that name, but my uncle seems to know it. Why is that? Whitson looked at the scenery. We've done some business in the past. What kind of business? The kind that you don't talk about afterward. And you're not going to get more out of me about it, so don't try. His tone was final. She was silent for a bit, then asked, Is Whitson really your name? Or did you make that up, like Porlas? It's the name you can call me. I happen to disagree with your uncle about names. Names are like clothes. Choose the one that fits you best in the morning, and if you don't like it in the afternoon, put on another. Whitson will do fine for now, as far as you're concerned. Sky coaches and other means of transport soared perilously close to them, the drivers shouting obscenities at one another. They seemed to take pride in passing as close to one another as possible without disaster. One shot within inches of them and squealed around a pillar. Its wind rocked their vehicle. Whitson ignored it, but the girl shuddered. The coach skidded between two other vehicles, climbing around a tall tower, and settled at last on one side of a broad stone bridge. The girl climbed out, trying to conceal the shaking of her knees, and stalked off along the street. Whitson tossed a coin to the driver, who examined it. Oi! Well? Not enough. It's as much as you'll get for that ride, fool. If you want more the next time, don't take passengers from the upper city. Crowns and Bolds never pay much. You should know that by now. He turned his back on the driver and walked on, ignoring the stream of curses from his rear. Ariana had already disappeared into a dark, squat building that crouched between two others like a malevolent toad. Flaring torches on either side of the door illuminated the sign that read, The Korenberg Chronicle, and in smaller letters, The Truth Without Fail. Whitson read the signs half aloud to himself and smirked as he passed across the lintel. Within, a bustle of people rushed along a narrow corridor, sweeping him with them into a large room, brightly lit and filled to the bursting point with wooden desks and benches. The air was full of shouts and spells as parchments whizzed to and fro. Story holders called for messengers, while chroniclers, half covered with ink, slouched at their stands and scribbled frantically with quill pens that scratched and scratched across the paper like the claws of an angry cat. A number of pens wrote without fingers to guide them. One man sat, surrounded by 8 or 10 stacks of parchment, unattached pens sliding across the surface. His face was twisted in concentration. The temperature of the chamber felt close to the boiling point. Some writers, a few, sat comfortably back, feet propped up, bundles of half-eaten food or drink at their side, and regaled others with stories or gossip. They padded paunches that stretched their tunics, and they hitched up their pants from time to time. From their looks, this was the only exercise they got during the day. Most were men, though a few women were to be distinguished, largely by their choice of language, which was more obscenity-laden and violent than their male contemporaries. A few stray cats prowled in and out of the room, stealing food, leaping on desks, and contributing to the sense of chaos that prevailed. At one end of the room, a set of desks were raised upon a dais, accessible by several wooden steps. These surrounded a larger desk at which sat an enormously fat man, supported by an equally massive chair. It was almost impossible to imagine him rising from it. He had sunk down in it so his chin was barely level with the top of his desk, the surface of which was piled high with papers and books of every description. His thick, curly hair formed a halo around his face, and his high, piercing voice reached every corner of the huge room cutting like a knife through the other noises. "Jethesda! Where's the copy of the story about the twins with one head? Hey! Where, blast you? I need it now! Not when it's written, you bleeding idiot! What sort of pig was your mother rutting with when she gave birth to you? Shoofla! We're waiting for the report on the riot in Upper Cogs. Hey! Would today be too much trouble? Or do I need to come over there and rip it out of your miserable yellow hide? Next time we need a story, we'll kill you. It'll be less trouble than getting you to move that quill of yours. Dorpang! Dorpang!" This to a thin, knock-kneed person of indeterminate sex, clad in a torn gray shift, who stood to one side of the central desk. "Where in the name of the dark sex is my tea, you cross-headed offspring of a dire rat and an ogre's bastard? Get it now, or I'll rip your head off and ram it up your backside, if you have any backside," he said with a piercing laugh. Whitson observed all this quietly from one side of the room, where he stood against the wall. Employees of the Chronicle rushed by him on their various errands, but none stopped to talk to him, or indeed seemed to see him. For a large man, he had the gift of being unobtrusive. After some moments he saw the girl. She was hunched over a desk that even by the standards of this office was dilapidated. The drawers hung askew, and one corner of the surface had been smashed. The usable surface was covered with several piles of parchment that, in contrast to every other desk in sight, were sorted neatly and aligned with their edges together. Ariana was writing briskly, ignoring the noise and catcalls around her, her brow furrowed in concentration. Whitson wandered casually toward her. A yell from the central desk drew his attention. "You! Yes, you! Doler, take you! Come here! Now! Here!" Whitson walked over to the fat man's desk and climbed the steps. The man's piggy eyes squinted at him through rolls of flesh. "Glufferraff!" "The same." "What are you doing here? Sit!" He gestured. A chair flew from beneath one of the men sitting around him and struck Whitson in the back of the knees. He sat down abruptly as the other story holders in the circle laughed obsequiously at their companion, who was sprawled on the floor, trying to understand what had happened to him. Whitson looked calmly at the fat man. "Hello, Gleaser." Seen close, Gleaser was evidently a half-orc, proclaimed by his stature and the tusks that peeked over his full lips. Yet he appeared more intelligent than most of his race, and the eyes that surveyed Whitson had a fair portion of cunning in them. Gleaser lowered his voice, as much as was possible, so as to still be heard above the uproar. "What are you doing here, Clufferraff, you old slinker?" Whitson did not answer, but pitched his voice so it reached Gleaser's ears alone. "What do you think of Sternbark?" He gestured with his hand slightly in the direction of the girl's desk. Gleaser's eyes grew even narrower, and he chuckled. "So that's the game, huh? Well, she's useless. I keep her around so we all have something nice to look at. But as a chronicler?" He shook his head. "Her writing's not worth spider spit. So what's she to you, huh?" He leered suggestively, and a trickle of saliva ran down from beneath one tusk. Whitson shook his head and lifted a finger to his lips. "Suppose she were to stop working here. It wouldn't break your heart, would it? Would it be worth something to you?" Geezer looked at where she sat toiling, her hair falling over her face as she brushed it back impatiently. He sighed. "I suppose. But it was nice. Have you seen the kind of females I have around here? A bit of skin's been nice from time to time. But I suppose if you have something in mind—"
10 Gallifars.
50.
20.
25 and done.
Whitson nodded.
Not right away, though. I'll tell you when. He handed some coins to Gleezer. The other 10 when you give her the push. The half-orc nodded. Don't suppose you'll tell me what it's about? Whitson shook his head. No, I didn't think so. Well, get her out soon. I like having her here, but she's a bit of a distraction. I actually keep having to send her out to get dirt. He snuffled in amusement. When she first got here, I told her how she could advance her career on the Chronicle. Didn't seem too pleased about that. Whitson looked at him. Really, Gleezer? Is that even possible? He walked away and made his way across the room to where Ariana was sitting, reading through what she'd written. Finished? She nodded, just as a messenger, a chubby child, presented himself at her desk and handed her a crumpled note. She read through it swiftly and rose. Come. Why? She tossed the note to him. He spread it out and read it, then followed her out of the room. In the street, she lifted her hand to hail a sky coach, but Whitson stopped her. They won't go down to that part of the city. Better that we walk anyhow. Have you been down there before? She shook her head. Sky coaches don't like to go there because the drivers are rolled for their bags so often, or ripped if they stop too long to pick up a call. And you want to walk? Walking's safer on the whole, if you know how to take care of yourself. He looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about me, Whitson. I can handle anything. They set out down the street, passing along the rain-slick cobbles, avoiding small piles of refuse that dotted the pavement. What were you talking to old Gleezer about? Not much. We're acquaintances. She looked over at him. You seem to have a lot of those. Just who are you, Master Whitson? Don't you know? He smiled. Right now I'm your bodyguard, as long as you're working for the Chronicle. That's all you need to know. She started to say something, then thought better of it. They journeyed down in silence, crossing many bridges and descending several winding staircases. The streets drew together, and the ways along which Whitson unhesitatingly led them were narrower than above. The rain lessened and stopped, though far, far above them they could still hear the rumble of thunder. Ariana stopped suddenly. Where are we? She asked. I'm turned around. Cog's Gate, Whitson replied. We've a while to go. What's the matter? Are your footsie-wootsies getting tired? Would you like me to rub them? She flushed. No, but I don't care for this street. I thought you wanted to see how the other half lives in Sharn. Whitson gestured up to where, 10 feet above them, a dim light burned in a window. They could hear voices raised in a quarrel over the crying of a baby. There was the sound of a blow, and the voices ceased. The baby's crying grew louder. The girl winced, as if the blow had been intended for her. How can people live like that? She muttered. Well, they do. Most of the city lives like that. Get born, eat, drink, fight, sleep, and have babies. And then they die. That's what living is about down here, you know. She nodded. I know. But it's different when you're in the middle of it. Hard to get away from it down here, isn't it? Whitson looked about. Well, let's be getting on. We shouldn't stand around like... A rustle made them both turn. A lithe figure, an axe in its upraised hand, was rushing down upon them. Chapter 12. The figure was small and muscular, and had leaped from an outcropping of brick some 15 feet over their heads. He was clad in tight-fitting dark garments that blended in with his surroundings. Even now that he was moving, he was difficult to see against the stony background. As Ariana and Whitson dodged, the assailant landed lightly on his feet, and at the same moment swung his axe in a broad, sweeping stroke. The blow was aimed at Ariana, who, fortunately or not, had tripped as she sprang back and fallen into a filthy puddle. She sputtered and cursed as the halfling, as her attacker revealed himself, advanced on her, axe raised to strike again. He stopped suddenly and fell forward, face first into the puddle beside her, the axe dropping from his hand. Whitsun stood behind him, a small, wicked-looking truncheon in his right hand. He looked at Ariana, who was clawing herself away from the fallen halfling. "We might have expected something of the sort down here." "That bastard! Something of what sort?" She was on her feet now, a long knife in one hand, glaring from side to side. "Skug's trying to roll some noops. Though I take it as something of an insult to be mistaken for one. You, possibly. Probably. That must have been the reason they attacked us." "They? I didn't see any they." She stirred the fallen halfling with a toe and pushed his face out of the water. "What did you do that for?" Whitsun asked. He sounded irritated. "You want him to drown?" "Why not?" She started to answer, then 2 thumps sounded behind her, and she spun around. 3 more figures, one short, the others tall, were advancing, 2 orcs and a dwarf. All were clad in the same dark clothing as their fallen companion, but she noticed that each had a small gray badge sewn onto their shoulders, shaped like a crescent moon. Whitsun put his back to her and faced 3 more assailants. He spoke to her over his shoulder. "Keep your back to mine. Go for the middle of the body. None of your upper city fancy blade work. Keep it low and dirty. I hope to all the gods that at some point in your life you've had some lessons in fighting." She gave a snort of derision and leaped away from him, knife raised high. He cursed. The 2 orcs and dwarf to his front took this as a signal to join battle. They lunged at him, collided with one another, broke apart, and tried again. Without the girl behind him, Whitsun moved to place a brick wall at his back. The wall angled sharply, narrowing the field of attack for his opponents. They stopped, confused, then came on in a ragged line, the dwarf leading. Whitsun waited until the dwarf was within 2 feet of him. The creature glared at him, ragged brown teeth parted in a grin. His breath hissed and bubbled through blackish lips. In one hand he held a cudgel, in the other a knife, its blade gouged and ragged to help it tear its opponent's flesh from their bones. Whitsun smiled and kicked. As his foot came forward, the lantern light caught a flash of silver from the tip of his boot. It caught the dwarf just at the groin. Whitsun slashed his foot across and up. The dwarf gave a horrid, choking scream, dropped his weapons, and sank to his knees, hands clasped over the spot where his legs joined his trunk. The orcs stopped in mid-stride and stared at him. The dwarf looked up at Whitsun, gave a soft moan, and fell forward. His legs scrambled on the ground as blood trickled over the cobbles. The orc to Whitsun's left gave a squeal of anger and leaped. It brought down a short sword in a rushing blow at his head. Whitsun dodged, and the blade clanged against the bricks. The other orc appeared to have no weapon but his fists. He swung one, catching Whitsun on the shoulder as he tried to twist away. The blow spun him around and against the wall, but by a miracle he kept his feet. The orc with the sword swung again. Whitsun ducked in time to feel the wind of the blow as it passed over his head. He stepped forward and kicked again. But the knife that protruded from his boot missed its mark and only sliced a gash in the orc's thigh. The creature staggered, and its next blow went wide. Whitsun was struck again on the side by the meaty fist of the second orc. Despite the agonizing pain that spread across his ribs, he turned and grasped the orc's huge hand. His fingers closed over 2 of the orc's fingers. He twisted them back and heard a satisfying snap. The creature howled. Whitsun saw the other orc's sword come up for another stroke and twisted his opponent around to block the blow. The sword severed the second orc's arm from its shoulder. It shrieked, turned, and ran, leaving Whitson holding its arm, blood dripping from it. He used it to block another sword stroke. The sword caught in the severed arm and stuck in the bone long enough for Whitson to pull the weapon out of the orc's grasp. The creature gave another high, piercing shriek and lunged at him. Along the street, a few windows opened and just as quickly slammed shut. A street brawl like this was no reason to come outdoors. This low in the city, such fights were too common to stir much excitement. The orc rushed at Whitson and tackled him around the waist, driving both of them back into the wall. Whitson dropped the arm and struck repeatedly at the back of the orc's head, but the creature ignored the blows. He pulled Whitson back and rammed him again into the rough brickwork. He did it twice more, and then let go. Whitson staggered back against the wall, pain spreading across his body. The orc bent and recovered his sword. He lifted his blade for the killing stroke. Lantern light gleamed on his tusks. A smaller figure pressed against the orc's side, hand around the hilt of a knife. The rest of the blade was buried in the swordsman's body. The creature turned to see the face of his attacker, groaned, and fell down. He struggled to get up for a moment, then rolled over, gasped, and was still. Ariana bent over Whitson. "Hey, you all right?"
"No. Do I look all right?"
Whitson's voice was cracked, his breathing labored.
"My back and sides feel as if they've had a troop of ogres walking over them. Do you know any healing spells?"
"No."
"Balls."
He pushed himself up and tried to straighten but almost fell down. His fingers rummaged haltingly in the inner pocket of his jerkin. He handed her a small flail. His hand was shaking, his forehead covered in sweat. He reached in the pocket again and came out with a twist of paper.
"Mix 10 drops of that with a few grains of this."
He could barely get the words out.
"Then put it on my ribs."
She obeyed, pulling away his jerkin to get at his ribs. A horrific bruise, yellow and brown, had spread across his ample stomach and chest. It extended around to his back as well. She rubbed it across the pale flesh and stood back. Nothing seemed to change at first, but Whitson's breathing eased somewhat. In a few moments he could stand unaided. The colors of the bruise remained, but were faded, and not as angry as before. "Handy stuff," she observed.
"Expensive stuff, which is why it would have been nice if you'd had a healing spell or two handy. I thought all you upper-class dragon-marked brats were given magical training."
She stiffened, and her voice, when it came, was low and furious. "In the first place, I'm not dragon-marked. Not everyone who comes from one of the houses is marked, as you know perfectly well. So there's no point in insulting me that way. In the second place, I never paid attention during magic tutoring. And in the third place, it would have been nice if you had, that's all." He started to walk on. Seeing her face, he stopped. "And in the third place, what?" "In the third place, Master Whitson, I just saved your hide. You might at least thank me for that. I thought you knew how to fight." Whitson looked her up and down with a cool impudence. "What happened to your two?" he asked finally. She jerked her head. He walked over and inspected the bodies of the two fallen thieves. One was another dwarf, the other a human. Both were dead, the dwarf from a knife wound in his chest, the human from a wound under his chin. Blood showed where the knife had entered and penetrated upward through his mouth and into the brain. His eyes were open, staring into the darkness. He looked puzzled, as if this were not the outcome he had expected. Whitson nodded. "Very neat. But I thought you were squeamish about killing." She joined him. "I paid attention in weapons training. A lot more interesting than the theory of magic." And I can kill if I have to, if it's the difference between staying alive and not. It's nice to see that something rubbed off on you." She acknowledged the compliment with a curt nod. Whitson looked back at where they'd first been attacked. The halfling was gone from the spot where he'd fallen. "Balls!" he glared at Ariana. "I told you to leave him in that puddle. For all we know, he might have gone to get some more of his little friends." She stared back unflinchingly. "I'm not going to commit cold-blooded murder, Whitson." "You'd better rethink that. We don't get much of any other kind down here." Ariana let it go. "You think these are part of a gang?" He nodded and drew her attention to the crescent moon. "That's their symbol." "Seems a bit blatant to wear it openly like that." "It's helpful in a brawl, especially down here where it's a bit harder to see what you're doing. The last thing you want when you're bouncing around down here in a fight is to start stabbing your own people by mistake." He bent and searched the bodies, moving efficiently. He stood and made a noise of disgust. "Hardly anything. A little coin, that's all. As much as one would expect to find on Scugs in these parts, I suppose." He turned to go. "Aren't we going to report this to the Watch?" "What in the name of the flame for?" He looked at her in genuine surprise. "You don't imagine, do you, that the Watch care at all about what goes on down here? Especially when it comes to some Scugs. If they hear about it at all, they'll be happy there's 5 less of them in Sharn." He strode on, and she followed. "What about the bodies, though?" "Oh, pickers and grinders will find them soon enough." "Pickers and—" "What?" "Pickers and grinders. Pickers keep an eye peeled for dead bodies, strip 'em clean in a matter of minutes if they know their business, everything down to the skin." "What about the other thing you said?" "Grinders? They take the bodies after the pickers are done, take out the teeth and some of the bones, grind 'em up to a powder, and sell 'em in the markets." "What in the name of all the gods for?" "Magic spells. Fake ones. You can enspell something like that so it looks as if it's magical. Poor folk buy them by the dozen." "But they don't work. The powers, I mean. You said they don't do anything." "Mostly not. But people think they do. That's the important thing." That's... She sputtered for words. "What?" "That's absolutely foul." He stopped and turned to her. "Look, I suppose above you do things differently. But down here, as I said before, it's pretty simple. You're born, you're hungry, so you eat. You're thirsty, so you drink. You live a while, and then you die. That's how it is for most people. Along the way, if someone sells them a powder and says if they take it they'll feel a little less hungry or thirsty, or their baby'll be a little less sickly, how much do you think it matters if the stuff really works? What counts is they feel a little better. Maybe they have just a bit, just a fleeting, tiny moment of happiness in the misery that's called their life. If you ask me, that's worth something. Above, you have religion for that. Down here, they have powders." She was silent, and they walked on, each sunk in their own thoughts. At the end of a narrow alleyway, the street ran before them, crossing a long, wide bridge. A few people were gathered about the far end, while others passed along its length. On either side of the bridge, large fires, magical from the look of them, since they had no visible fuel, were burning. Their heat, added to the stifling smell of the lower city, made Ariana gag. Halfway across the bridge, a building extended from it out over the depths, clinging improbably to the span like a canker. Its beams were blackened as if by fire. Judging from the sign that hung dangling from one corner, it had at one time been a tavern. The Sacred Goat. But the windows were broken and dark, and part of one wall had fallen into the gulf. As Whitson and Ariana passed, a low whistle came from just within the doorway. The girl stopped. Whitson took a few steps and turned to her. "Come." "What was that?" "Nothing you need to pay attention to. Come." "Wait." The whistle came again, and this time it was joined by a slender human, long black hair slicked back from his forehead, gold chains gleaming around his neck. He was dressed in expensive but garish apparel, from his velvet collar to his pointed, curling shoes. He was handsome enough, but his face was disfigured by a long knife scar running diagonally from one eyebrow to the tip of his mouth. "Hey, Sister Mina, what's rattling your bones? Want to do some hopping?" His voice was low and syrupy, like the remnants of bad ale poured out of a keg. "No, she doesn't. Come, Mashara." "Don't call me that." She shook off his restraining hand impatiently. "Want to do some what?" she asked the dark-haired man. "Hoppin', Mother Wonder. Hoppin' so high you touch the sky." He pointed indefinitely in the direction above their heads. "A licious Mother Wonder like you could roll up and down all night long making the sweet-wise music. But you gotta do the hoppin' before your mind starts a-droppin'." He stared at her. His eyes were dead black, without any white iris showing. He swayed and bent his slender body before Ariana, looking like an expensively dressed snake. "So come now, Mother Wonderful Sister Mina, Queen of the Sky. Let me lift you up so high you cry before you die. Come hoppin' with me to where we feel free, and you and me, we hoppin' free." Whitson's voice cut in. "I told you, she's not interested." "Hey, Mazera!" The man looked at him more closely. "Didn't catch your face in this place. You're a Worley man, Mazera. Ain't no one here know your name no more. Old Mazera, them say. Come down here no more, no more. Gone Worley, he is. But this fine Mother Wanda interested. Oh, yes, she making the eyes for the prize." "Interested in what?" she demanded. "And what's Worley mean?" "Oh, please." Whitson's voice held nothing but irritation. "I don't have time for a linguistics lesson. You're supposed to be a chronicler for the sake of the flame. Haven't you ever met a Springle? That's how they all talk down here. A She turned and stared at Whitson, then turned back to the young man. You're selling drugs?" Uncertain, the Springle looked from her to Whitson. "Didn't she catch me, Mazera?" he asked. "I thought she is so fine she must be hopping all the time." "Well, you were wrong. We're not interested, as I've told you twice before." Whitson motioned. "Go crawl back under your rock." The man turned to go back into the ruined tavern. "Now you wait, you slimy little pile of—" Ariana reached out, grasped his velvet collar, and jerked him out onto the street. The Springle looked at her in astonishment. "Why, Mother One?" he started to ask. His hand at the same time was reaching down toward his boot. The girl got there before him, caught his wrist and twisted it hard. He screamed in agony as his hand bent all the way back and the bone snapped. The sound brought two other Springles through the door, both tall and thin, both equally garish in their clothing. The first Springle was spitting furious volleys of elaborate curses at Ariana, flailing against her as she pushed him backward. His companions, uncertain what to do, stared at him and at Whitson, who made no move to interfere. The girl bent the Springle over the balustrade of the bridge. He yelped and struck at her again with no effect. With a jerk, she lifted him by his broken wrist, and held him dangling over the gulf. His screams filled the air, and his two comrades began to move toward him until they caught Whitson's eye and stopped. The girl held the springle with a strength for which Whitson would not have given her credit. With a jerk, she pulled her knife. She stared down into the dead eyes of the man. "This is payment," she gasped. Her hand with the knife slashed across the springle's broken wrist. A spray of blood from a severed artery splashed across her face and clothing. Her captive's writhing body fell into the shaft, shrieking and cursing. Ariana held his severed hand a moment longer, then tossed it after him. She turned back to where the other two young men stood motionless. Blood dripped from her blade. The taller of the pair gave a yelp, turned, and fled across the bridge. A second later, his companion followed. Without hesitation, the girl hurled herself after them. "Come!" she shouted to Whitson. As he ran after her, Whitson muttered through clenched teeth, "Why can't you ever do as you're told?" Chapter 13. Passer-by dived out of the way as the girl and her quarry, followed by Whitson, plunged further down the city streets. The springle's long spider-like limbs served them in good stead, but the girl was agile and adept at dodging people, animals, and handcarts that blundered into her way. Whitson, who ran easily despite his bulk, kept an eye on the signs carven into the stones at intersections. The springles were taking a long, twisting way down, keeping ahead of their pursuers, but without, it seemed, attempting to lose them entirely. One springle, trailing the others by several feet, reached out a long leg and pushed a market stand. Melons rolled along the cobbles. The girl leaped over them and continued. Whitson had the bad fortune to have two crash against his legs, knocking him from his feet. He skidded and fell, sliding on his side, and stopped himself with an outflung arm. With a yell of rage, the owner of the stand sprang at him. Gray hair sprouted from his head in irregular tufts, framing a face from which the nose was conspicuously missing. Blasted off, Whitson coolly noted, by some spell, possibly cast during the war. He stretched out a hand for Whitson's collar, screaming something that his missing nose rendered impossible to understand. Several of his neighbors, evidently used to this performance, howled with laughter. Whitson tripped the man and recovered his feet. The girl and her prey had vanished. Balls! To vent his feelings, he gave the noseless man a sharp kick. The merchant went down again with a yelp of pain, clutching in the region of his groin. Whitson sprang over him, smashed a melon to pulp with his foot, and was gone. Below him, people on the street were turning and pointing. Evidently the chase was attracting some interest from passer-by. Whitson followed the gesturing arms until ahead of him he saw racing figures, two tall, slender ones, and a shorter one, whose slowing pace told of the toll the pursuit was taking on her. At the end of a long street with crowded shops, the pair of springles turned down a crooked alley. The alley twisted and turned and spat forth a street. Whitson noted as he ran that the houses and shops in this part of the city were all abandoned, windows broken or boarded over. A few ever-bright lanterns flickered mournfully and seemed to increase the gloom rather than relieve it. The street dived down a flight of stairs that led to a great arch. On either side, flickering light wings traced their way along the stone. Whitson halted and stared first at the arch, then back along the way he had come. He picked up a stone and tossed it through the arch. Nothing happened. He muttered something to himself, took a pace or two back, gritted his teeth, and leaped. He landed on the pavement on the other side of the arch. He straightened and looked back. Now the scene through the archway was softened by a dull sheen, as if a transparent curtain had been dropped across it. Whitson shook his head, turned, and raced on. The street now followed a bubbling stream of dark water. This gradually widened and became a narrow canal that washed along slimy stone banks. A few small boats were tied up to iron rings driven deep into the stones. From the canal, a foul reek rose into the heat-deadened air. The miasma coated the buildings with a fetid stench. Dimly ahead of him, Whitson heard the pounding of footsteps. He increased his pace, rounded a corner, and saw Ariana and the Springles. The pursued and the pursuers had come to a broad plaza. Whitson had been gaining on them, but he was still 50 paces or so behind. Far above him he could see the crossing arches and brickways made a kind of roof for the open space. A thin, continuous rain fell from the stones, and the cobbles were coated in a slippery greenish mold. Ever-bright lanterns lit the plaza, throwing long shadows across the space, even as they brightened parts of it. On 3 sides of the plaza were houses 4 and 5 stories high. Many of their windows gaped broken, and their doors had been wrenched from their hinges. Along the 4th side of the square, marked by a low stone parapet, ran the canal. Its water was dark and smelled foul. Bits of garbage tossed by the citizens of Sharn floated on its oily surface. It passed under a high arch and disappeared from sight. One building had evidently been, in some distant past, a temple. On either side of the entrance, great pillars lifted up a carven frieze, and a high brass door stood ajar, as if still ready to welcome the faithful into its interior. But its high windows were shattered, and the statues and carvings around its entrance had been pulled from their niches and defaced or destroyed. Whitson skidded on the cobbles and lost his footing. He fell and slid forward a few feet, scrabbling with his boot heels on the stones. He cursed and sat up, nursing a bruised elbow. The plaza was deserted. Of the Springles they had been chasing, there was no sign. The girl sank to the pavement and sat, putting her head between her knees, breathing in deep, gasping sobs. Whitson rose and staggered over to lean against a stone pillar, one of several that decorated the square. When they had both recovered their breath somewhat, he turned to her and said, "Do you want to tell me what that was all about?" She was still breathing hard. At last she managed, "I hate drug dealers." "So I gather. Any special reason?" "None that I want to talk about." He stepped in front of her. "Not good enough. Your uncle is paying me good money, very good money, to keep anything bad from happening to you. It's very hard for me to do that when you murder an inoffensive Springle and then chase another bunch of them across half the level and down to this place. And you won't tell me why? I don't think so. What's going on here?" "Inoffensive?" She spat out the word as if it were a piece of rotten meat. "Well, in the order of things in the lower city, I'd say most Springles are pretty inoffensive most of the time. They run their business, they have their customers, and they let everyone else alone. They aren't much in the way of fighters, as you saw. That fellow you ripped," her head jerked sharply at the word, "wasn't that different from someone selling bark apples. So what have they done to you that's so special?" She put her head on her knees again for a moment before replying, "Not me." "Who then?" "Sister." He waited. "My cousin Charlena." Whitson wrinkled his forehead. "I think I remember this. Charlena Cannith. She died in a riding accident, didn't she?" "No." Ariana's eyes turned hot and furious. That was the story the heads of the house gave out, because they didn't want Sharn to know the truth. That Charlena Cannith was a weedhead. "Really? How in the name of flame did she come by that particular vice? I thought you young folk from the houses were kept away from lower-class pleasures." Whitson's voice was light and sarcastic. Ariana stared at him, her fingers working. "She went to the lower city, for fun, in disguise. She wanted to see what it was like, she and some friends of hers. They met some Springles, who gave them the weed and took their money. My uncle found out where she'd gone and sent some of our house guard to fetch her back. But she was completely caught by the weed by that time. She stopped. Whitson waited a bit and asked, "Why not get her off it? It can be done, you know." She shook her head and laughed bitterly. "I thought you knew how the houses operate, Whitson. They weren't even going to acknowledge that one of their own was a weed head. The shame would be too overwhelming. Besides, it might give some advantage to one of the other houses. They couldn't allow that." Charlena was kept in her bedroom, shrieking and moaning for the weed. Finally, she stopped. Whitson nodded. "I see. A riding accident was the most convenient way out of the matter for the house leaders." She nodded. "I swore that if I ever got the chance to kill a Springle where he stood, I would. So I've fulfilled that vow." "And that's all you need do." Whitson's voice was gentler than usual. "My dear girl, there are thousands of Springles throughout the city. You can't kill them all, nor should you try." She got to her feet and sighed. "No, I suppose not. You're probably right. Now we've been distracted from the main business at hand, hunting our murderer." She looked around. "Where are we exactly?" "The Cogs. A forbidden part of it, actually. In the usual course of things, we'd all have been fried by the magic on the arch up there." He gestured back the way they had come. "I don't know why we weren't." She looked around. "I've never been here." "You surprise me." Whitson's voice had resumed its usual sarcastic note. He waved a hand about. "Welcome to the Undercity." "There doesn't seem to be anyone around." He nodded. "Odd, isn't it? Above us is 1.5 miles or so of citizens going about their lives. Down here," she shivered, "nothing." "I wouldn't say that." Whitson looked about. "Things go on down here if you know where to find them. And there are folk who live here, just not necessarily the kind of people you'd want to meet." "What do you mean?" "Oh, a lot of folk who prefer the dark to the light." "Vampires?" "Some, certainly. But I was speaking metaphorically. Shall we go?" He started back toward the narrow street they had come down, but the girl held back, still examining the square and the canal. She spoke over her shoulder. "I thought entrance to the lower city was forbidden, that some ruler, Galifar the First, was it? Had the entrances sealed so no one could get down here." "Yes, that's what I said. But a lot of those entrances are open again. That must be the case down here. A century of war and neglect has meant some places have opened that probably should have stayed closed." Whitson returned to her side and took her arm in a firm grip. "This isn't some place we should be using for sightseeing." "Where is it exactly?" Whitson looked at the deserted temple across the square. His voice took on a tone of urgency. "Where we don't want to be, I'd say." Across the square, a small group of men had emerged from the temple. They were hard to see in the dim light cast by the lanterns, but there was enough illumination to identify them. Springles. Whitson gave a low curse. "I should have known. They were leading us on. That old temple's probably one of their houses. For all I know, they opened the gate so we could get down here." The men had fanned out in a line, so Whitson and Ariana could see there were 6 of them. The girl grinned savagely. 3 for you, and 3 for me." "Not really." Whitson turned and glanced back the way they'd come. 3 more figures stood blocking the way. "I don't think much of these odds." Ariana's knife was in her hand. Blood still stained its blade. "Well, we can't do anything about that now." She began moving to one side, crouching into a fighter stance. Whitson faced his half of the line upright and without looking especially alert. The Springles leapt forward. Ariana rolled, a flurry of legs, arms, and knife, and came up on the other side of them. Her blade swept around, cutting a long slice across the face of one of the young men. He wailed and bent over, blood spilling between his fingers as he clawed at his visage. The other two snarled, a feral sound that had nothing human in it, and began to circle the girl. Whitson's foes came at him in a ragged rush. The foremost one went down screaming as Whitson's toe blade slashed his left knee. The other two struck with glittering rapiers. Whitson whirled away his cloak and wrapped it around his left arm. With the other he caught up the fallen Sprinkle's rapier and met both onrushing blades in a clash of flashing steel. His foes dodged back. One struck at him from the front, keeping his blade engaged, while the other circled to one side. Whitson struck sharply at the slender figure in front of him and edged forward, maneuvering to try to keep both opponents in front of him. Ariana had begun to work her combat toward the canal. The Springles, guessing what she was up to, began a series of small feints designed to drive her across the square and closer to the ruined temple. She parried the blows of their rapiers with her knife, but their reach was longer, and she bore several cuts along her face and arms. Whitson's fencing held nothing of elegance, but it was effective. He was unmarked and had left several slashes on both his opponents' faces. The man on the left guessed at an opening, lunged, and impaled himself on Whitson's blade, trapping it. His cry of agony was blocked by a rush of blood through his throat. His companion, seeing Whitson encumbered, struck at him. Whitson partially blocked the blow with the body of the fallen man and hurled him forward, forcing the upright Springle to dodge and almost lose his balance on the slime-coated cobbles. As he pulled his sword free, Whitson glanced up the alley. The three tall figures who blocked it, seeing that the fight was going against their comrades, were advancing to give assistance. Whitson gave a long hiss, ending in a curse. He struck hard at the Springle, but the man leaped back, keeping his footing this time, and retreated toward his advancing comrades. The four conferred for a few seconds, then raised their blades and came toward Whitson in a rush. There was a shout from the direction of the canal. Whitson tore his gaze away from his opponents to glance back. Men were pouring over the lip of the canal from a long, low boat that had moored there. All bore swords of some description. The Springles menacing Ariana turned and fled for the temple. A crossbowman knelt and squeezed the trigger of his weapon. One of the Springles gave a cry and fell, a bolt protruding from the back of his head. The others vanished into the darkness. The group of Springles who had been about to overwhelm Whitson hesitated for a moment. That was their undoing. 4 of the newcomers ran swiftly forward, cutting off their possible retreat toward the temple. 3 others knelt and raised crossbows. The Springles edged from side to side and then, with a clatter, dropped their rapiers and lifted their hands in surrender. Whitson stepped back, lowering his sword. Ariana joined him. "Who?" she began. There was a snap as 3 crossbows released simultaneously, and a whistle of bolts through the deadened air. 3 of the Springles staggered and went down. The 4th gave a howl of astonishment and dismay and sank to his knees, hands still uplifted. "No, don't rip me! I give you all the dreams like you never had! I swear, One of the men stepped forward, sword in hand. The Springle looked at him and reached out his arms in supplication. "Let me go! Thazira! Good! Good!" The sword whistled through the air and slashed through the Springle's throat. There was a spray of red, and he clutched the air, gurgling. He fell face down on the cobbles. His legs thrashed for a moment, and he was still. The man with the sword kicked the body once, and sheathed his blade. Whitson looked around. The rescuers numbered about 15 or so, all of them men, all roughly dressed. Most wore bright yellow cloths, tied loosely around their throats. The one whose sword had just cut down the springle appeared to be the leader. He turned to Whitson and Ariana. "Come." Whitson backed away. "No, thanks. I appreciate you saving our lives, but—"
"No time for that. There may be more coming. Come."
He placed a firm hand on Whitson's shoulder. Ariana was also escorted by 2 men, each holding her elbow. She shot a glance back at Whitson, and he nodded to signal that they had no choice in the matter. They were hustled into the boat, where space was found for them, and the oars were unshipped. The boat slid softly through the oily water, pushing aside the floating rubbish, and passed under the arch. The passageway in which they now floated was perhaps 20 feet broad and half as high. The walls were circular and made of stone, finely joined together. The way was lit by lanterns placed in niches at the sides of the tunnel every 15 feet. Their light reflected from the surface of the water, as it was disturbed by the oars and was broken into countless shards of gold and silver. The stench in this enclosed place was overwhelming, but none of the men gave any sign that they noticed it. Whitson and Ariana held their arms before their noses to block it out. No one spoke as they glided along. The steersman had little to do but to keep the boat steady in the middle of the tunnel, and the rowers bent to their work without command or anyone to give them the stroke. They moved along at a good pace for a mile or so, until they came to a wooden gate. This the captain unlocked with a large iron key, and they floated into a small lock. One of the boatmen reached over the side of the wall where there was a large iron lever and pulled it. At once the water beneath the boat began to sink, and the vessel with it. They descended about 20 feet, halted, and passed through another gate. Another 50 feet of canal stretched before them, at the end of which was another lock gate. They repeated this procedure 5 times. At each stage the foul smell grew less and the air grew sweeter, though the heat, already intense, increased. Whitson watched with interest the way in which the boatmen worked the locks. Ariana sat beside him, foot tapping impatiently. "Where are they taking us?" she demanded of Whitson in a low voice.
"Sarlona."
"Really?" Her mouth gaped in astonishment. "No, but that's as intelligent as any other answer I could give at this point. I have no idea where we're going, so the best thing is to wait until we get there." "Who are they?" "As to that, my best guess would be members of the Golden Horn." "How do you figure that?"
"From those neckerchiefs they're wearing."
Whitson's voice, though pitched low as Ariana's, reeked of scorn. "I don't know why they don't wear targets on their backs to save the watch the trouble." Ariana ignored the remark. Her eyes flitted from side to side, taking in their rescuers. The Golden Horn? But why should they care about springles? Whitson was about to answer when the boat rounded a curve in the canal. Ahead of them, ever-bright lanterns illuminated a wooden dock. Several men stood at the end of it, hands on crossbows. The captain of the boat rose from his seat and stood swaying.
"Give the word,"
one of the dockhands called. "Morning comes soon."
"The clouds shall pass away."
"Golden shall be the sunrise." The deckhand lowered his weapon and extended a hand to grasp the rope one of the oarsmen tossed to him. He made the vessel fast to the dock, and the passengers clambered out. Whitson stretched lightly and looked about. Several more boats were drawn up to the docks, their oars resting inside. They bobbed gently and bumped the dock as the water swayed and glittered in the lantern light. The wooden platform led back to a stony shelf that extended along the edge of the canal for 30 or 40 feet. The wall behind, at the far side of the shelf, was pierced by an arch, which was barred by a wooden door studded with iron nails. 2 more guards stood on either side of it, each wearing a yellow kerchief at his neck. As the boatmen assembled on the dock, one of the guards banged on the door and spoke a word. The door opened, and the company passed through it. Whitson and Ariana found themselves in a large room built of close-fitted stones, unadorned save by the torches and lanterns that lit it. The floor was partly covered by coils of rope, spare oars, and other nautical paraphernalia, and they had to step carefully around this. Beyond the room was a broad passageway, which they followed with the rest of the boatmen. They passed several doorways until they came to one larger than the rest. The captain of the boat motioned to Whitson and Ariana that they should follow him through this one, while the rest of the company dispersed down the passageway. The room they entered was the largest they'd yet seen, windowless but well lit. Across the far wall someone had lettered in chalk, "Justice comes for Sharn." Benches were scattered about the chamber, and beneath the sign was a table and chair. A man sat writing, while several others stood about him, looking over his shoulder, speaking to him and to one another in quiet voices. The man put down his quill and looked up at them. For a moment his face was impassive. Then he broke into a broad smile. "Welcome, welcome, brother and sister, to the Order of the Golden Horn." Chapter 14. At the man's invitation, Whitson and Ariana seated themselves on narrow wooden stools. One of the other men left the room and returned shortly with tall mugs of steaming bitter ale. The sweet flavor filled the chamber and seemed to push back the darkness to its farthest corners. The other men left, save for one who sat in a corner, watching as the leader of the Golden Horn, sipping his drink, looked at the 2 visitors as they watched him, waiting for a sign. He was a striking man of about 50. Blonde hair streaked with silver fell around his clean-shaven face, which bore no lines of age. His ears were slightly pointed, and his slender grace suggested elf heritage. When he'd welcomed them, his voice had been deep and melodic, seeming to fill the room with solemn music. When he spoke, he revolved the syllables of his speech slowly in his mouth before they issued forth, so that he seemed more to be singing than speaking. His eyes were large, with dark pupils set in a hazel background. Above all, the visitors noted, he sent forth a presence, a sense that he could command others to good or to evil. "I see this must all be very strange to you," the man said. Ariana was silent, so Whitson replied, "No, not at all." The man hesitated. Plainly, this was not the answer he had been expecting. "You anticipated us?" "Oh, of course. Attacked by Springles, rescued by a gang of sewer pirates, and dragged down here to meet Marshal Teravenk. Not unusual at all. Happens every day." Ariana turned and stared at her companion. "Are you insane?" she asked. "Teravenk was killed when? 5 years ago, was it?" She turned back to the golden-haired man. "Pay no attention to him. He—" Her voice trailed away as she stared at the man, and slowly recognition came into her face. She put a hand to her mouth. "Toller." The man inclined his head slowly in Whitson's direction. "Well done, Master Whitson. You impress me." The younger man in the shadows stirred and asked, "How did you know?" Whitson and Ariana turned toward him. Like Teravenk, he was striking in appearance. His face was darker than most humans in Sharn, and his long black hair fell in waves about his shoulders. A single shock of it had turned white, and it drew attention to the fine lines of his face. His eyes were brown beneath stern brows, and his hands, resting on the table before him, were slender and strong. Whitsun shrugged and spoke to both men. "I have a memory for faces, that's all. I remember news of your death spreading around the city. Even at that large stage of the war, it might have reignited it, but everyone was too tired to go on fighting. The Treaty of Thronehold came not too much later." He looked at Teravenk. "But it seems you didn't die. So what in the blazes of the Silver Flame are you doing skulking down here?" The dark man came to his feet with an oath, but Teravenk smiled and lifted a hand. "Yes," he said calmly, "I imagine it does seem rather like skulking. There is a story behind it. But first, allow me to inquire if you are both well after your experience with the gang." Whitsun nodded. "Yes. We're grateful, of course, that your followers came to our rescue, but I confess I'm still wondering why they did it." The smile broadened. Teravenk turned to Ariana. "You are wondering the same thing, no doubt." She nodded, her eyes fixed on his face. "That, and a lot more. Your questions will be answered in good time. You are Mashara Kenneth, are you not?" Her eyes turned cold. "I don't go by that name." "Ariana Sternbach, then." The young man smiled at her, showing white teeth in his dark face, and after a moment she returned the smile. "And you," the young man continued, "are Ulthar Whitsun of Firelight." Whitsun's eyebrows rose. "I don't remember ever meeting you, Master Errol. Dalek Errol." "Master Errol. How do you come to know my name?" "I know quite a bit about you, Master Whitsun, and about Mistress Sternbach." Whitsun opened his mouth as if to reply, but was anticipated by Teravenk. "Excellent! I'm glad to hear it. Sternbach suits you a good deal better, if you don't mind my saying so." He gave a smile that lit up the room. "A courageous thing to cast off your privileges and set your lot with the wretched of the city. No other members of your house have done so. In fact, I can't think of anyone so high up in the city who's displayed such moral fiber. The high houses are full of corruption and—" "You're going to tell me how and why you're still alive," Whitsun interrupted. "Of course." Teravenk turned back to him without any show of annoyance, though Errol's shoulders tensed. "My company was assigned the task of holding the bridge at Xandrar. We were almost overwhelmed by the forces that opposed us. Their spells cut down half my men before we could even take up our positions. Their foot soldiers stormed across the bridge, banners flying in the afternoon's breeze." His voice was deep and sonorous, and his eyes looked at something far away. Beyond the small room, far in the depths of the city, his listeners seemed for a moment to hear the crash and rattle of battle, the screams of the wounded, and the groans of the dying. "We fought back with every ounce of strength, with every spell, with every power we possessed. Against all odds, we brought the charge to a standstill midway across the bridge. They gave way and fell back, leaving their dead. Some of the wounded crawled to the edge of the bridge, and begging for water, clawed their way off and into the waves far below. We heard their screams as they fell." He sighed. "Twice more they charged. Twice more we stopped them. But each time they came closer to us. I knew that if they reached us, we were gone. We struck the bridge with fire, with bolts of magic, but it was ancient beyond measure and strong beyond our imagining. We scored and scorched it.
but in the end it still stood. I knew there was but one choice. I had a spell linked to an artifact I bore, which I hoped would be powerful enough to weaken and perhaps destroy the bridge, and so preserve Xandrar from the hordes that menaced it. But for the spell to work properly, I had to hold the artifact. I knew this. I was prepared to sacrifice myself. It was right. His eyes closed. Ariana stared at him. A tear trickled from a corner of her face. Whitson's mouth quirked. Teravenk continued. I stepped onto the middle of the bridge. For a moment, frozen in time, all sound ceased. The enemy, awed by my approach, stepped back, yet remained on the bridge, poised for their attack. I lifted my hand, and someone threw a spell at you that knocked your ass over heels. So powerful was the enchantment that Teravenk had cast over the room that Whitson's voice sounded like the harsh grinding of a carcass crab's claws. There was something almost physically violent in the way it broke into the story, and Teravenk actually flinched. Ariana spun in her seat and glared at her companion with a look that could have fried dirt. Whitson was looking at Teravenk, mouth curled in a slight smile. "That's what happened, isn't it?" he asked. "I did hear about this. You were ready to launch your attack when someone threw a spell at you. There was a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the bridge was open, and the enemy forces charged over it. You were presumed dead, blown into so many pieces they couldn't even try a resurrection spell, assuming anyone could have afforded one. But it seems everyone was mistaken. Teravenk had recovered. He smiled at Whitson. "You are right, Master Whitson. I found myself floating in the water, looking up at the bridge 100 feet above me, and wondering when I was going to die. I was burned, stunned, and half dead. I had barely enough strength to keep afloat until the current set me to a shore. The wrong shore, of course. I need not bother you with my adventures after that. I was taken in by some folk living near the river. They hoped only to escape the battle and took me for a common soldier. They nursed me, and somehow I survived. I lay for many weeks on a bed without moving a muscle, but I survived." His voice had recovered its timbre now. Ariana watched him, lips parted slightly, her brows knit. Whitson slumped in his chair and sipped from his cup. "In those countless hours, I had a vision that I knew had been granted me because I had gone straight up to the point of death and yet had returned. A vision that, as I slowly grew stronger, I knew could become a reality." Errol spoke, as one who has heard this speech before but was still moved by its power. "A vision that we all will make a reality in Sharn, Marshal." Teravenk smiled at him. "Aye, that we will, Errol." He struck his lieutenant a friendly blow to the shoulder, a commander's affectionate gesture to his second in command. "A vision of a Sharn no longer torn by war and oppressed by poverty. A Sharn that is a shining beacon of hope to all who see it. I knew that this vision must be brought to the people of Sharn." He paused, and Whitson said calmly, "Very well, but why all the secrecy? Why not just say that you escaped from the battle, you're back, and you've got a bright idea about how Sharn should be run?" Errol's lips pursed in distaste, but Teravenk showed no sign of being insulted. He smiled at Errol. We decided that it would be more dramatic if I were to reveal myself when we were ready to move. Meanwhile, the order moves among the people, gathering support, planning for the day when we shall rise up and take Sharn back for the people.
Are you the people? Whitson sounded genuinely interested. I thought you were an involuntarily retired commander of the Brelish army.
Errol spoke. We are representatives of the best interests of the great mass of citizens of Sharn. We are the most enlightened and the most ready for this change. That's why we'll lead it.
Ariana nodded. Yes, I can see that. Whitson looked at her and started to speak, but cut himself short. Quiet. He turned back to Teravenk and Errol. So that's what's going on here. How do we come into it? Teravenk leaned back in his seat and nodded to Errol. The latter smiled at Ariana, a look she returned with interest. We have been watching you for some time. When you left the offices of the Chronicle, we followed you down into the city. We would have intervened in your dispute with the thieves, but you seem to have that well in hand. Why? Whitson asked. Why follow you? Well, we knew where you were going, and we didn't want any harm to come to you before we had a chance to meet and speak with you. How'd you know where we were going? Ariana asked. She took another sip of the bitter ale, wincing at the touch of the hot liquid on her lips. Because we sent you there. What? But I had a message about some murders. Well, yes. I'm afraid we're responsible for the message. Errol chuckled. We wanted to see you, and it seemed best for security reasons that you should come to us and not the other way around. Marshal Teravenk left the matter to me. I knew you were following the story of these murders that have been taking place in the city above, and I arranged for a tip to be delivered to you at the Chronicle. He sounded delighted with his own cleverness. Teravenk laughed and clapped Errol on the shoulder. She looked at Errol. You know, you could have just sent me a note that the leader of the Golden Horn wanted to talk to a chronicler. You'd have had them coming in around your ears, which is precisely what we don't want at this point. Errol leaned across the table. Look here, Mr. Sternbach. Where is here exactly? He spread his hands. This is our, well, I suppose you could call it a headquarters. I prefer to think of it as the heart of a new Sharn that will rise from the ashes of the old one. The heart of a new city. Mistress Sternbach, please. Ariana, she smiled again. Teravenk looked at them with the benevolent expression of an elderly uncle who has seen an arranged marriage to fruition. As you wish, Ariana. Things in the city above are at a pitch just now. Our plans are balanced on the edge of a blade, and it will take very little to tip them one way or the other. Our plans are almost ready to put into effect. But one of the last pieces is in your hands. I want the people of Sharn to know the truth about what the Order is. And what's that truth? She reached into a pocket and drew out some crumpled sheets of parchment. Errol pushed the quill and ink bottle across to her.
The truth is what you already know, Teravenk replied. The people of Sharn have been crushed down by the mighty until their spirit has been almost broken. They crawl in poverty, they struggle in hunger, and they die in shame and darkness.
His voice rose and filled the room. The stones themselves seemed to vibrate at his cadences.
For a century, the stars above saw the people of Khorvaire tear and claw at one another in an endless, meaningless, foolish war. A war in which there could be only one victor, the wealthy. Those above cared nothing for their slaves. They poured out the blood of the people as if it was water.
He stopped himself suddenly and chuckled.
Forgive me.
I sound as if I'm addressing a meeting instead of talking to you. The truth is, Ariana, you know as well as I what living conditions in this city are like, what they have been like for hundreds of years. That is what we will change." Ariana had been scribbling furiously. She looked up. "What kind of change?" "Change for the better, for everyone." He leaned over the table and put one hand over hers. "Ariana, can you imagine this city full of light and laughter? A light shining on the meanest street, even down here in the Undercity, which has barely known anything but darkness. When every child has a meal in her belly, when every man and woman feels their heart beat faster when they hear the name of their city. Can you imagine people singing as they work because they know they work for themselves and not to make some lord or lady richer and fatter? When magic helps people live better, longer lives and is not used to kill them or threaten them when they ask for something more. Such a Sharn can be. It lies within our grasp. That is what I saw in my vision as I lay nearly dead in the cottage of a humble farmer." She stared at him. The quill fell from her fingers. Whitson drained his mug and set it on the table. "And how is this great change going to come about exactly?" he asked. His voice, after Teravank, sounded rough and unlovely. Errol answered Whitson, "The people want this change, Master Whitson, and the people will bring it about." "The people!" Whitson's tone was openly derisory. "The people of Sharn want food in their bellies and a place to sleep at night. I doubt many of them have aspirations rising much higher than that." Errol shook his head. "You can't believe that, Master Whitson. You say such things because you don't truly know them." Ariana turned on him. "Exactly. That's nonsense. Why shouldn't people in Lower Sharn have just as many hopes and dreams as those who live in the Upper City? Why don't they deserve just as much?" Whitson ignored her and addressed Errol and Teravank again. "After the war, when soldiers returned home, all sorts of political agitators were shouting for change. Nothing came of it then, and nothing's going to come of it now. That's not nonsense. It's just a fact. Do you imagine for one moment that the magical powers commanded by the rulers of this city could be overthrown by your little band of schoolboys?" Errol's face was impassive. He took another sip of bitter ale before replying, "I have confidence, Master Whitson, in the power of the people of this city. So does the Marshal. Magic is a tool that has rested for too long in the wrong hands here. We shall make it a tool to be wielded in the interests of justice and freedom." Which brings me back to my original question. How is this big change of yours going to come about? By knocking down a few buildings and killing a few fat watchguards? Errol's eyes narrowed. "You seem to know a lot about things, Master Whitson." "I keep my ears and eyes open, that's all. I had the misfortune to be caught up in one of your meetings a few days ago and got knocked off my feet by the watch for my pains. But they didn't seem to have any trouble dispersing the meeting and getting out the word that your lot was attacking property. And that was the watch, for flame's sake. Not even a competent group of soldiers who the Crowns and Bolds can call on if things start to get out of hand. The kind of thing you've been telling her," he nodded to Ariana, "may go over down here, but not much higher up in the city." Errol shrugged. "You'd be surprised. Even now, students from the university are joining our ranks in growing numbers. Like Ariana, they want to see justice done." "Students," Whitson snorted. "Don't underestimate them, Master Whitson. And others as well from all walks of life flock to us. I'm telling you, our numbers are growing. and our plans grow with them." He turned back to Ariana. "But we need your help. We need you to write about us, to tell the truth and spread it out to every corner of the city." Ariana seemed to speak, but Whitsun got in ahead of her. "Why her? Why couldn't you use a more experienced chronicler?" Teravenk broke in. "There are none more committed than Ariana to justice for the people of this city. In that, she is unique at the Chronicle." He turned to her. "Say you will do this for us, Ariana. Please, say you will do this." She rose, facing him, and nodded. "Of course." "Very well." With old-fashioned courtesy, Teravenk rose, bowed, and escorted them to the door. Whitsun turned to him. "Are we prisoners here?" The marshal inclined his head in a gesture that might mean nothing. "Let us say you are guests of the Golden Horn." He smiled again at Ariana. "Welcome guests, indeed." Whitsun gave a snort and went out. Chapter 15. Other members of the Golden Horn escorted Ariana and Whitsun to a room where they could wash, eat, and sleep. It was small, furnished with straw mattresses and a basin and pitcher for ablutions. There was nothing else, but the beds were comfortable enough. Whitsun poked one, then moved to the other and lay down, closing his eyes. Ariana stood over him, arms folded. "Is that all you're going to do?" she demanded. He opened his eyes, sighed, and got up. "No." He walked to a corner, picked up the chamber pot, and used it noisily while Ariana glared at him. Then he returned to the mattress and, despite his companion's loud complaints, fell soundly asleep. She grumbled at him for a bit, then followed his example. They rose after several hours, and at Whitsun's suggestion began to explore the place in which they found themselves. The warren of passages and rooms seemed to stretch out endlessly, as did the parade of people that tramped through the corridors. And though several sentries made clear to Whitsun and Ariana they could not leave the underground neighborhood, there were no restrictions on their movement within it, nor did there appear to be any limits on speaking to people, though few had time to talk to them. Some were the poorest of the poor, their clothes rags and their bodies cracked and half-broken. Others came from all other classes of the city. All the races of Eberron rubbed elbows in the rooms. Halflings chattered with Warforged, while ogres bent low to listen to wisdom from elves. All worked in apparent harmony, and almost all wore the yellow kerchief at their necks. Ariana roved among them, talking ceaselessly to them, then rushing back to her room to scribble more notes. Some of the order were reluctant to speak to her, but many talked freely of their dreams for the future and the causes that had driven them to join the revolution. All spoke with the greatest respect of Marshal Teravenk, of Errol, and of the Order. Teravenk in particular seemed to inspire an almost religious devotion among his followers. Whitsun also prowled the buildings, trying to determine their layout as well as the number of people they housed. The area was large, maze-like in its construction, with alleys and streets seeming to sprout at random and in every direction. Staircases led both up and down. Some were broad and heavily trafficked, while others, narrow and winding, had been deliberately blocked with stones and rubble. Few of the rooms had windows, and Ariana had to struggle at first to overcome a sense of feeling closed in, even buried, induced by the knowledge that above her the crushing weight of Sharn bore down on the ceilings of the place. Whitsun seemed unaffected by it, and opined to Ariana that, while the settlement was part of the Undercity, it was subject to magical enhancement that made it bigger than it should be. In addition to the canal by which Whitsun and Ariana had arrived in the hidden settlement, There were several openings to the Undercity, carefully guarded, and no one came in or out without the consent of the Golden Horn's leaders. Whitson made no attempt to evade the guards, but spent time studying their routines at the gates. He listened carefully to all that was said in his presence, but spoke little. After 2 days, he had heard and observed enough to form a rough idea of the structure and resources of the Order of the Golden Horn. Altogether, from the observations of both Ariana and Whitson, the population of the Undercity seemed to be several hundred, though the number constantly changed. Some were away in the city on errands, while others went even farther afield, speaking to brother organizations in other parts of Khorvaire. The organization seemed efficient, with some bringing food and drink to those below, while others worked to stir up feelings against the rulers of Sharn through meetings, broadsides, and whispers. Some few took part in more dangerous activities, though the barest rumor reached the rest of the Golden Horn. The group's reach seemed to extend through most of the city, though its power was strongest in the lower reaches of Sharn, where, according to its adherents, entire districts were under its sway. Activities were compartmentalized, so that no man or woman knew much of what the others did. The Golden Horn's adherents were largely silent about their activities in the city, and Whitson had to deduce as much as he could from half-heard fragments of conversation, pursed lips, and expressions of hope or disappointment. At the head of the organization was a shadowy group referred to as the Seven, presided over by Teravenk, with Dalek as his right hand. This council determined the Order's plans and waited and watched for the right moment to launch an uprising. Despite himself, Whitson was impressed, and he showed it in one of his few conversations with Ariana. They were sitting in one of the rooms that served as a kind of common area, filled with tables and benches. It was high, and the ceiling was out of sight in the dim light. Whitson was smoking a long pipe, as were several other groups of revolutionaries. The bowls of the pipes glowed and waned against the low conversation of the smokers. The smoke itself was whisked away up some hidden and complex systems of flues to disperse unnoticed into the city. "I've seen it before," Whitson remarked. "These people are hardly the first in the history of the city to notice that it's ruled for the benefit of the rich. There have been uprisings before, and they've been crushed. But these people," he shook his head, "there's something about all this I don't understand. It feels as if some power's at the back of it." "What's to understand?" Ariana said. "They believe in what they're doing. That's what gives them their strength. You only have to look at them or talk to them to know they're willing to die for their cause. Besides, we've seen the power. Marshal Teravenk. They'd follow him anywhere and do anything for him." She looked at her companion curiously. "I don't believe you'd be willing to die for anything, Whitson. Would you? Too much interest in self-preservation?" "Why not?" Whitson blew a smoke ring. "It's kept me alive this long. As far as I can see, that's what counts." "Teravenk's still alive. And Errol. A lot more than you, from what I can see." Whitson turned and gave her a penetrating look. She blushed and fumbled with her spoon. "Honestly, Whitson," she said after a short silence, "don't you want to get something more out of life?" "Then what?" She shook her head. "Errol's told me some things about what you do. You're just a hired hand, ready to do anything for anybody if the price is right. What kind of a life is that? Not to care about anything or anyone." There was a short silence between them, which Whitson broke by asking, "Been talking to Errol, have you? A lot? Or just in passing?" She was silent. He went on. "Just how does Errol know anything about me?" "How in the name of the Deep Six should I know? He's very smart." She stared into the dim light, ignoring the close examination Whitson gave her. Her mouth quirked in a harsh smile, and he seemed about to make a comment, but he thought better of it and sat smoking in silence. A young female dwarf approached them. "The Marshal wants to see you," she said. As with most of the members of the Golden Horn, her voice took on a reverence when she spoke the name of the leader. They followed her to the room in which Teravank had first interviewed them. He was seated, papers and pen before him. The lantern light reflected from the silver streak in his hair, and his eyes were deep shadows in his face. As usual, Errol sat near him, his eyes fixed adoringly on his leader. At the sight of Ariana, the Marshal rose and smiled. He gestured to the paper before him. "You've done well. I've read your account of the Golden Horn, and it speaks as one who has come to know us and understands what we are fighting for. I'm very pleased that you should have done such a thing for us." "What makes you think the Chronicle will carry a story like that?" Whitson asked. Unbidden, he had taken a seat and rested with his hands clasped over his protruding stomach. Errol turned to him. "They will carry it, Master Whitson, because they know that the Golden Horn is the rising power in this city. They know that Sharn is on the brink of great and terrible change. And like any of the rats that scurry through a sewer to avoid rising water, they're seeking a way out." He addressed Ariana. "Our couriers will take the story to the Chronicle and see that it is printed. Never fear." The Marshal rose and paced about. "That will be the signal," he said. "The sign the people have waited for. I shall be to them as one returned from the dead, and I shall lead them to victory." He laid a hand on Errol's shoulder. "And you, my friend, you will stand at my side. Without you, this could not have come to pass." Errol rose and bowed formally to the Marshal. "I shall obey any command, Marshal," he said. His voice cracked slightly. "I would do anything for you. You must know that." Ariana cleared her throat. "What about me?" Errol looked at her and smiled. "What about you? Are you going to keep me here?" Teravank spread his hands. "By no means. You are free to leave us as you wish." Errol nodded. "Yes, I can have someone escort you to the upper city. But I'd hoped—" He hesitated, then said, "I had hoped you might consent to stay a bit longer. I have been very busy, but I should enjoy the chance to speak more with you and to know you better." He reached across the table and touched her hand. "One doesn't find every day someone with your fire and spirit, certainly not from the rotten wood of the upper city. You're a rarity, and precious to us for that reason." Ariana smiled and drew her hand back a bit, but left it on the table. "If I can still be of service to you, of course, I'll stay longer." Whitson sighed loudly. "Well, there's no accounting for taste." He looked at Teravank and Errol. "I take it I'm free to leave as well." The Marshal sat back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table. "As to that, Master Whitson, I fear we shall need your presence a bit longer. In truth, I'm not quite sure what to do with you, but I shall feel easier knowing where you are." Whitson looked at his companion. "So much for freedom," he said. "Oh, really, Whitson? These people are trying to lead a revolution against all that," she gestured upward. "You can't imagine that's going to happen without some sacrifices." "Such as freedom to leave?" "Everyone down here is pulling together. Why can't you see that?" "I have a perverse nature, no doubt. One that thinks freedom means freedom. Well, I'll leave you two to it." He rose and walked to the door. If you need me, I'll be in my room, napping. This place makes me sleepy." He yawned slightly and disappeared. Ariana gave a longing look to Errol, bowed to Teravenk, and followed Whitsun. Chapter 16. "Why do you always have to sound so truthful?" Whitsun strode along, not even looking at her. "Believe me, I got over my illusions about the city and the people in it a long time ago. Your friends back there are either going to get killed trying to live up to those ideals you're so proud of, or they're going to kill the ideals, and a lot of people besides. In my experience, the first thing an idealist does is start to slaughter people. The higher the ideals, the quicker the killing starts." She grabbed his arm. "That's an awful thing to say." "But true. Well, I can't wait here any longer. I've business up above to see to." "What are you talking about?" she asked. "He just told you that you can't leave." "My dear girl." Whitsun arrived at his chamber and entered, Ariana at his heels. "I could have left any time since we've been here. The Order of the Golden Horn may like to think they understand security, but a hippogriff with a bad cough could have gotten out of here without their guards noticing." "Then why didn't you?" she asked. "First, because I wanted to find out a bit more about this place and these people. Second, because I'm being paid to keep an eye on you. And you're obviously gooey-eyed over the assistant great people's leader back there. I found out as much as I care to for now, and you've decided to stay here and play at being a bad girl. I imagine Master Errol will be only too happy to keep an eye on you for a while and see you don't get into trouble. I've got some other things to do, and I'm going to do them." "Really? And suppose I go back to Dalek and tell him?" "If he's as smart as I think he is, he knows perfectly well I can come and go as I please. All that nonsense about keeping me prisoner was for your benefit, not mine." For the first time, a tiny wrinkle of worry creased Whitsun's forehead. "That is bothersome." "What?" "Him, Errol. I can't quite make him out. He's 20 times as smart as that idiotic Marshal. I'd swear to that. Why does he follow him like a lost puppy? There's something off about him." He shook his head and made a motion with his hands, as if pushing the problem from him. "Now I'm going to get going." "Where?" "Out. On business." "Really, girl, you're not my keeper. It's the other way about." She flushed. "How are you going to get back in once you leave?" "If nothing else, I'll let Errol know I want to see him. But I dare say I can find other ways that are simpler. Stay out of trouble, and if possible, stay out of Errol's bed. Though I dare say that's unlikely." Her mouth opened in a round O, and her face turned bright red. She tried to speak several times, and failing to articulate a word, turned on her heel and vanished through the doorway, slamming the door behind her. Whitsun grinned and slipped quietly through the door, making his way along the passage to the room that led to the boathouse where he had first arrived. He slipped through the door and crouched behind some bundles that smelled of tar and salt water. The door to the dock was guarded as before by 2 sentries, one human, the other one elf. They stood half at attention, half slouching against the lintel, talking in low voices. The human pulled a device from his pocket and studied it. "They're late," he grunted. "Not much. Give 'em time." Whitsun's right hand moved over his body. His lips moved in a spell. He faded from sight and stood. The guards gave no sign they could see him. He walked primly to the door, waited for them to move, and slipped through effortlessly. Beyond the dock, the oily water lapped at the stone walls. From far up the tunnel, a dim light glowed, and a cautious voice resounded, echoing down the passage. The guards emerged and stood on either side of the door. Whitson, his invisibility wrapped around him like a cloak, stood to one side on the stone shelf. The boat glided up to the dock, and a small group of men emerged from it. The vessel rode low in the water, weighted down with boxes and barrels. The boatmen unloaded these, piling them on the dock while the guards watched. Finally, the captain turned to them. "Anything for the outside?" "These." The human guard indicated 2 small barrels set to one side. The captain picked up one and examined it. "Right." He stowed it on the boat, followed by its mate. Whitson, taking advantage of the activity, edged along the dock and stood just above the boat's gunwale. "No one going back?" "No." Whitson stepped into the boat and walked to the front as the captain and 4 oarsmen reboarded. The captain took the tiller, the oars dipped and rose in the water, and the boat drew away from the gate. The light faded. The boat took several side passages through the tunnels and went through a different set of locks than those Whitson had experienced on his journey to the Undercity. After the last set of locks, the captain of the boat lifted his hands and snapped both sets of fingers. In each, a small pinch of powder ignited and flared, and the boat shuddered. "Pull!" the captain ordered, and the vessel surged forward. Behind them, the air snapped shut with an audible click. Whitson, looking to the rear, saw a blank rock face against which the water surged and quieted. The boat moved on out of an apparent backwater and was joined by a growing number of other crafts laden with goods, their crews bending stern to their oars as traffic along the canal grew thicker. Eventually they emerged into daylight. Whitson blinked in the unaccustomed brightness. At the conjunction of 2 waterways, traffic was confused and congested. The boat bumped against another and stopped, then jounced against a low stone wall that bordered the waterway. Whitson, rising from his place in the prow, leaped up and caught the top of the wall, pulling himself over it with a jerk. He was in a part of the city well known to him. People scurried to and fro, intent on their various errands, paying no heed to the boats that glided along the canal and slipped into the various passageways and tunnels that opened along its course. Whitson slipped into a small dark niche and removed the glamour of invisibility he'd cast upon himself. He set off up the narrow, winding street, reveling in the sounds and smells of the city from which he had been removed the past few days. His eyes sought anyone with a yellow kerchief at the throat, but none appeared, and he relaxed somewhat. At the junction with a wide thoroughfare, he looked about for an air carriage. Several glided along the street, most with their curtains firmly shut. Whitson raised his hand and whistled, but he was ignored. He continued along the street, whistling and calling out at intervals. Finally he gave up and turned into a wide window, arched and open to the street. Behind it, a bustling dwarf in a grubby apron stirred and muttered over pots and pans on a blazing range. Customers crowded along the window, consuming the bowls of stewed noodles and meat he thrust at them. They ate hunched forward, hands clutched around the bowls. Whitson put down a coin, which the dwarf swept up, and in the same motion deposited a bowl and wooden spoon. Whitson ate, head lifting every now and then to examine his fellow diners, but none held his interest for long. They left, and others took their place in an endless stream. Several other dwarves hurried to and fro behind the window, chopping, slicing, and hurling heaps of white and brown noodles into pots of steaming water. At last, during a slight lull in business, Whitson gestured, and the head cook who had served him drew near, wiping a filthy cloth across the stone sill of the window to soak up the spilled stew and ale. "Ayar, I want a sky coach." The dwarf turned aside to spit, barely missing one of the stew pots. "Urgh!" The noise was as derisive as he could make it. "Come now, Morag." Whitson's voice was reproachful. "Surely it can't be that hard to get one down here." The dwarf blinked and examined his customer more closely. His eyes grew bigger, and he began to back away.
"You go away from here," he snarled. "Now, this instant, I'm not—"
"My good Morag, go away is just what I'm trying to do. I need to get somewhere, and I'd prefer to go by coach. None of them are stopping for me. Now use your personality and charm and get me one. Then you won't see me, which will make you happy, and I shan't see you, which will make me even happier." The dwarf's expression grew a bit less hostile. He grunted.
"What are you doing down here anyway, Forban? I thought you worked higher up. Last I heard you was seen round Firelight."
"Never mind, Morag. Just the coach, please." The dwarf sighed. Leaning as much of his bulk over the sill as he could manage, he drew a breath and let out a piercing whistle that rose to a shrieking sound. It spread over the street, and heads turned to find its source. A passing sky coach drew up so sharply that a pair of horses directly behind it almost collided with it. The driver stared at Morag, who made a rude gesture and pointed to Whitson. The driver got out and pulled open the door of the coach. "Thank you, Morag. Very helpful." Whitson turned from the window. Over his shoulder, he said, "The next time some scugs roll your slop house and lift your bag, do me a favor, Morag. Don't come to me about it. Remarkable as it may seem, I still have some standards left." He entered the coach and sank back among the cushions. "Where to?" asked the driver. "Morgrave University." Chapter 17. The few days Whitson had spent in the Undercity had almost made him forget the oppressive heat that filled Sharn. Even as the sky coach rose past towers and veered and swept under archways, the breeze that blew past him was angry and heavy. Its fingers clawed at him, tearing the air from his lungs. Every few moments he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. It was clammy and damp by the time he reached his destination. The heat grew more intense the higher they rose, and it blotted out all Whitson's attempts to engage the driver of the coach in conversation. The man sat slumped over on his seat, staring at the city surrounding him with dead eyes. He deposited Whitson in the lower courts of the university and accepted a coin for his fare without thanks. Whitson made his way through several buildings, pleasantly cool after the blazing heat of the upper streets of the city, to the great hall. There he came swiftly to the High Reeve's chambers and inquired politely of the officious-looking elf sitting in the outer room if the Reeve was engaged. "Yes," the elf's lips drew in a straight line. "I'm sorry, but he can't possibly be disturbed." "Can't he? Really?" "Let's find out, shall we?" Whitson strolled around the table at which the elf was seated and made for the inner door. "Here, stop it!" The elf was on his feet in an instant, then slammed back into his seat with a crash. His eyes bulged, and his throat worked without producing a sound. Whitson's arm was straight out, fingers protruding. He shook his head. "Please don't bother to get up. I'll show myself in." He opened the great door, covered with beautiful carven scenes of the battles of past wars. At the far end of the room, beyond, which was lined with bookshelves and walls covered with portraits of old High Reeves, the current occupant of that office was seated at his great desk. He rose hastily. "What in the name of—" A man in a chair on the other side of the desk turned as well and rose, tall, emaciated, and gray as the sea in winter. "Whitson!" Whitson stopped. "Lord Cannith!" His surprise showed on his face only momentarily. He transferred his attention to the Reeve. "I need to speak with you, in private." The Reeve had recovered from his shock at seeing his agent appear in his room. "Have you come to report progress? How—" Cannith interrupted, his voice frosty. "Where is my niece?" "She's fine." Whitson looked at Deschamps. What I have to say is private." "Fine? Fine?" said Kenneth. "What do you mean, man? You were hired to see that she did not come to harm. Where is she? Is she outside? If so, bring her in." Whitson looked at him curiously. "I told you she's fine. I left her at an inn. I'm sure she'll find things to amuse herself." "And if she leaves the inn and wanders off in the city?" "Then the innkeeper, a friend of mine named Glustrid, will stop her. He's very big and less stupid than you might think. Most of the time, at any rate. Now stop trying to tell me how to conduct my business." The old man's face turned white with fury, and his voice rose in pitch. "You will not speak to me like that, you insolent dog! I could have you whipped to death. Do you understand me? Whipped to death for taking that tone. I could—" The Reeve lifted a hand. "Please, your lordship, don't agitate yourself about such things. We have more important problems to handle." Kenneth slowly sank back into his seat. He was trembling, and the bones in his face stood out against the paper-thin flesh, but he remained silent. The Reeve motioned, and a seat slid quietly across the floor behind Whitson. "You may speak freely, Master Whitson," he said. "Lord Kenneth knows about the business for which we commissioned you. Indeed, we were just speaking of it when you came in. There have been more murders in the city, this I know. I must assume, therefore, that you have not had success in tracking down this killer." Whitson sat and stretched his legs. He leaned back and let his head loll, looking at the ceiling far above him. Slender pillars rose and fanned out in delicate struts that met in graceful arches. Along one wall, 3 great windows of colored glass let in the afternoon's light and shone on the stone floor, leaving spots of color like jewels. "It would be helpful," he said after a few moments of silence, "if you would stop lying to me." The Reeve sat upright in his chair, hands folded in front of him. Lord Kenneth gave a grunt that might have expressed fury, surprise, or both. At last the Reeve said calmly, "What do you mean, Master Whitson? I am not accustomed to being called a liar while sitting in my own rooms." "I mean you've lied to me about this." Whitson's tone was half scornful, half amused. "I hope you didn't have such a low opinion of my intelligence that you didn't think I was going to find that out." The Reeve shook his head. "I'm afraid you have me at a disadvantage. I haven't any idea what you're talking about." Whitson leaned forward and rested his elbows on the polished wood of the desk. "Very well. You told me that I was looking for a killer." Deschamps smiled thinly. "I hope," he remarked, "you don't mean to tell me that my faculty committed suicide." "Not at all. They were murdered. But I think you know who did it." Kenneth half rose, and the Reeve waved him back into his seat, never taking his eyes from Whitson. "Your evidence," he demanded. Whitson sighed and leaned back. "Do you teach your students like this?" he asked. "If so, it might explain something about Morgrave's declining reputation. Really, Reeve, these murders, they're very far out of the ordinary. When we first met, you told me these men were involved in an experiment that concerned the day of mourning." The Reeve nodded. "Yes, perfectly true." "What you didn't tell me is that this experiment involved the merging of time and space." The Reeve looked at him. There was silence. Then he said, "I won't ask you, for now, how you came to that information. What does that have to do with who committed the murders?" Whitson brought his hand down with a crash. "How in the name of the Dark Six should I know? Dolar. I don't know anything about this business except that those murders are continuing. They're happening all over the city, and you've been keeping information from me." Deschamps tapped his fingers together.
This seems unreasonable. I am hardly in a position to tell you everything about the university and all the research we conduct. I told you what I felt you needed to know. I have not kept anything back that would help you in your investigation.
Whitson shook his head. Again, I'm not an idiot. I don't know why you think I am. I come in here and find you huddling with him. He flung out a hand at Kenneth, who flinched as at a blow. And I've no idea what that's about.
Lord Kenneth is a friend of this institution. Naturally, he is concerned for its well-being.
And, Whitson snapped, 3 of his family members happen to be slaughtered by this murderer. Tell me you think that's a coincidence. The Reeve shrugged.
Very well. Tell me it is not. What conclusions do you draw?
Whitson leaned back in his chair. Despite the room's coolness, he wiped his forehead again. I have some idea of what this thing is. Blood drained from both the older men's faces. Neither said anything for a moment. The Reeve broke the silence.
Thing? Not a man?
He drew a delicate wisp of lace from his robes and touched it to his temples.
Forgive me, Master Whitson. I don't mean to insult you. But surely you're more than aware of the rumors running through the city that Lasser Redhand is on the loose again. Would that not be a better explanation?
Whitson shook his head. It would be, but it's not the right one. Kenneth spoke finally. His voice was raspy.
And how do you know that?
Because he told me it wasn't him. Kenneth gave a long cough of laughter.
And you believe him? A murderer who has torn the throats out of dozens, you believe, and yet you dare come here and question the work of me and of the High Reeve? You've more courage and fewer brains than I give you credit for, Master Whitson.
Whitson waited a moment before answering. I believe him because he didn't have any reason to lie to me. The Red Hand is many things, but he's not dishonest. Kenneth opened his mouth to speak again, and Whitson lifted his hand. Not about his killing. If he says these murders are being committed by something or someone else, I believe him. Kenneth shrugged ungraciously.
Very well. Then someone else. Why should you jump to conclusions that this is some sort of monster?
Whitson nodded. Fair point. As you know, there have been a number of attacks in the city, 11 to date. They've been widely scattered with no apparent pattern, at least none that I've found. I examined the site of 3 of these attacks, the one here at Moorgrave, the one at your place. He nodded in the direction of Kenneth. And one further down in the city in which some burglars, were trying to rob a house. They and the inhabitants of the house were torn apart. 2 of these attacks occurred at the same time, or close to it. The family members in the Kenneth enclave were slaughtered very shortly after this thing got loose in Valia Towers and made chopped banda meat out of some half-elves and halflings. Therefore, I concluded there were 2 murderers at least. Deschamps seemed calmer now. He took a sip from the glass sitting at his elbow. Kenneth sat bolt upright in his chair, haughty gray face turned half away from Whitson in disdain. He did not move a muscle.
And where did they come from? And how did they get into the university? Deschamps asked. That is, how did the one who killed my people get in?
Whitson nodded. I was coming to that. There were no signs of entry on the outside of the room, in the corridor, or in any other part of the school approaching it. None of the other people along the corridor heard anything or saw anything. He turned to Kenneth. In the case of your family members, the same thing holds. Nothing outside the door. No way in or out, except by a window. And down below, in Valia Towers, A window was broken, but the door was intact. Therefore, Deschamps prodded gently. He might have been instructing a not very bright young first year in the complexities of higher spell casting. Therefore, these murders came in through the windows. If we eliminate the door as a means of attack, there are only two possibilities. They apparated into the room or came by the window. Apparition is impossible in the case of both the University and the Cannith Enclave, since both are guarded against that sort of thing by spells. Therefore, the murderer, or murderers, entered by the window. Cannith snorted again. The chamber where my relatives died has two windows, both 1,000 feet from the pavement. How did the murderer get in there, Master Knows Everything? They have wings. They left traces of them all over the walls. Whitson's voice was calm. Moreover, these things must have an ability to become invisible, since they escaped without anyone seeing them. Deschamps applauded softly. My dear Master Whitson, he said, very good indeed. I begin to understand your reputation. But there's one flaw. The university chamber in which my faculty was killed has no window. How did the creatures enter, and how did they leave? Whitson nodded. You're right, and we've already established that they couldn't apparate. Therefore, there's only one reasonable explanation. They were summoned, probably by those very faculty members they killed. They escaped by turning invisible and moving silently along the corridor. Deschamps shook his head. Now you disappoint me. How could they do that without leaving traces? How in the blazing flame should I know? Whitson's annoyance was palpable. Maybe they were cautious. Maybe they had help from someone. I'm telling you that your faculty let loose at least two powerful beasts in the city, beasts that can turn themselves invisible and are killing people. Now, why in the name of the Black Six didn't you tell me any of this when we spoke before? The Reeve looked at Whitson. Slowly he turned to Cannith, who suddenly looked far older. They have done it, the Lord murmured. They have done it. There was silence, which Whitson broke by asking, Done what? The Reeve sighed deeply and sat down again. He stared thoughtfully into the air in front of him. Finally, he turned to Whitson. You are extremely intelligent. Your words have confirmed to me a horrible possibility as to the identity of the killer. I had wondered, but I hoped I was wrong. And now, he shook his head. But in one aspect of this matter you are mistaken. There is only one creature. Impossible. No, merely unusual. You must not think of this beast as one that exists in the same way we do. Whitson lifted his head, which had sunk down. Don't tell me. This beast exists simultaneously in space and in time. The Reeve and Cannith both stared at him in astonishment. Something more or less along those lines, yes, the Reeve agreed. How? It's what your faculty members were experimenting with, Whitson said in a bitter tone. It's hardly a difficult jump in logic. The point is, why didn't you tell me any of this when you sent me off on this chase? And how, in the name of the flame, do you expect me to kill something that can appear at any place and at any time, or several places at the same time? I told you before that this is a problem for the Watch, not me. Not the Watch! The Reeve's voice was firm. Not now. Not ever, as far as I'm concerned. The name of the university, must be preserved at all costs." Whitson raised an eyebrow. "The cost," he remarked, "is likely to be a lot of lives." What were they doing summoning this thing in the first place? "That was quite unfortunate. I did not expect them to succeed, or else we would have taken precautions. Had I known, I would have stopped them and severely punished them." "Yes, well, I think that's been taken care of. The punishment part, anyhow." Whitson propped his chin in his hand and stared at the two men. "That doesn't answer my question. Why were they summoning it?" Kenneth stirred and spoke. He seemed to have recovered somewhat, and his voice had his old haughtiness. "That is hardly your concern. We asked you to determine what killed the summoners and to capture it. That is enough." "We?" Whitson asked. "What's House Kenneth's interest in all this? And why did the creature go after your family in the first place? And to top things off, since it killed 3 members of your house, why aren't you more upset with him?" He jerked his head in the direction of Deschamps. There was an uncomfortable silence. At last the Reeve broke it. "You are being well paid, Master Whitson," he said. "You have fulfilled one task for which you were commissioned. But there was another." "No, thanks." Whitson rose. "I'll take my money, what I'm owed for disposing of the bodies and for my time and trouble, and go. Thank you very much." The Reeve lifted his hand. A blow knocked Whitson back in his seat and held him there in a grip of iron. The Reeve's voice did not change in the slightest. "Now that we know that the creature is loose in the city, we have the means to trap it. And you will be the one to do it." Chapter 18. There was a long silence. The heat from outside seemed to penetrate through the cooling spells and settle around them like a dark cloud. Deschamps touched his forehead again with the lace. Whitson's face was white with anger. He struggled to get up, his right hand straining toward his left sleeve. The Reeve twisted his fingers almost contemptuously, and the grip on Whitson tightened, pinning his arms to his side. His eyes stood out, bulging, and his muscles tensed with effort, but he was as helpless as a baby. The silence held as the 2 others watched him. At last Kenneth snorted. "Hardly a wise course, Reeve. That would be most unwise. This man should be truth-spoken to see if he has withheld anything from us. Then some of my men can dispose of him without difficulty." Whitson was struggling to get air into his lungs and spoke with obvious pain. His voice was low and tortured with effort. "You can try." Deschamps lifted a hand and made a gesture. The hot air slowly rose away, leaving each of them bathed in sweat. He muttered a soft curse. "Sometimes against this heat, even the best spells fail." He shook his head and gazed out the high window, where the sky was a blue field without a wisp of covering cloud. "There's something unnatural." His voice faded. He considered for a moment, then returned to Kenneth's outburst as if hearing it for the first time. "I beg your pardon, gentlemen. No, my old friend." He rose from his seat and walked around the desk to rest a hand on Kenneth's thin shoulder. "I know you hold me foolish in this matter, but you must trust my wisdom. And I think Master Whitson still has some useful services to perform." His gaze roamed over Whitson's reddening brow. "You know what you are up against now, Whitson." He waved a hand, and the pressure on Whitson's body lessened slightly, but still held him in his seat. I don't, he spat. His eyes measured Deschamps for a grave. From the traces it's left at several of the murder sites, I know more or less what this thing looks like, and now I know that it can appear at any time and at any place. That's not much compared to what I should know. And I have no way of trapping it or killing it, even if I wanted to. The Reeve came around to the side of his chair and rested a hand on his shoulder. There must be no killing, he said in a cold, flat voice. Not if you wish to stay among the living, Whitson. The beast must be taken alive. How in the name of... Stop blaspheming and listen. There is a ritual that can entrap this thing. Really? Then why didn't the ones who summoned it use it? They did not know it, not all of it. Whitson stared up at Deschamps, twisting his body around to do so. You knew, though, didn't you? And you were willing to let them get ripped to pieces? Deschamps shrugged. As I said, I did not expect them to be successful. I accept the responsibility. Very well. So there's a ritual that traps it. And then what? The ritual, if properly performed, will enclose it in a cage wherein it is helpless. The Reeve permitted himself a short, harsh chuckle. Though I shouldn't advise anyone to test that too closely. You will entrap it, bring it to the Cannith Enclave in the upper city. I shall erect a chamber that I shall specially fit to contain it. He looked at Cannith, who nodded an assent. It need not trouble Sharn after that. What are you going to do with it, then? That, the Reeve said calmly, is none of your affair. Whitson's old manner struggled for reappearance. Really? Suppose I decide to make it my affair. The Reeve moved closer, and his voice grew sweet as honey mixed with wine. It dripped over his lips. If you are so unwise, Master Whitson, I give you my word upon the pulse of the silver flame itself, that nothing of you will ever be found upon any rock, any pebble, any puddle in all of Eberron. It will be as if you had never been born, and so you will wish it. His eyes, two hard pinpricks of light, stared into Whitson's. At last, Whitson nodded and sighed. The Reeve gestured, and the invisible bonds that held Whitson dissolved. And how am I supposed to find it? He said. It can appear anywhere at any time. That's what you said. Not quite. The Reeve's tone returned to that of a pedantic, slightly fussy scholar. This creature, though simultaneous with all time and all places, can only breach our reality in a predetermined pattern. He waved his hand, and a large map appeared in the air. Another gesture, and it seemed to rush forward, the houses growing larger until the men could see tiny people moving along the streets in crowds, and sky coaches rushing between the towers. The Reeve lifted his hand again. The creature first manifested itself here. A small red dot glowed on a part of the vast complex of Morgrave University. Its next two attacks came here and here. Two more dots glittered, one in Valia Towers, the other high up in the city. The Reeve's tracing finger made a glowing red line between the dots. He stared at the pattern thus created. Then he stepped to a bookshelf and consulted a hefty volume that he hoisted from it. He turned and studied the map. Other dots and lines appeared on it. At some of them, Whitson nodded, as if making mental notes. Upon the appearance of one or two, he raised an eyebrow. Finally, the Reeve lifted his face from the book. "The next attacks will come here and here," he said. Two green spots, cold and hard as emeralds on a winter's night, glowed. "One is in Warden Towers. The other depends." "On what?" Whitson asked. "Many things." "You know where. Do you know when?" Whitson asked. His muscles were taut, though his voice was relaxed. The Reeve turned to the air, his fingers tracing through it, left glowing marks in their wake. "The last attack was when?" "Just after the second bell of the afternoon, 4 days ago." Whitson looked at Kenneth. "Did you say something?" The old man looked old and tired. His head sagged, and his hair seemed to have grown whiter. Long lines appeared around his mouth and eyes, as if the flesh were splitting apart with the weight of his years. The Reeve's finger flitted through the air. The figures it left shone like fire. He stepped back, stared at them, shook his head impatiently, and made a gesture. Some of the calculations vanished, and he placed them with others. He stepped back, repeated the motion, and again replaced the figures. Whitson watched, as if fascinated. The Reeve's finger never hesitated. There was no sound in the room save Kenneth's laboring breathing. He too watched the Reeve from beneath lowered eyebrows. The fire of the letters seemed to reflect in his deep-set eyes. At last, after many minutes had passed, the Reeve stood staring at his calculations, which now filled most of the air before him. Slowly he walked around them as they hung silent. Then he lifted his hand and nodded, and the fiery maze of strokes and circles vanished for good. He looked at the other two. "There is a pattern. It is not derived merely from when the creature appears, but from where, and from other things." "What other things?" Whitson's voice betrayed his skepticism. "Nothing that need concern you." The Reeve's voice assumed something of his former arrogance. "It will appear in—" He drew a delicate device from his robes and examined it. "Just over 4 hours and a quarter. Here." He pointed at the map, and a bright yellow dot appeared in high walls, glowing like a watchful eye. Whitson gave a snort, only half suppressed. Deschamps glared at him. "You doubt me, Whitson?" Kenneth rose for the first time, tottered forward, and looked at the map. He stabbed a finger at the yellow dot. "Where is that?" "High walls." Whitson looked at it thoughtfully. "A slum, filled with the kind of people you pretend don't exist in the city. High walls became a kind of rubbish dump for every being you and the rest of your friends decided was an unwanted element in Sharn. These days it's mostly full of the former residents of Sire. You do remember Sire, don't you, Kenneth? The entire country you and your fellow lords accidentally destroyed in the closing days of the war?" Kenneth straightened slowly and stared at him before speaking. When he did so, his voice was high and filled with the arrogance born of the palace astride the city. "You!" he snarled. "You know nothing of the high councils that were taken in the war. You know nothing of the sacrifices we made for the love of our nations. Such matters will remain forever lost to the pens of historians. But we gave everything we had that men such as you might live. And yet you crawl beneath the city like a maggot, spreading your hatred. Like those fools of the Golden Horn. Like—" His voice faded. Deschamps' eye was upon him, cold and close. Whitson's lips curled in a slight smile. "I doubt practically everything about this business, Kenneth, not the least of which is that you and the Reeve are lying to me again. But under the circumstances, I suppose I don't have much choice but to assume that you know what you're talking about." He rubbed his chin. "So, this beast, what is the spell? And what happens if I kill it in the fight?" Cannith lifted his head. "Kill it!" he rasped. "Nonsense! Let there be no talk of killing it." Whitson stared at him. "We are talking about the same thing, aren't we? The beast that killed 2 members of your house and left the 3rd broken for life? And you don't want it dead?" Cannith said nothing. His eyes turned to the Reeve. "Quite right." Deschamps' voice was brisk. "You need not know the reasons, Whitson. But you are not, under any circumstances, to kill this creature. I have told you we want it alive, and if possible, unharmed." Whitson snorted again. "I don't give 2 Gallifars about harming it. I'm much more worried about it harming me. That may not concern you, but as far as I'm concerned, if it's dead, it's safe." Deschamps' voice grew cold, and a chill crept through the chamber. "If the creature is dead, Whitson, you are dead. Do you hear me? Repeat that to yourself. If the creature dies, I die. Remember that, or those will be the last words you hear." There was a long silence. Whitson finally broke it. His words showed he had, for the present at any rate, given in. "How do I stop it from killing?" The Reeve returned to his desk. He took quill in hand, pulled fresh parchment to him, and wrote. His pen made a musical squeaking against the surface. Cannith seemed to have returned to his study of the map, resting his hands across his chest, unmoving. The Reeve wrote for only a few moments, though it seemed much longer. When he was done, he pushed the result across the desk to Whitson, who took it up and read it. "That, together with the right movements, will create the spell to hold the creature," the Reeve said. "How do I know? Nothing seemed to work for your faculty members, and they're the ones who summoned the thing. Did they ever know this piece of magic existed?" He waved the parchment slightly. "I have no idea. I doubt it. But now that I know what you are facing, I know the spell that will hold it. Now pay attention." The Reeve made an intricate series of gestures with his hands and his right foot. Whitson, watching closely, imitated them. The Reeve corrected him. Whitson went through the casting again, and again Deschamps pointed out mistakes. The 2 men repeated the ritual for over half an hour. Cannith sat, chin resting on his hand, never stirring. He might have been carved from the living rock. At last, the Reeve nodded. "Very well, that will have to do." Whitson glared at him. "It's my neck at stake here, Reeve. Are you sure I've got it?" Deschamps nodded. "Yes, I believe so." "You believe so? Do you know so?" The Reeve looked at him coolly. "Remember what I said, Master Whitson. I shall be watching to make sure you do not disobey me." Cannith stirred. "Are you returning to my niece?" he asked. "Yes." "Is she... Does she what?" The nobleman's eyes flashed like silver coins spinning in the air. "Nothing, Master Whitson. You have your orders. Now go." He stood stock still as Whitson departed. Outside, Whitson examined the parchment again before tucking it firmly beneath his jerkin. He shook his head and walked down the hall to a flight of broad stairs that led to the main doors. Several robed scholars were passing up and down the stairs, most carrying books beneath their arms. As he reached the top of the stairs, the scholars parted and stood against the walls, heads bowed. In their midst, a group of men in white hoods and cloaks passed along the stairs. Their faces were solemn. Whitson tapped one on the shoulder. "Excuse me, master." The man made a short obeisance and turned to go, but seeing Whitson wish to speak to him, he halted. "You are death-bearers," said Whitson. It was a statement, not a question. The man did not reply. "Where are you going?" "One of the faculty of the university has died, master. We go, as is our duty, to bear him to the resting place in the great hollows." Whitson's mouth turned down. When he spoke, it was a half-whisper. "Who?" "Layman Scorpeth, sometime scholar of this university, and a man once of renown, as I understand." The man looked at him closely. "You appear moved. Was this man known to you?" Whitson shook his head, but said nothing. "Death comes for us all in the end, rich or poor, high or low. Death comes as the end for all." The hooded man bowed again and followed the others. Chapter 19. Rather than take a sky coach to the lower part of the city, Whitson chose to walk. Striding through the streets, he seemed as if he was attempting to exorcise some measure of doubt from his mind. The sun was still shining, and wisps of steam rose from the damp pavements. In the hot and oppressive air, the smells of the city seemed to rise up and surround him, bearing down upon him with the weight of 1,000 stones. His legs dragged along the cobbles as if they were made of lead, and his head was bowed. Around him the people of Sharn, weltering in the heat, matched his ponderous pace. Some might have wondered at his choice of foot rather than coach, but Whitson, though his pace proceeded at a crawl, forbore to hail one of the numerous vehicles that passed him on the busy thoroughfare. His eyes flitted to and fro among the crowd, as if seeking someone, but if that were the case, he did not find the one he was looking for. The lower he went, the harsher the heat became. It was not the burning agony of the upper city, but a grinding, groaning burden. The great towers of the city seemed to bend toward one another in an effort to trap the heat, and the lower city felt like a slowly roasting furnace. Many of those walking the streets pulled their clothes from their backs and leaned against the stone walls, as if to absorb some of the coolness from the buildings. Those with magic cast spells, but their effectiveness was limited, so it seemed. The air was dense as thick, rolling water. Here a stout man stumbled, his shirt clinging to his body, sweat dripping from his brow like rain. There a woman, thin as a rail, her garments plastered to a withered body, trembled across the cobblestones, gasping for breath. Those with coin sat in the cool of inns, sipping drinks, losing themselves in oblivion where they might forget the oppressive heat. Whitson carried his bulk as best he could in the increasing closeness of the lower city. Now and again he stopped and stood, as if listening to something unheard by others. At long last he came to a great archway that marked the entrance into the true lower levels of Sharn. The stones bent toward one another, crushing against each other with their weight. Above them the towers soared into the sky, more than a mile high, blocking out all natural light. The only illumination here was from the ever-bright lanterns that burned at every corner, their yellow light somehow contributing to the sense of oppression that flowed like vapor through the streets. The channel down the middle of the cobbled road carried the trickling contents of countless chamber pots, which added their powerful smells to the dense atmosphere. Here the atmosphere was so dense that citizens lay despondent, wrapped in their lassitude, sprawled in the street itself. The city's filth crawled around them, and they did not stir. The sides of the street he was following drew close, as if the way itself were trying to strangle those who passed along it. People, despite the heat and odors, were crowded in the roadway. In a narrow way, a crowd blocked Whitson's passage. They surged back and forth, some shouting in anger, some crying in pain, as the mob's motion dashed them against the brickwork to either side. Whitson leaned his head against his neighbor's ear. "What's going on?" he roared. The man turned and, cupping his hand against his mouth to make a trumpet, replied in equal volume, "Bloody watch blocking way to head." "Why?" The man shook his head. He started to reply and was borne back as the crowd before them surged backward up the street. There were shrieks and screams from beyond Whitson's sight. He was forced against a wall and clawed up it to a piece of pitted masonry shaped like a grinning gargoyle. With great effort he pulled himself atop it and stood, hands flat against the wall behind him to balance himself. From this perch he could survey the scene. The crowd, mostly rough-looking men, was scrambling up the road as best it might. Some cried out as they were trampled. Their crumpled bodies vanished and reappeared, blood streaming from their bodies and rushing down the street. Whitson saw one, a youth with long flaxen hair tied at the base of his neck, pushed over and disappear beneath the feet of the crowd. His scream was drowned in the general noise. A few moments later the people parted to leave a horrid, mangled thing, blonde hair streaked in red, sprawled lifeless on the cobbles. His face was unrecognizable. Up the road came a line of the watch, long pikes at the ready as they pushed back the rowdies, who clawed and scrambled to get away from the razor-sharp blades. Behind the foremost line of the watch, as there had been before in Whitson's previous encounter with them, came a group of mages. Their fingers were extended before them, and green and yellow fire spat from their hands, bursting in sparks among the crowd. A young woman accompanied by a child was caught in a burst of fire. She cried out, rolled over, and was still. The child plucked at her body for a moment, mouth formed in a question, until arms caught her up, and she disappeared among the mob. The watch line came closer, and the crowd dispersed, leaving the trampled remains of many of its members. Whitson saw the mangled body of an old man, a halo of white hair around his head, lying on its side, a trickle of blood coming from the mouth. The man's legs and arms were twisted at grotesque angles, as if he were a puppet that had been suddenly flung down by his master. Whitson stood stock still atop the gargoyle. Some of the eyes of the watch wandered upward, but they appeared to pass over him. He might have been a gargoyle himself, contemplating the scene of horror and destruction before him. A captain of the watch, arm raised, looked about. "Turn right!" The watch line spun right. "And ground arms!" The pikes thudded to the cobblestones. One of them, Whitson could see, rested on the outstretched palm of the dead mother. The cries of the mob faded into the distance, lifting up among the towers to be lost in the vast space above them. "Right! Face right!" The line turned again. "Forward! March!" The thud of hobnailed boots against the cobblestone struck a horrid rhythm. Whitson waited, motionless, until it faded into the distance, before he descended from his place of safety. Others came crawling from the shadows, lifting their voices in lament over the dead. The wails mingled with the cries of the wounded. Whitson passed along from the place without a backward glance. He had proceeded some 100 yards, and the shouts and screams had faded behind him, drowned by the slowly returning sounds of city life, when he sensed someone approaching rapidly from behind him and to his right. With a motion so smooth it might have been unconscious, he stepped to the left. and his hand moved down his leg to the knife hidden in a thigh sheath. His arm bumped against a brick wall, and his lips began to form a curse. At the same time, a pair of hands from behind reached forward and gripped his left arm while the person to his right pushed against him, encumbering any attempt to dodge. An arm slipped under his right elbow and propelled him along the narrow street against one wall. A voice murmured in his right ear, "Shut up! Don't say a word!" Soft hairs tickled his neck. Whitson kept his eyes ahead, walking arm in arm with the woman. The man loosened his grip on his left arm but kept a close pace next to the pair. Keeping his voice just low enough to be heard by his companions, Whitson said, "Well, it's about time you found me." Ariana Sternbark's arm under his trembled slightly, and he felt her anger cursing through him. "Silence!" she snapped. At the same time, the man whispered, "Quiet." They made their way rapidly along the street, keeping well to one side, following the path the watch was taking but staying far behind them, so that the drumming of hobnailed boots on cobbles was only an echo. The street was deserted. Ahead of them were several bundles lying in the road, as if dropped by those fleeing the watch. The man stepped away from Whitson and moved to stand next to the nearest of these heaps. His breath sounded in the narrow street as a loud hiss. "What is it?" Sternbark dropped Whitson's arm and joined him. She gave a small cry and her hand went to her mouth. Whitson joined them, his pace neither fast nor slow. He looked down. The woman lay on her side. Her eyes were closed. She might have been sleeping. Next to her, the child, scarcely 4, was huddled, little limbs bent and twisted. A dark red pool spread around them both like a halo. The mother's arm was spread across the girl's chest, as if even in the moment of death she had sought to shield her. Their clothes were ragged and their faces dirty, but they lay together, seeming in their last rest to draw some comfort from one another's closeness. A few tears dripped from Ariana's face and fell, spattering against the cobbles where the blood still flowed. She turned and buried her head in her companion's arm. He stood still, staring at the scene, then lifted his face to Whitson. "Can you still wonder, Whitson, why we fight? Can you still look on this murdered innocence, and wonder that the people dare to rise up?" Whitson looked at the other bodies that lay scattered along the street. Some had tried to flee the watch, while others had been struck down where they stood. A few, even at this distance, lay as if in postures of defiance. Scattered stones and debris, evidently flung at random, showed evidence of their resistance to the watch's remorseless advance. To Whitson's ears came a few faint groans, and he could see some of the bodies feebly moving, trying to crawl away from the light into the shadows. He gestured toward them. "You'd be better, Master Errol, to see to the living." Errol nodded coldly. "We shall see to them, never fear. And those who live shall be soldiers in our ranks. Each time the enemy strikes down one of the common folk of Sharn, 100 more rise up to take his place. And now, at last, the hour is upon us. Now we strike." Whitson made no answer. Errol pulled a short whistle from his pocket and blew on it. It produced no sound audible to them, but in a few moments a door opened in a seemingly seamless wall down the street, and a group of rebels burst out. Some were armed. They looked at Errol for instruction. He gestured to the fallen, and the rebels crowded around them, spiriting away the wounded and covering the dead, removing them as best they might from the streets to some shelter in the buildings around them. A few others stood watchful guard, eyes bright and cold, looking in the direction the watch had gone. Still others moved down the street, scouting for more injured and dead. Ariana had gone with those tending to the wounded, leaving Whitson to stand with Errol, who directed the work with silent gestures instead of speech. The older man's eyes were watchful as he surveyed his companion. "I was wondering how long it would take you to contact me," he said after a time. "You are slower than I thought you'd be." Errol turned to him. "Marshal Teravank told you, Master Whitson, that he did not wish you to leave the Undercity." "Oh, right." Whitson dismissed the complaint with a shrug. "You knew I was going to leave the moment your back was turned." "Hardly. The Marshal is more trusting than me. Had he left it to my decision, I would have locked you in your room and put a guard on you." Whitson looked at him curiously and seemed on the verge of saying something, but stopped. There was silence between them for a time, which Errol broke by asking, "Where did you go?" "To see someone." "Who?" "Someone other than you." Errol turned on him, his handsome teeth bared in a savage grimace. "Had I found you, you would have been chained to your walls to lie in your own filth. Do you know, Master Whitson, how much pain you would be in right now, should I have chosen to give the order?" "Probably a lot." "Do you know why I didn't give the order?" "Yes." "Why?" "You couldn't find me." Errol's hand darted up in a move to cast a spell. Just as fast, Whitson's hand caught his wrist. The two stood in silent struggle for a moment. Several of the rebels near them turned and stared, awaiting orders from their leader. The two men's eyes locked, as if a line of fire had been drawn between them. At last, Errol lowered his eyes and his hand. Whitson released his wrist. The mark of his fingers was white against the man's darker skin. The rebel leader turned away and snapped an order to his followers, who turned back to their tasks. He turned again to face Whitson. "This trip of yours, did it have something to do with the murders you were investigating? You can at least tell me that much." Whitson nodded. "Yes. In fact, it's probably as well we met again. I might be able to use your help." "For what?" Whitson looked at him in some surprise. Ariana joined them and asked, "What are you talking about?" "The murders." Whitson kept his voice low. "There's going to be another one." Their words came out simultaneously, tumbling over one another. "Another? Where? When? What do you mean there's going to be another one?" Whitson looked about. "Let's not talk here. Too many ears." Errol followed his look. "You're right." He said it grudgingly, as if it hurt to admit Whitson was right, even in such a small manner. "Come." He called one of the rebels to him and spoke in a low voice. Whitson looked Ariana up and down in an impudent way. She blushed. "What?" "You look well." "Why shouldn't I be?" He looked over at Errol, then at her again and grinned. "No reason." This time, when they passed through a hidden doorway and along a passage that opened into the magically created space of the rebels' headquarters, Whitson felt a small jolt, as if a shock had run through his body. He grunted. Neither Ariana nor Errol seemed to notice the effect. Men and women quickly surrounded them, asking questions and receiving orders from Errol as they proceeded. When they came to his chambers and entered, his lieutenant stepped forward. Briefly, Errol told them about the Watch's attack and dispatched them to warn other rebels in different parts of the city. Ariana, too, conferred with several of the men and women and spoke with some authority that the others heeded. An air of excitement, of energy long pent up, about to be released. Whitson ignored, took a chair, and watched the proceedings carefully. He took his pipe from his pocket, lit it, and blew a mouthful of smoke into the still air. Here the atmosphere was cool after the heat of the city streets, and the noise of feet clattering along corridors and of doors opening and closing was like a pleasant background hum. His head drooped, and he gave a half-snore, half-snort. A hand fell heavily on his shoulder and jerked him awake. Errol stood over him while Ariana watched. The room was deserted, save for the three of them. "Now, Master Whitson, suppose you tell me where this other murder is going to happen, and how you come to know of it." Whitson stretched and picked up his pipe from where it had fallen from his lips. He tapped it, relit the tobacco, and puffed. His eyes were bright behind the smoke. "Where's the marshal?" "Why?" "Don't you think he might be interested in this news?" Errol shrugged. "The marshal has many demands on his time." "And you decide who he sees?" Errol glared at him, brows lowered. "Yes. Do you object?" "Oh, hardly." Whitson stared at him. "I'm just wondering how you decide." They were silent for a moment, lines of tension drawn between them. Then Errol shrugged it away, and his face returned to its normal expression. "What about the planned murders?" "Why do you want to know? What do these murders have to do with your plans for playing at Revolution?" Ariana made an indignant sound that was cut off at a wave of Errol's hand. His eyes remained fixed on Whitson's face. "These murders, they're part of a plot by the upper classes of Sharn." Whitson snorted. "Oh, for—" Errol's voice cut him off. "A madman is loose in the city, Whitson. That's plain. Possibly the Red Hand. That's the rumor that's spreading." His eyes fixed on Whitson's face, as if willing the man to believe him. His voice lowered, and he moved closer. "An insane killer who dismembers his victims. That's it. The Red Hand is on the loose again. And what are the rulers doing about it? Nothing. They're too busy breaking up meetings, chasing poor working folk, and smashing down mothers and children, leaving them to die in their blood on the streets. It will take a new order to end this madness, a new dawn of the day. The city is on edge right now. People are ready for anything. Now is the time. Marshal Teravank is getting ready to reveal himself. Any moment now, you'll hear a new rumor. The people's hero has returned. His vision will compel the people to act. And another murder may well be the thing that pushes them over the edge." His voice grew harder. "So I want to know where, and I want to know when, and I want to know how you know." Whitson thought for a few moments, then spoke. "Tonight, in High Walls." Ariana gave a half-cry, quickly cut off. Errol's face was pale. "How do you know that?" Whitson told him in as few words as possible about his conversation with the Reeve and the map with the glowing dots. He spoke in general terms of the creature Deschamps had described, but said nothing of Cannith's presence at the conversation. Errol and Ariana listened, and the girl's lips parted in horror as his story continued. When he finished, there was silence for a time. "Do you mean to say," asked Ariana at last, "that Deschamps knows about this? He knows who's been terrorizing people? He knows where the murder's going to strike? And he's done nothing about it?" Whitson shrugged. "He says he had suspicions, but they were only confirmed when we spoke. That might be true for all I know. I had my own doubts when we looked at the site of the murder in the upper city. There were too many indications of something odd for it to be an ordinary killing." Ariana's cheeks were red, and her hair seemed to crackle in anger. "That does it. That settles it. I'll tear his damn school apart for him, and him with it." "Really, Ariana, for a nice, well-bred girl, you have some extraordinary ideas." "Shut it, Whitson. Just shut it. I've had it with you, and with every other upper-class, filthy, lying buggering." Errol lifted his hand, and she fell silent. Her accent, Whitson noted with some amusement, had attempted to assume the tone of one born and bred in the lower city. The rebel leader rose from his chair. His dark eyes glowed. "This is it. This is our chance. Now we can expose the rottenness and corruption of the ruling order and bring it down once and for all." He turned to Ariana. "Go speak with Charlotte and Broadsome. Tell them to gather all members of the 1st, 4th, and 26th cells. They are to meet at North Edge tonight, at the 5th hour, the usual place. They will know where. The word of Marshal Teravank's return will be spread. Tell them to bring weapons concealed and spells ready. But don't tell them anything about what we're facing. There will be time enough for that later. Now go." "What about—" He shook his head. "Go. I'll see to it. Don't worry. Nothing will befall him." Ariana darted away, throwing behind her an adoring glance at Errol and a scowl of contempt at Whitson. Errol turned back to Whitson. "You say you have some means of trapping the beast?" Whitson nodded. "Yes. To take it back to the university." "That won't be necessary. Once it's been trapped, I will take charge of it. It will be our proof of the callousness of the rulers, the spark that will set this city aflame." "Oh, no, it won't." Whitson stood. "I have a commission, Master Errol, one for which I'm getting paid. I've no intention of letting you and the rest of your friends ruin that." Errol looked more amused than angry. "You hardly have a choice, Whitson. I could refuse to trap the creature. True. But that loses you your commission. The only result will be that you will have to go crawling back to your friend the Chancellor and ask him to figure out where the creature is going to strike next. Meanwhile, it will be out there slaughtering others. And who knows? Matters may come to a head in a city before you have another chance. No, I think it best, Whitson, if you do what you planned and capture this beast. Leave the rest to me." Whitson studied him, eyes narrowed. He started to say something, then thought better of it and closed his mouth. "Very well," was all he said. High Walls had, at some point in the city's past, been a quite respectable district, noted for the beauty of its streets. As the last war progressed, it sank deeper and deeper into squalor, and the streets grew dirtier, the ways darker, and the cobbles slickened with filth. The Sirens who settled there brought with them only the barest remnants of their previous lives. They were happy to find a place free from battle. Nothing prepared them for the horror they experienced as the crowding grew ever more intense, and darkness and disease crushed them from every quarter. Now they had lost all hope, and lived, dull-eyed and slack-jawed, hoping only that each movement would not be their last. All hope had left them. Whitson walked swiftly along the street, scarcely looking from side to side. His demeanor displayed impatience mixed with frustration. Errol walked a pace or two behind him, accompanied by 3 others, 2 dwarves and a warforged, whose clanking progress was marked by even the most ragged passer-by with contempt. The metallic construct seemed barely to register them, his eyes fixed on Errol, his large head revolving slowly on his shoulders as it swung from side to side surveying the scene. Outside a large mansion, whose impressive front door was guarded by a pair of stone gargoyles, Whitsun halted.
"Here."
His voice was hushed. One of the dwarves started and looked at Errol.
"Here? This is—"
"Yes," the rebel leader snapped. "Stay sharp, all of you.
He will be safe."
Errol looked up and down the street swiftly. There were no travelers in sight, and the shadows were long and dark. He turned toward the door, the dwarves close behind him.
"Wait, you idiot!"
Whitsun's urgent command came an instant too late. As the rebel leader approached the door, both gargoyles turned toward him, and their mouths lengthened into hideous smiles. Long white teeth gleamed in the torchlight. Errol jumped back with the speed of a snake. The dwarf to his left was not so quick. The gargoyle leaped. Its stone limbs creaked, but its jump was swift and sure. It reared its head, snarled, and bit. The dwarf gave a strangled scream as the gargoyle's fangs sank into his throat. His fellow dwarf yelped and leaped forward, axe swinging in a broad stroke intended to take off the attacking creature's head. The axe stopped in mid-swing, spun, and clanged against the pavement. The dwarf stood stupidly, gazing at the sight of his severed arm still clutching the axe and bleeding on the ground. As the vision registered in his brain, he gave a terrible yell that resounded up and down the street, rattling the glass of windows and reverberating against the stones as it rose in echoes up the long, dark night of the city. The second gargoyle, whose mouth had cut off his arm, twined its long arms around his neck, even as its legs settled around his broad hips. Its fingers twisted and squeezed, and there was a crunching of bones. The dwarf coughed and died, collapsing on the street. The first dwarf lay sprawled across the cobbles, blood spurting from a long gash in his neck. His feet beat out a rhythm, then swiftly stilled. The gargoyles turned from their first two victims toward the other three members of the party. The Warforged strode forward. One of the gargoyles jumped at him, and he slapped at it with a massive hand that caught it mid-torso. The creature snapped and shattered into stone fragments that littered the street. The other backed away, then turned and sprang at Errol. The rebel leader had had time to consider his strategy. As the creature sprang, he dodged and kicked out as it passed him. His foot caught it high in the back and propelled it forward. The gargoyle crashed against an outcropping of the house, and its claws and right hand splintered. It gave a long snarl that might have been pain, then recovered its footing. But the Warforged had turned and was pacing forward. The construct's eyes glittered in his face, twin pinpoints of brilliant blue. The gargoyle gave a long, piercing shriek as the construct's huge metal fingers took it under the chin, while the other hand reached down to pull at the gargoyle's waist. The creature's clawed hands thrashed in the air as the Warforged pulled. There was a horrid rending scream of tortured stone, and the two halves of the gargoyle crashed on the pavement and broke into pieces. Whitsun had, from the first, stood well back from the fight. Now he moved to the fore again. "Come, idiots," he snapped. The street was stirring. Doors slammed and voices were raised in worried inquiry. Errol, Whitsun, and the Warforged crowded together against the door of the mansion Whitsun had selected. There were running footsteps on the cobbles. Whitsun turned to the Warforged. "Push, you!" he commanded. The construct looked to Errol for affirmation, then, having received it, strained his body against the solid oaken door. It groaned, bent, and opened. The three crashed inside, and Whitsun slammed the door behind them. They waited, ears pressed against the door as the noise outside increased. The crowd had found the remains of the guardian gargoyles and their victims. Whitsun turned to the Warforged. "Here, you!" His voice was full of contempt. Since you can't do anything quietly, watch the door. Don't let anyone inside." The construct turned to Errol. Whitson's voice took on a note of desperation. "Doesn't it understand me?" "He understands." Whitson's voice was calm. "Please, Karang, remain here, as a favor to me. Don't let anyone through." He rested a hand on the Warforged's arm. "I shall be well." The construct nodded and turned to the door, which was beginning to ring with the pounding of the street's residents from the outside. Errol bowed to him and turned back to Whitson. "He'll be fine. Come." Chapter 20. A little light bled into the room from a sliver of a window over the door. They found themselves in a sort of entrance hall, large enough for perhaps 2 small benches and a coat rack, though there were none of these things now. Other than the 2 men and the Warforged, it was completely empty. Another door, not nearly as sturdy as the main door, stood against the far wall. Even as Whitson put his hand against the door leading to the inner chambers of the house, there came to their ears from behind it a long, thin scream, like a sheet of metal being slowly torn in two. It was cut off abruptly and followed by a high squeal of laughter that trilled away into nothingness. The Warforged stared at the door, and then, at a gesture from Errol, turned back at the door through which they had come. Karang opened the door and stared out at the street. A few of the neighbors, drawn by the commotion and the scream, were emerging into the square before the house, but seeing the menacing figure of the Warforged, they hung back. Beyond them were cries of alarm as word spread through the neighborhood. "Come!" Whitson put his shoulder against the inner door. After a moment, Errol joined him. The 2 strove in vain. The door remained stubbornly unmoved. "Here," Whitson whistled. "You, come here and give us a hand." The Warforged ignored him again. Whitson's scowl deepened, and he drew a long breath. "Now look here, you half-witted piece of—" "Karang!" Errol's face cut him off. "Come here, please. We need your assistance." Without a word, the construct walked to the inner door, put a hand made of metal and slender stalks of wood against it, and pushed. There was a loud groan and snap, and the door separated from its hinges, bursting inward. Karang looked at Whitson with something that might, under the circumstances, have been taken for scorn, and then returned silently to his vigil. The crowd, which had grown considerably and had surged toward the building, drew back again. Errol and Whitson pushed aside the ruins of the inner door and entered. The blackness within was absolute and seemed to have a physical quality about it, as of some gas or cloud that hung in the air and obscured sight. Whitson lifted his hand and snapped a word. A soft glow came from his fingers, but it did little to drive away the dark. Whitson cursed softly. "Come," he growled. He pushed along, feeling his way with his feet and hands stretched before him like a blind man. Errol followed close behind, a sword glinting in his right hand. The blade was rock steady. Another shriek split the air in front of them. They were in a long passage with doors opening off to each side. The doorways were short, and even Whitson would have to stoop slightly to pass through them. The doors were closed, and the cry had come from beyond the hall. They moved cautiously along. There was a final scream and a long, ugly cough that ended, choked with blood, in a gurgle and died away. Errol put a hand on Whitson's shoulder. "Do you want Karang?" he asked quietly. Whitson shook him off and jerked his head. "Brute strength isn't what's needed just now. We need—" His voice died. The passage opened out into a larger room. Its details could not be seen in the darkness, and its true size could only be guessed at. But from the far end of it came a dim reddish glow that shone without shedding light on its surroundings. "There," whispered Whitson. He moved toward it. Errol followed close behind. The glow seemed to grow in intensity as they came closer. There was a soft scrabbling noise followed by a cold laugh that trailed into an insane giggle. Whitson's hands lifted, ready to cast a spell, his lips parted, and his brow beaded with sweat. He stumbled over something and let out a curse. He drew back his foot to kick it, then stopped. Errol looked down. A head stared up at him. It had been torn from its shoulders, torn rather than cut. A white trail of bone and sinew came from the neck. One eye was wide open and staring. The other was gone, and the bloody socket gaped in horrid mockery. The lips were drawn back from the teeth in a parody of a smile. Marshal Teravenk's smile. Whitson tore his gaze away from the sight and looked at the glow. Around it swirled clouds of darkness, but between them there could be discerned a dim, monstrous form. Whitson lifted his hands and made a gesture. He spoke 3 words. His tongue hesitated over the last one, then pronounced the closing syllables. From his outstretched fingers came a green fire that shot toward the glowing form and faded out. A shout of hideous laughter burst through the room, and the walls shook. The dark clouds bent and parted, and the shape slithered toward them. Errol stared at it, and his lips parted in a scream. Whitson's face blanched. It was tall and thin, bone-thin. Flesh stretched across its frame and twitched as if it were itself alive. It was gray and green, with yellow veins running and pulsing through it. Long fingers ended in curved claws, and the fingers themselves, 12-jointed, seemed to act as tentacles. Another sprouted obscenely from its groin and groped the air blindly. Its head was the stuff of nightmares. The skull was misshapen and elongated, with a nose-like protuberance extended from beyond the fanged mouth and ending in a claw. Red-rimmed eyes glared, and a long ridge of bone burst from the flesh of the head and extended halfway down the back, glittering white in the dim light cast from Whitson's hand. 3 wings, long and bat-like, burst from its shoulders, fanning the blood-soaked air. From its body came the luminescence that filled the air, as well as a smell that choked them with rottenness. It was redolent of a slaughterhouse, a trash heap, and a nest of rabid rats rolled into one. It defied description, a savage creature not of that world, not of any world. 3 teeth protruded from its lips and bent down nearly to what, in a human, might pass for a chest, save here it was home to a second mouth, square teeth chomping against one another. It moved swiftly on 6 legs that extended spider-like from its body. The head bore 6 eyes, 2 of them waving on long crab-like stalks, peering from side to side as it moved forward. Whitson shouted his 3 words again and made the gesture. Again, green fire sprouted from his fingertips, flared, and died before it reached the creature. A hiss came from the beast, and Whitson and Errol saw that it had yet a 3rd mouth, this one at the end of its tail, and fanged like a snake's. It circled around them, not with the air of something that is cautious, but more with an attitude of a cat playing with a helpless bird. Errol's sword flashed, and he stepped forward, only to be jerked back by Whitson. "Stop it, idiot!" Whitson's fingers were working again. He shouted the 3 words. This time the green fire was stronger and more sustained. It struck the creature in the middle of its body. The beast screamed. 2 windows on one side of the room shattered, and Whitson and Errol clapped their hands over their ears to shut out the sound. The creature drew itself up, its wings brushing against the ceiling. Its outlines trembled and grew dim for a moment. Then it solidified once again and fell back, seeming confused. Its tail coiled and struck again, narrowly missing Errol and leaving a portion of the wall in shivering fragments. Errol crouched and readied his sword, his muscles tensing in anticipation. "Stop, you idiot!" Whitson restrained him. Whitson jumped ahead a few paces. In his face was an expression of triumph. He shouted the words again and made the arcane gestures. This time the fire wreathed the creature, twisting it and contorting it further. It fought against the magic, but without success. From the far end of the room, where they had first entered, came a crash and a thud of heavy feet pounding across the room. Karang raced across the open space. His heavy feet struck Teravenk's severed head, which flew through the air and smashed against a large, many-paned window. The Warforged recognized his leader and made a noise deep in his throat of anguish. The noise pulled Whitson's attention away, and the creature gave another shriek and twisted. The green fire wavered and faded, and the beast drew back. Whitson roared in anger and frustration and shouted his words again, but this time the fire from his fingers flickered briefly and went out. He staggered back, his chest heaving. Karang stopped in front of Errol, his bulk unmoving. The creature's many eyes roved across the room. The green fire had weakened it, of that there was no question. Smoke rose, acrid and burning, from wounds in several of its limbs. From its back, between the primitive wings, there unwound a second tail ending in a sharpened bone. It slashed out, barely missing Whitson, who sprang out of reach. Errol moved out from behind Karang, but the Warforged stepped firmly before him, shielding him from the creature. For the first time, the beast appeared to focus on the Warforged. Its eyes glared, and with a rush of wings that nearly beat the three attackers to the ground, it rose into the air. The second tail slashed down at Karang. The Warforged lifted a hand of steel against it. There was a crash and a grating sound, and the hand fell to the floor. Karang stood fixed, staring at it as if unable to believe his eyes. The creature settled to the ground again. Errol, crying out, leaped forward and struck. His blade sliced the air and cut through one of the wings. The creature screamed, and its tail lashed out again, but the rebel leader ducked beneath the blow and skittered back. Other people had entered through the far door, now that Karang was no longer keeping the crowd at bay. The curious pushed their way into the house, but kept well back from the fray. There were screams and gasps as newcomers caught sight of the otherworldly beast and its horrid glow. Karang stepped forward again. From his remaining hand shot steel bolts, points sharpened and fire-hardened. They struck the creature's chest near its second gaping mouth. Two bounced off, while the remaining three buried themselves to the fletching. The beast snarled, a growl that rose at the finish to a rill of maniacal laughter, resounding from the rafters. Two more panes of glass in the window broke. Errol clapped his hands against his ears. Blood ran from his nose. Unaffected, the Warforged aimed his hand for a second attack. Before he could strike, though, tendrils of green fire reached out, striking the beast, beating it back against the wall. It struck the woodwork, cracking the paneling. Pieces of wood burst into flame as they touched its body. The green fire hung in the air, surrounding the creature. Errol turned. Whitson stood, hands raised, sweat beading his face. His arms were steady. He spoke another word. The green fire seemed to solidify in the air, then faded to silver. A web of delicate threads surrounded the creature. It writhed impotently within them, growling and squealing. Then it seemed to lose interest. The glow that had suffused its body faded, and its wings ceased to beat. It curled in on itself and rested its head on its clawed paws. The threads contracted to hold it immobile. Silence filled the room for a moment. Then it was broken by a cheer from the onlookers. Errol wiped his forehead and stared at Whitsun, who pointedly ignored him, keeping his gaze on the creature. His hands were still lifted, as if he was reluctant to lower them. People poured into the room, though they kept a distance between themselves and the beast. Some pounded Errol on the back, laughing and cheering. Others slapped Karang's shoulder. The Warforged accepted the plaudits without emotion. Whitsun stood somewhat apart, repelling any attempts at congratulations by his demeanor. Someone cried out, and the noise hushed. A young man lifted something from a corner. It was Taravenk's head. Its face was partially smashed from its impact with the window pane, but it held, despite the damage, a curious kind of dignity. "Marshal Taravenk! That thing! It killed Marshal Taravenk!" There was a roar of anger and grief. Some in the crowd surged toward the captured creature. "Kill it! Kill it now!" Whitsun stepped in front of them, and they halted. "We need to get it away from them." His voice, directed at Errol, was cold and businesslike. Errol's eyes held nothing but horror and anger. He glared about and hurled a delicate vase against the wall. The vessel shattered into a million pieces. Errol swore violently. "Everyone stay back! Errol, just help me get it out of here!" Whitsun's voice was pitched dangerously high. He motioned with his head to the shadows where a dark form lay crumpled against the wall. What in the name of the Dark Six was he doing here? He scanned the crowd, some of whom were weeping, while others shouted furiously to one another. This could get difficult. Errol's face was working with strong emotion. He spoke bitterly. He was on the verge of revealing himself. Already rumors were running through the city of his return. He had gone here to wait until a gathering above in Granite Halls. He would have come there, and the people would have rallied to him. But it was a secret. Why? He demanded it so. He knew his return from the dead would have more impact if it seemed miraculous. Errol dashed a hand across his face, his voice contorted with anger. I warned him. I told him there were those in the city who would never see him triumph, but he wouldn't listen. Whitsun's gaze was momentarily drawn from the creature. He looked at Errol. Who suggested he come here? Before the rebel could answer, a voice rose from the midst of the crowd. A younger dwarf, beard thrust into his belt, wearing the rough clothing of a workman, was speaking. Where did that thing come from? He shouted. The murderer of the marshal? Destroyer of our champion? I'll tell you where. From up there. His hand jerked skyward. I know what I've heard. This thing was set loose at the university, and we know who they serve. Others shouted in agreement. That's right. The lords, the mighty ones, the dragon marked. For all we know, they sent that murdering beast down here to kill us, to slaughter us, to kill our beloved marshal. Roars of approval. Whitsun looked at Errol. Time to get out of here before this nonsense goes any further, he said in an undertone. The rebel leader nodded. He lifted his voice. My friends! Grudgingly, the crowd gave him their attention. My friends, many of you know me. I am Errol, a leader of the Golden Horn. I sat at Marshal Taravenk's right hand. I know his mind. I understand your anger. Unlike the rule of those above, you've suffered much, and for a long time. Too long, someone shouted to applause. Believe me, your pain will not go unrelieved, and your grievances will not go unmet. The marshal is dead, but the day of reckoning is almost here. But now my friend and I must go, and take the murderer with us. There was a growl of disapproval. The dwarf who had spoken earlier snarled, "Why? Leave it to us. We'll take care of it." "My friends," Errol's voice held every ounce of persuasion he could use. "My friends, trust me that this is a foe beyond you. It is held in cheek by a powerful magic. If that magic were to fail, all of you together could not stand before it. It is not of this world, not of this plane. Let us take it to those who can return it from where it came, so it cannot menace us any more. The Marshal would wish it so." "Take it to who?" snapped the dwarf. "To those bloody murderers who set it on us in the first place? Not on your life. I'm telling you, we can take care of it." Whitsun spoke for the first time. "Take care of it, can you?" "Who in Dolor are you?" growled another dwarf. Whitsun ignored the question. "You think you can handle this thing without any help, do you?" he repeated. The dwarf seemed to waver, but then nodded. "All right, then. I'll just let it out, shall I?" Whitsun lifted his hands and opened his mouth. "What are you doing?" Errol grabbed his shoulder. His face was white. "Are you out of your mind?" Whitsun twisted away. "Don't break my concentration," he said calmly. "Getting rid of that cage is a tricky bit of magic, and I don't want to mess it up." He turned to the dwarves and others assembled. "Well, get your weapons out and get ready. This thing seems to like cutting off heads and other bits, so I'd stay back at first, and then try to rush it. If you're lucky and do it all together, it probably won't kill more than 15 or 20 of you before you get close enough to hit it." He lifted his hands again and poised them in the air, readying his gesture. "Wait! Now just hold on for one moment." The dwarf scuttled backward so fast he seemed to have crab blood. The rest of the crowd joined him, leaving Whitsun, the one-handed Karong, and Errol standing alone. Inside its cage of silver threads, the creature seemed to sense something was going on and stirred balefully. A cold hiss emerged from one of its mouths and punctuated the sudden silence. "Ah, come now!" Whitsun's voice was full of scorn. "All the way back there, it'll take you forever to get within striking distance. The main thing in these circumstances is not to think too much. Just move forward as quickly as you can, and it'll soon be over." He turned back to the creature and spoke a word. "Stop!" The dwarf's voice cut across Whitsun's incantation like a knife. "Stop it now!" Whitsun lowered his hands. "Very well," he said after a moment. "We're leaving now, and taking this thing with us. Does anyone have any problems with that?" No one answered him. He spoke a word, and the silver cage rose a few feet in the air. As if pulled by an invisible rope, it followed him. It passed along the room, and the crowd shrank back as it came. Faces paled as they looked on it. It remained still, but its yellow eyes rimmed with red flare glared at them, as if measuring each of them for a death stroke. Karong brought up the rear. The Warforged clutched his severed hand and seemed to register no pain from the loss. Outside were more crowds, and they too gave back at the strange sight. There were cries of anger as Whitsun moved along the street. The Marshal's name ran from tongue to tongue. Hands bent and seized stones from the street. Knives were pulled from their sheaths, and spells, long held in check, were readied. Whitsun turned to Karong. "Go hail a sky coach, a big one. I've got to get this thing aboard." The Warforged remained where he was, and Whitsun turned irritated to Errol. "Are you making a point of only recruiting the feeble-minded for your little band? Or did this thing have its brains burned out during the war?" Errol looked at him coldly. "Be careful how you speak of Karong." "Then tell it not to come blundering into the middle of a fight next time. I could have been done with things in half the time if it hadn't interfered." "He's a he, not an it," snapped a voice behind them. Whitsun turned. "Ah, I see you caught up with us." Ariana emerged from the crowd, looking somewhat the worse for wear. A smear of dirt was across her forehead, and there was a small cut under her left eye that sent a trickle of dried brown blood down her cheek. She ignored Whitsun and spoke to Errol. "They say you caught Marshal Teravenk's murderer. Is that true?" Errol gestured to the creature. "There's your killer. And yes, to our loss, the Marshal is dead." His voice, pitched loud and clear, carried to the rest of the crowd. There was a collective groan of anger and sadness. The citizens of Sharn seemed no longer individuals, but a living, breathing animal that was caught up in the throes of its own grief. "This is the last straw!" someone shouted from the back of the crowd. "Aye! We'll take no more! Sharn belongs to us!" A rock came soaring from the middle of the mob. 1,000 eyes followed its flight. It smashed through a window. In the silence, the tinkling of the glass fragments as they fell to earth could be plainly heard. Then there was a cry of rage from the throats of the mob. It started high and deepened to a low rumble. The mob split, and 1,000 splinters were hurled in every direction. Some sped past Whitsun, Errol, and Ariana as they stood with the creature. A few lifted their hands as if considering attacking the beast, but veered aside and joined their fellows. "It's begun!" Errol's voice was filled with joy. He grabbed Ariana's hand. "Come!" The chronicler started toward him, only to be jerked back by Whitsun's hand on her other wrist. "No," Whitsun snapped. "We're done with harebrained ideas right now. You're coming with me back to your uncle." "I'm not! Don't you dare tell me what to do!" She fought against him, kicking and clawing. Errol started toward them as Karang came around the corner, followed by a sky coach. The driver was already nervous, and when he saw the scene before him, he gave a yelp. "Let me go!" The Warforged, without the slightest change of expression, reached into the sky coach and lifted him out of the driver's seat. Whitsun gestured, and the silver cage moved into the passenger seat of the coach. The coach sagged a bit under the weight, but held. Still holding Ariana's wrist, he dragged her with surprising ease into the coach with him. Errol leaped after them and bounced off Whitsun's foot. He fell sprawling, and Whitsun jerked the coach around, just avoiding Karang's dive to stop them. "You bastard!" Ariana's fists beat against him as they rose into the air. She made as if to jump out, and again Whitsun grasped her and pulled her back to safety. "Sit down," he growled. Her response was to lean out and try to grab a passing shaft of masonry. Letting go of the vehicle's controls for a moment, he hauled her back inside. "This," he grunted, "is going to add on to my expenses." He threw back a fist and smashed it into her jaw. She dropped to the floor of the coach, and under Whitsun's control they rose higher in the air, and the cries of a rebellious Sharn floated up to greet them. Chapter 21. As they rose in the city, a dull roar grew below them. Looking down, Whitsun saw, in miniature, a map of the city unfold. Above the coach, the sky was bright enough for him to see clearly the different streets, converging as they did on a great open square. At the edges of the square, a crowd was converging. Whitsun could see tiny rivulets of people streaming from nearby buildings and alleyways to join its great stream. He circled slowly. He glanced at the beast, which was slumped in its cage of silver threads. It showed no signs of attempting to break free, though the yellow eyes stared unblinkingly at him, burning with hatred and a lust to kill. Whitsun turned his back on it and looked downward. To the east, another great street opened into the square. Along this, he saw a line of red slowly advancing. The Watch. At the entrance of the square, they halted. Whitson could almost hear the shouted orders to disperse. The crowd did no such thing. From the rioters' perspective, the watch was no more than a thin line of uniformed guards, easily broken. But Whitson could see behind the initial line of the watch to another stronger line, hidden from the sight of those in the mob. And stretching his gaze further, he could see that in 2 adjoining streets on either side of the crowd were more watchmen, waiting for the crowd to move in their direction. There was a moment of silence, like the stillness that comes just before the onset of thunder. Then the line of watchmen charged. The crowd had numbers, but Whitson could see that the watch had something else: discipline and superior weaponry. They cut this way and that, moving as a unified group, cutting through the crowd like a scythe mows through grass. The mob split into a dozen parts, some standing against the watch, only to be struck down, others fleeing down the side streets. There they were easy targets for the other bands of the watch, who slashed them to pieces, beating them, dragging some into waiting coaches, and leaving others bleeding on the cobbles. From his perspective, Whitson could find a kind of abstract beauty in the scene. It was as if he was divorced from the reality of what was going on below him. He shook his head and glanced over at Ariana, still unconscious beside him. A large purple bruise was swelling along her jaw. The coach dipped and swooped, pushing its way through the air farther upward. As he passed over other parts of the city, Whitson saw over and over the same scene repeated. Crowds moving through the streets, only to be broken up and beaten by the watch. Coils of smoke rose from burning buildings, and in 1 or 2 places the mob seemed to have gotten the better of its attackers. In one area of North Edge, he saw the watch line broken and fleeing while a crowd pursued them. Whitson hovered over the scene, watching the red dots that represented the watch pulled down and overwhelmed. Then the mob moved on, leaving the watchmen sprawled on the cobbles, limbs broken and twisted. Whitson watched with a kind of detached interest, and saw that even as the crowd rejoiced in its triumph, a larger force of watch, unbeknownst to them, was gathering for attack several streets over. Meanwhile, the mob celebrated by setting fire to several buildings. Whitson suspected that they were raiding as many wine shops as they could find. The higher he went, the smaller the disruptions appeared. By the time he reached the very upper reaches of the city, they had died away altogether, and the only sign of trouble in the lower neighborhoods were streams of black smoke that poured from the lower reaches into the indigo sky. As they neared the Cannith enclave, the beast began to stir, as if some unseen signal was reaching its brain. It pushed against the silver threads that held it and whined in pain. Then it gave a savage roar. Ariana moaned and stirred at the sound. The beast thrashed for a few moments, then subsided, growling softly. Whitson reached over and joggled his companion, none too gently. "Hey, wake up." She whimpered again and sat up. "What? Where?" Her eyes came into focus, and she took in the sight of Whitson, calmly directing the sky coach. "You!" She lunged and struck at him. He pushed her back with some difficulty. "Stop that! Do you want to send us over?" The coach steadied again as she sank back into her seat. He looked at her. "A healer can probably do something for that bruise. On the other hand, purple and yellow suit you. The green's a bit much, though." "You son of an unwed mother," she spat. She looked around. "Where are we?" "Approaching Cannith Tower." "Turn this damn thing around and take me back, now." "Oh, please." Whitson looked bored. "You should thank me for getting you out of there. Your revolution is in the process of being crushed right now, as anyone with an ounce of brains could have predicted." She stared at him. What are you talking about? I mean, sweetheart, that this little affair of yours never had a chance. You don't think that kind of thing hasn't been tried before? And you, better than most, should know who holds the power in this city. You think that's fine, don't you? She was looking over the sides, frantically scanning the streets below for any signs of activity. You think it's fine that these bloody rich families are making all the decisions about who lives and who dies, who's rich and who's poor. She pulled back into the coach. Didn't you learn anything from when you were down there, Whitson? Didn't you see the way those people are forced to live? Didn't any of that mean anything to you? He ignored her, concentrating on steering the coach and its burden around several spires and under a heavy stone arch. She shook his shoulder angrily. Answer me, damn you! Get off! She slapped his head hard. He turned and struck her across the mouth. The blow was firm but without passion. She staggered back in her seat with a hurt cry. He turned his eyes back in front of him, not acknowledging her pain. For the rest of the journey she stared over the side of the coach, her eyes watching anxiously as spirals of smoke rose into the air and spread slowly like a stain across the blue firmament and the fiery sun. No guards were on duty when they coasted to a gentle stop at the entrance to House Cannith. Though the air here was clear, and the sun shone overhead with the same relentless power it had displayed for weeks, the acrid smell of smoke seemed to linger in their nostrils. Whitson, having brought the coach to a stop, climbed out and with a gesture brought the caged creature onto the long stone dock. As they approached the tower, the creature stirred in its silver cage. As they walked slowly along the dock, it hissed and spat. It snarled and struggled against the bonds that held it. Ariana kept as far from it as possible, but Whitson seemed unmoved. The cage floated behind him and a little to the right, a few feet above the ground. At the entrance he turned to Ariana. Knock. She lifted her hand and made an odd motion. From far away a faint silver bell sounded, resounding against the sky. Its tone was overly sweet, straining against the confines of the air. Whitson wiped a hand across his forehead. The sun burned down mercilessly here, without the shadows of the lower city. The air was still, as if waiting a stroke, broiling in the harsh light from above. Ariana twisted her hand again, and again the silver bell chimed far within the tower. The creature moaned softly and thrashed in its confining web. Whitson appeared impatient. "Hurry," he muttered, more to himself than to Ariana. There was the thud of footsteps behind the thick oaken doors, and the clash of bars sounded as they were drawn back. The portal swung open, and a welcome cool poured over them, like a cold drink that soothes a parched throat. A guard, weapon drawn, stood behind the door. He was clad in the livery of House Cannith. He pointed his sword not toward the creature, but in the direction of Whitson and Ariana. Whitson looked at him, his lip curled. "That's right," he said. "Make sure you keep the really dangerous ones covered." The guard stepped forward. On his shoulder was a silver star, a badge of rank. "The Lord Cannith bids you come within," he said. He waved a hand, indicating they should precede him. Whitson gestured to the ensnared beast. "What about?" The guard turned to look at the creature. Whitson's hand went down and around, snaking out the guard's short sword that hung by his hip. It came up and rested across the man's throat. Whitson's other hand jerked the guard's arm up behind his back. "Arg!" "Shut it," said Whitson. The two exclamations burst out simultaneously. Ariana, who was a step or two in front of them, spun on her heel. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Whitson forced the guard to his knees. The young man's face was bloodless, and a thin trickle of perspiration dribbled down his forehead. His arm was twisted behind his back almost parallel to his legs. "Where?" The guard was silent. Whitson jerked the arm again and increased pressure on the sword. A smear of red spread across the guard's throat, and he groaned. "I won't ask so nicely next time." "Behind. There. The door." Each word was jerked out. Whitson looked at the smaller door at the end of the hallway, studded with iron bolts. "Get behind me," he told Ariana. He forced the guard to his feet and let go of his arm. The man whined feebly and massaged his limb. Whitson's sword was pricking the back of his neck. His other hand, stretched behind him, held the creature's cage in sway. "Go through." His voice was cold and held no emotion. The guard did not move. His knees were seized with a sudden trembling. "I said, go through." Whitson moved the sword forward. The guard cried out and moved a step or two ahead toward the door. Ariana's gaze was fixed on his back, on the lines of sweat that ran from his neck down behind his uniform, making it cling to his skin. I said, go through." Whitson's voice was remorseless. The guard sighed, a deep exhalation of breath, as if he were pushing out every bit of air in his lungs. He stepped up to the door and pushed at it. It swung open without resistance. Beyond was a long, dark chamber. The guard hesitated a moment, then rushed through, shouting as he leaped. "Stop! No, it's—" Two swords swung across from either side of the door, meeting in the middle. There was a thunk as they struck flesh, and the young man's head rolled forward even as his body swayed and collapsed. A fountain of blood spouted from the severed neck and spilled across the patterned marble tiles. As the guard's body fell, Whitson stepped ahead, seemingly without concern. He halted just short of the doorway, hands lifted. There was a silence, then two dim forms, unlit and undiscernible, moved from either side of the portal, staring at their handiwork. Whitson's hands lifted and moved in a kind of caress. He took both men by the napes of their necks and pushed them together. There was a solid crunch as their foreheads struck. For a second their hands dangled idiotically, and then they fell. Whitson stepped back. As if smelling blood, the creature in its bonds thrashed and struggled. Whitson turned to Ariana. "Your uncle's waiting for you." The door lay beyond several twists and turns. Whitson did not hesitate, and neither did Ariana. He seemed utterly calm, oblivious to the quiet snarling of the unearthly creature he held in snare. Ariana was quiet. If the deaths of the guards had unnerved her, she concealed it well. Her face was locked in a cold smile as she watched the back of the stout man who led the way through her home. As they stood before the final door, she spoke at last. "So now you've finished your commission, Master Whitson." He looked at her, and for the first time since they had entered the enclave, he seemed at a loss for words. "And do you think that my uncle will actually pay you for what you've done? Now that you've evaded his trained killers?" Scorn filled her voice. "I would have thought you'd have learned a lesson by now about how much the word of a dragon marked is worth." Whitson seemed about to answer, then thought better of it. He lifted his hand as if to knock, but she reached out and grabbed it. Her fingers closed on his and strained white. "Wait. Do you really think you understand what's going on here?" He spoke, his voice like grating stone. "I don't care what you and your family are up to. I'm getting paid. That's all that matters." "And all them, down there? You don't think they matter?" She pulled his face toward hers. Her brows were drawn and angry. "Dolour take you, Whitson. You've been down there. You've seen what it's like. You've seen how these people live. Don't they deserve better? Don't we all deserve better?" He stood silent. She struck his face with her open palm. "There. Do you feel that? That's what pain feels like. Don't you know what they want down there? Don't you know what they feel every day? They want something of life, Whitson, that's all. They want to feel. They want to live. They don't want fine palaces and gold plates to eat off. They just want food to feed their children. Don't you see that?" He stood, unmoving. "They just want to stay alive. That's all an animal wants, isn't it, Whitson? To stay alive? To live? And that's what's being denied them." Tears made dirty streaks on her cheeks. She pushed aside her ragged hair. "That's what those rebels are offering them. Those people you despise? And what can you give them? What can you give yourself?" Whitson turned and looked at her, a long, hard look. Then, without another word, he reached forward and pushed open the door. Chapter 22. Two men stood at the other end of the room. They watched Whitson, Ariana, and their captive as they paced the long length of the chamber, its shadows gathering round them as they came. One of the men was the High Reeve of Morgrave University. The other was Lord Cannith. Neither spoke as Whitson and Ariana approached. The creature floated behind them. It had ceased struggling, and its yellow eyes watched carefully. The chamber was long and low, lined with books. Their leather spines gleamed in the firelight cast from a blaze at the far end of the room. Against its light, the two old men were gaunt shadows floating on the wall. Lord Cannith's face was white as chalk, and its fine bones cast shadows that made it seem sharp as a blade. The Chancellor seemed withdrawn, wrapped in his robes, brooding as they approached, like a giant spider. Yet it was he who broke the silence. "Stop there!" They halted. The Reeve slowly rose from his chair and paced the hall until he was 10 feet from them. "Bring it to me," he said. Whitson moved a hand, and the silver-threaded cage that held the beast floated silently forward. The creature's yellow eyes slowly changed to ruby, and its tail thrashed. Its wings beat vainly against the cage. From its throat came a long, low snarl that rose until it reached an unbearable pitch. Ariana stuffed her fingers in her ears. "Stop! Make it stop!" The Reeve lifted his hand and snapped a word. The sound ceased. The silence was deafening. The High Reeve began to chant. His words were long and sonorous and seemed to stretch and bend in the air. The atmosphere around the creature thickened. Streams and wisps of steam rose from it. It writhed, its lips pulled back over its teeth. It seemed to be struggling for voice, but nothing emerged. Its outline softened, and Ariana rubbed her eyes. A mist was rising about the beast. Its body turned transparent. Within its form, bones and tissues moved, and 3 hearts beat out their rhythms. Blood, green and gray, gleamed against the firelight for a moment, then faded into the air. The outlines of the creature shimmered and vanished. The silver cage seemed to linger in the air a moment longer, then it too disappeared. Ariana lunged forward, hands striking at the empty space. "Where is it? Where did it go?" The chanting ceased. The Chancellor lowered his hands. He smiled at Lord Cannith. "It is done." Ariana turned to her uncle. "Did you vanquish it? Where did it go?" Cannith shrank from her. His face grew even whiter. "You don't need to worry about it any more, my dear." Whitson moved for the first time. "It's not gone, though, is it?" he said. Ariana spun around. "What are you talking about?" Whitson was looking at Cannith. "You and he," he motioned to the reeve. "You just imprisoned it, but you might need it again." The chronicler's gaze was moving from one to the other of them. Her brow was drawn. "I don't understand." She shook her head. "Where was that thing from? What was it? And how did you know what to do with it?" Her arms spread in appeal to the reeve, but it was Whitson who answered. He was looking at Cannith as if he'd just guessed the answer to a riddle. "It was just what you needed," he said slowly. "You needed to kill the moderates, the ones who might have prevented the uprising. But political assassinations would have made them martyrs. You didn't want that. Their deaths had to be senseless. But they had to happen in a way that could be used to inflame the people. And you needed to kill the marshal. That was the final step, to launch the rebellion so you could crush it." The reeve chuckled. It was a deep, satisfied sound. "Very good, Whitson. Your abilities weren't misrepresented to me. I might have guessed you would figure it out." Ariana did not address herself to Whitson or to the Chancellor. Instead, she spoke to Cannith. "What are they talking about, Uncle?" Still, he kept silent. Whitson answered. "This whole thing only makes sense," he said calmly, rather as if he were giving a lecture to a hall of students. "If you keep in mind two things. First, the houses and the lords of the city have known since the end of the war that an uprising was brewing. That was inevitable. It was merely a matter of when it would occur, rather than if. Second, the only thing that might head off an actual armed uprising was if certain of the more moderate political forces in the city were able to divert its energy." Ariana turned on him sharply. "You don't know anything about this," she spat. "You don't care a fig for any of the people of this city. How could you possibly know anything?" Whitson walked over to a small leather-seated chair and planted himself on it. He seemed happy to be talking now, as if the mere act helped him piece together a difficult puzzle. He paid no attention at all to Ariana's interruption. The lords of the city thus had two problems. The lesser of the two was the insurrection itself. Despite what the marshal told us, such an uprising was doomed from the beginning. The bigger issue was whether these moderate forces might channel the anger of the people, anger spurred by the corruption and injustice that grew fat during the war, in a more productive manner. Politically productive, that is. "So," Cannith spoke at last. "So, Master Whitson, we took steps to ensure the stability of the city. Hardly a crime. After all, stability, peace, order, these things are preferable to anarchy. I can't imagine even you would disagree with that." "No," Whitson said pleasantly, "I don't. In my business, a measure of peace is desirable. But I picked up enough rumors down below to know that the chances of that happening without direct intervention on your part was pretty small. Things might have worked themselves out, I suppose, but you decided to take a hand and help them along." Cannith bent his head. "It seemed easier," he conceded. Ariana turned to Whitson for the first time. "What did they do?" she asked. "They created a killer. Whitson's face was expressionless. They considered first an ordinary killer. They even approached Lasser Redhand. Ariana flinched, but Whitson went on. He might have done it for the sheer pleasure of killing, but they wanted someone untraceable, and the Red Hand was a bit too unpredictable in his patterns of behavior, so they came up with a far more clever scheme. He leaned back in the chair and stretched. No one else in the room moved. They commissioned some people at the university to create a killer, to summon one, that is, from another plane, one that couldn't be traced, and whose killing would seem even more mysterious than it was. It would give rise to every sort of rumor in the city, rumors they took care to feed and nourish. And when those rumors reached fruition, there would come, his hands gestured dramatically, a tipping point. Everything would start to move, and the revolt would begin. Ariana shook her head angrily. "You make no sense," she said. "You're saying my uncle and him," she gestured toward the Chancellor without naming him, "wanted a revolt?" Cannith intervened again. His voice was cold. "A revolt was necessary. It is always better for one to have one's enemies where one can see them. That fool, Taravenk, was easy to remove, but there were many who would take his ravings seriously. In this case, there was no easy way to crush the revolt until it had actually begun." Whitson nodded. "And so you did." Ariana snorted. She turned to her uncle. "You have no idea what you've let loose. Do you think you can turn away this kind of uprising? This isn't just people like me, Uncle. Not even Marshal Taravenk. This is the whole population of Sharn. These are people who you trampled down during the war, but no longer. Cannith spoke over her rising voice. They are scum, who are even now being reminded that they are the scum whose proper place is in the lower city. No more. They are taking what's rightfully theirs. Oh, really, my dear? And who will lead them? You? No. They found a leader. Taravenk is dead, true, but there's another who will take his place. He made sure of that. And their new leader is going to take them to victory, no matter how many of them you kill. You'll never destroy their spirit, as long as he's there, too." There was a rustle from behind one of the crimson curtains at the far end of the room. Someone came forward, standing in shadow. Ariana's voice faltered and went silent. Errol came into the firelight. His face glowed. He spoke first to the Chancellor. "You shouldn't have let it go this long." "Dalek!" Ariana sprang toward him, but he lifted a hand. She stopped dead. "What's the matter? You—" The room was silent. Whitson sat alert, his arms resting on the arms of his chair. Slowly, Ariana backed away, her hand to her mouth. Her eyes were wide. She stared at Errol. No. He paced forward, matching her steps. His mouth curled. "Yes, dear. Yes, I'm afraid so." He looked at Whitson. "I should have killed you down there, but his head jerked toward Cannith, wouldn't let me. He seemed to think your death might create problems." "Yes, I specialize in that." Whitson's eyes measured the former rebel leader from top to bottom, as if fitting him for a shroud. "I'm a little puzzled by one thing." "What?" "Why involve me in the first place? Why couldn't you just let things go ahead as planned?" Errol snarled. The feral expression on his face seemed to startle even his compatriots, and both drew back slightly. I didn't want to, but the High Reeve wanted to get rid of the bodies without a fuss. You were recommended to him as the man for the job. I told him we should avoid you. You can't live too long in Lower Sharn without coming up against Ulfr Whitson's name. I'm complimented. Whitson raised an eyebrow. So the plan, if I'm not mistaken, was for you to lead the rebellion, but make sure along the way it was effectively crushed. As is happening now, Errol smiled. Are you a watch officer? No. The response came just a bit too quickly. Whitson smiled sardonically. Very well, he said lightly. It doesn't matter to me. What matters right now is my payment. He turned to the Reeve, who stared at him. His jaw dropped. Payment? Payment? Oh, really? You can't think I work for free. I've lost several valuable days over this business. Now, I'll take my money and go. He rose from his chair and stretched out a hand. Ariana gave a wordless shriek and hurled herself forward against him. Damn you, she wailed. Sit. She spun on a heel, staring at Errol. You. She groped for words. Yes, quite. Nice little whore you made down there, dear. He was still smiling. I didn't expect you to be quite so generous, and so quickly, but you offered very nice cover. A nobleman's daughter joining the rebel cause, and willing to write it all up for her rag of a chronicle. I couldn't have asked for anything better. Ariana's hand snatched behind her back and appeared again, a long silver blade within it. She lunged. Errol sidestepped neatly. Without apparent effort, he chopped the knife from her hand. He snatched it in the air, caught it, and struck. Ariana's head jerked back as a splash of red from her severed throat stained Cannith's robes. His cry was drowned by a triumphant shout from Errol as he whirled away. The bloody knife disappeared into a hidden sheath. Ariana sank to her knees. Her hands reached up to her throat. She stared for a long moment at her uncle. Then, as if going to sleep, she knelt, put her arms under her head, and rolled sideways. No one moved for a moment. Cannith stepped forward, touching his niece's body. His eyes lifted and met Whitson's. The stout man rose from his chair and took 2 long strides toward Errol. The rebel pulled his bloody knife out and flung it between his hands. His mouth twisted in a grimace of hate. Come then, come on. I've wanted this for a long time. Whitson stood quite still for a second. Then he kicked. His leg seemed very long for a short, stocky man. A gleam of silver flashed in the firelight from the tip of it. It met Errol's groin, twisted, and jerked upward. Errol screamed a high, tearing sound. Whitson pulled his foot away. He stepped forward and jerked the knife away from the rebel's nerveless fingers. He jammed it between Errol's ribs and pulled it up and over to the right in a long, ragged stroke. Errol staggered, fell, and rolled against the wall. The Chancellor's hand moved, but Whitson's was quicker. A silver flash left his fingers and pinned the Reeve's wrist to the wall. He gasped once and gave no further sound. His dark eyes stared at Whitson. Carefully, the stout man backed toward the door. On the way, he reached out and picked up a small alabaster statuette of a kneeling woman. Her naked breasts were tipped with pearls, and a silver chain hung about her waist. Whitson weighed it in his grasp, then tucked it into his cloak. For my time and trouble, he said. Neither of the two living men in the chamber seemed inclined to dispute him. Whitson leaned forward on his stool and drew a long draught from the cup before him. From the other side of the bar, Glustrid glared at him.
"That's not free, you know."
"No, of course not. I'll tell Thavish to put it on my tab, shall I?" Whitson emptied his mug and pushed it across. "Another of the same." Glustrid filled it, taking his time. He looked around.
"Things are quiet now,"
he said tentatively.
"Nothing much going on for the past few days."
"Oh, aye." Whitson consumed half the mug's contents in a gulp. "Everything's back to normal now. No sign of trouble, and the usual service will be restored as soon as possible."
"What?"
"Nothing. Never mind. Another." Glustrid shook his head.
"You don't need another."
"I do. I need lots of another's. Give me another before I crawl over that bar and pull your teeth out with a spoon." The bartender sighed. He looked around. The tavern was full tonight. In one corner sat a crowd of dwarves, muttering among themselves. In another, 2 elves were transacting some business, probably illegal. A half-orc slouched at the far end of the bar over a drink from which smoke was slowly spiraling. Glustrid turned back to Whitson.
"Now that the rebellion's been put down—"
A long, slow snore interrupted him. Whitson's head was on his arms. He gave no sign of consciousness. Glustrid looked at him long and thoughtfully. Then he picked up his half-drunk mug. He hesitated a moment, then lifted it in a salute to the supine man. Ulthar Whitson slept